All right. Welcome everybody to NC State and the J.C. Ralston's Day of Giving. We're very excited. We've gotten off to a great start already, and it's only 10 o'clock in the morning.
Yep. We already have 24 gifts that we've received. So thank you all for waking up early and thinking about the Arboretum today.
That's right. And I'm joined here. I'm Mark Wethington, director of the Arboretum. I'm joined with Alicia Thornton, who's our director of development, and Rob Thornton, no relation.
None.
Who is a dedicated volunteer and our current Board of Advisors chair. So we have 24 gifts already, Rob. Can you tell why that's important, why we're talking about the number of gifts and not as much about the amount of those gifts?
Oh, it's extremely important, Mark. When people invest in the Arboretum, it's important to realize that you're investing in children's programs, you're investing in school programs, you're investing in opportunities for business to be associated with and participate in the program that we've got here. So it's not just a garden, it's a community, and you're investing in that community.
Yeah, and Rob's being a little bit generous with not calling out what he is a part of as part of our board. Not only is he supporting us working in the garden and helping lead us strategically, but the board has committed $25,000 as a challenge if we can 210 gifts of any size today. We're already up to 24, so we're more than 10% there. And that number is not a random number. We got 209 gifts last year, so we want to beat that 209 with 210. And Rob and his fellow board members have committed $25,000 if we can do that.
Mm-hmm. We're really appreciative to our Board of Advisors. Rob is our chair this year, so thank you, Rob, for leading it, and he'll be our chair next year as well. And also the board just really wants the future of the Arboretum to be successful. They give their time, they give their financial support to the Arboretum. So we're just really appreciative. Last year, they committed $20,000 when we received the 101 gifts. This year, they said, let's take it higher and bigger and better. There's more things that we can do here at the Arboretum. And this year, we're really focusing on the student internship program. So we have plans to hire 8 student interns that are going to work here this summer. They're going to work alongside volunteers like Rob. And so we know that the funding that's raised today is going to help us be able to support the success of the student internship program. So we really appreciate your support. We're going to ask for it today, and we're going to do great things with it here.
That's right. The interns and the students are a critical part of the Arboretum, both in helping us function, but also really, that's a way that we can give them hands-on experience, intensive experience, not just in gardening. We have horticulture interns, but we have education interns that work with our youth programs, like you mentioned, but also our adult programs. We also, this year, we're having a communications intern because so much of public horticulture is about communicating what we do and why we do it and how you can support us, and getting out all that information in other ways than formal education programs.
But while we have Rob here, I do want to ask, Rob, why do you give to the Arboretum? And you can say that from yourself personally or on behalf of the board.
Well, I think as I mentioned before, it's about investing in this community. It's about creating opportunities for students. We have horticultural students who do internships here and go across the United States and are involved in the horticultural industry. We're able to support them. I can spend my money lots and lots of different ways, and I can't think of a better way than to invest in this place and this idea that J.C. Ralston started many, many years ago and has become a wonderful part of the Raleigh and Central North Carolina community.
Well, I'm going to say thank you to you and your wife for making your gift to the Arboretum this year. So thank you so much for what you're doing.
Yeah, and Rob first got connected with through J.C. Ralston himself, even though he wasn't a horticulture student. We're going to be joined now with our partner garden, who was also very, very much influenced and worked with JC as a young horticulturist and has been following a parallel path. So we've got Tony Avent, the creator and head of Juniper Level Botanic Garden, who's going to be joining us. And we're going to be going back and forth between our institutions. And you can go to jlbg.org for a link to give. You can go to jcra.ncsu.edu, and that'll give you an opportunity to click a link to give for the J.C. Ralston Arboretum and Juniper Botanic Garden. So you can go to jcra.ncsu.edu to give to either and or both organizations. Tony, thanks for joining us.
Well, delighted. Beautiful day, despite the calls for rain. So far, it's looking good.
It is not going to rain today because we are outside all day. And as gardeners are eternal optimists, as you know, we do not have much of a backup plan here.
And wedding happening here today. Children's tours, wedding. We're just setting the stage to all that is going on here at the Arboretum.
So how about you, Tony? What's getting you excited out at Juniper Level? And why should people give to support the endowment for Juniper Level?
Well, Juniper Level is a little different than JCRE in terms of our funding. Obviously, we started out, we weren't associated with anyone, so we had to generate our own funding for the gardens, and that's been done through our sister nursery, Plant Delights Nursery, and that 18% of all sales fund our garden. Now that I'm officially old, getting on Medicare, we're now classified as officially there. I have to start looking at how do we maintain the garden and preserve the garden for the future. And several years ago, we gifted the Arboretum to NC State, and they set us up an endowment. And now my goal is to get that endowment so that it generates a sustainable operational income, because when I'm gone or something health-wise happens to me, the operation is much too tenuous. It relies on me working, 3 40-hour weeks. And so it would take an extra $250,000 to keep things running on the same level that it is now. So while the gardens will be preserved, a lot of plants would die, a lot of weeds would grow. So we have to have an endowment that makes sure that something is sustainable, that the gardens are preserved. And for those that haven't been out, we certainly welcome you to come out, see the gardens, see the collections, which are pretty extensive.
Well, I'm going to steal something you used to say shamelessly. I'm gonna steal it. Is my wife didn't much care for plants when I met her. Now she hates them. I sent her and my mother out to Juniper Level Botanic Garden for one of their open days, and it is the first and only time she has come back gushing about how incredible a garden was. And I say, if you can impress my wife with a garden, you are doing something. And for people who don't know, who maybe know Tony through Plant Delights Nursery or don't know him at all, his garden is one of the real treasures. It's not just a beautiful garden. It is an important collection of plants. It is better documented than most botanic gardens, which is the key to having really useful collections. He is bringing new species to light, to science. A lot of times that is things that we've grown that really Tony's keen eye and growing them in cultivation and watching them and saying, hey, this is different. Yeah, the experts all say this is the same as that, but it's different, and getting in there and really being able to prove that. And every time we talk about somebody who's been a student at NC State University, who's gone on to a great career in horticulture, it seems that when I talk to Tony, he says, oh yeah, he was an employee of mine. She worked here for me. Really, you've sent people all over the place and influenced generations.
Well, we all build on the backs of those that went before us. And for me, JC and I arrived the same year at NC State in 1974. So it was really fascinating to have someone that had the same mindset in terms of collecting plants, studying plants, preserving plants, propagating plants, and sharing plants. So that's really where we began this journey together with JC and JCRA. And as one of the early curators at the Arboretum, it's really been fascinating to travel down that same road together. And we're looking forward to that next time, even after I'm gone, to keep that in place if we can get this endowment built up.
I will say this, I'm just so glad that we get to work on this partnership and our fundraising efforts together while Tony and Anita are here and actively a part of it. So Tony, thanks to you and Anita for having the vision to know what Juniper Level and the Arboretum can do together. And now it's up to all of us to come together to fundraise for this and very important endowment. So thank you for your leadership, Tony, and Mark as well.
Yeah, and so we're going to be visiting here of the amazing things that Juniper Level does throughout the day. And then at 3 o'clock, Tony's going to come out here and join me, and we're going to have a discussion and talk about the shared vision we have for our sister organizations, how we got there, and how we're going to move forward. So Tony, thanks a lot for joining us. We will be seeing you again very shortly. So excited to have back. People stay around because some of the stuff Tony's doing out at Juniper Level Botanic Garden and his team, his staff is really, really innovative and exciting. So thanks again, Tony.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to talk about some containers now. It's always all about educating people, not just about talking about what we do. So we want to provide some great information, and container gardening is hot. So I'm going to toss it over to our Director of Horticulture, Greg Page, and our horticulturist, Tim Alderton. And between the two of them, you have got some incredible plant and gardening knowledge. Greg, Tim?
Good morning, y'all.
Good morning.
Thanks for joining us. We are delighted to kick off a plethora of educational things today. And one of the things that we're going to talk about, I'm going to tie a couple things together. Mark mentioned a lot of the educational stuff that we do here. And this is kind of a prelude or a teaser trailer to Bryce Lane's Conifer Talk that's coming up in April. I think it's a multiple days of classes about containers. This is also something that I'm very passionate about. Tim and I have been talking about zhuzhing up the containers in the garden. And this is also something that we're going to pull the interns into this year. So all those kinds of opportunities that we have, there's a big emphasis on interns this year. This will be my first crop. Tim has worked with them for a number of years here. 17. So we're looking forward to that. This is one of the things that they're going to learn about and get involved with here at the garden. So in that theme, I want to talk a little bit about container gardening. It's a relatively easy thing to do if you're limited on space and you don't have a yard. I just moved here from Charlotte, North Carolina, where I had a pretty big garden. And now I have a very small patio in an apartment. So this is something that definitely translates to small landscapes. It's also something that if you don't have a lot of horticultural knowledge, it allows you to dip your toes into plants and all things horticulturally related. And you can do it big or small. We've got a whole bunch of different things here I want to talk about. We're going to do the cultural stuff, kind of the how-to, and then Tim and I are going to dissect some plants, put them in the containers so you can kind of see the finished product. And we'll do a couple more of these as we go throughout the day, kind of with some different themes, but want to talk about some of the basics right now. So you see lots of different containers here. They come in all shapes and sizes and formulations. There's plastic ones, there's ceramic ones, there's concrete ones, there's composite ones, and we got a little bit of each here today. One of the things to consider when you're picking a container is if it's terracotta, if it's something that is a little bit porous, it's going to pull water out of the container. So if you get something like these porcelain ones, these potted ones, it's nice if they're glazed because that glazing is going to help keep that water in. If they're not glazed on the inside, they're going to wick a little bit, but it's not going to go all the way through the pot. So for example, you can buy a terracotta pot and a lot of that water is going to wick through the pot and it's going to require you to water a little bit more. So that's something to think about. I'm not going to delve too deeply into the different color schemes because that's a personal preference. I like earth tones, and Tim pulled these together because all the colors are kind of in each of them, and that's going to make it look good. I like odd numbers of things instead of even. So 3, when I first set this up, Tim said, we got to have another one. And I don't know why I was thinking about that, but good advice. Do things in odd numbers and different sizes so you can highlight the plants that you have. So the next thing that you want to think about after you've got your pot is the soil that's going to go in there. And we use nice bark chip soil. So this is just deconstructed pine bark fines and bark chips. It drains pretty good. So the pots aren't sitting in water. It has good organic matter, so it breaks down over time, which adds to the pot. If you have something that doesn't have as much organic matter, you can get compost, which we have readily available on site. Compost is really good in bigger containers because in theory, you're not going to empty those out as often. So that stuff's going to stay in longer. So you want that organic matter to be in the big pot and break down. Something to think about to help with drainage is staylight. We have a good supply of this here. If you can't get staylight, any kind of gravel mix will do. And this adds weight to the pot. So if it's someplace, I'm thinking about a friend of mine that used to take care of pots on the Avenue of the Arts in Philadelphia. They used this because it helped drain, but it also added weight to the pots so they wouldn't blow over in a relatively kind of canyon-esque situation in a cityscape. It also helps you from using a lot of soil, so you can alleviate the depth of the soil with that. You can get bagged medium, and we use this one a pretty good bit. It's got heat and perlite and other things in it to help with that drainage. And this kind of stuff is available at all garden centers. And another important component that, especially with containers to think about is how are they going to get nutrients? The organic matter is good because that's going to break down, but you need some kind of a fertilizer in your containers because that's going to be a static environment, whether they're out in a garden or in a cityscape or whatever. So we use a slow release. This is an Osmocote. There's other things. NutriCode is another one. If you don't like the manufactured things, they make lots of organic ones. There's one that's made of Poultry Digest that I've used. For those of you that are wondering what Poultry Digest is, use your imagination a little bit. But this one works good for us because it's going to break down slowly over time, and that's what you want in kind of a container environment. Fertilize it once, kind of walk away from it through the season, and that's going to help give that plant nutrients. Another good thing is liquid fertilizers that you can mix in with water. That's going to give kind of an instant effect and going to be taken up through the plants. And the final cultural thing that I'll mention before we plant and tear some things apart is the obvious one to keep things alive is you got to have H2O. You got to have water. When you're taking something big like this and ripping it apart, you're going to need to water that relatively quickly. So that's kind of the gist from a cultural perspective, those things you need to know to plant pretty much any container, big or small. The wider something is, the more it's going to need water. The deeper something is, the less you're going to need water. That's just physics at work. So those are kind of the basic things. Anything to add?
I think you've gotten all the basic parts
Okay.
of this. So I guess I'm trying to talk a little bit about the plants, right?
That sounds good. That
So
sounds good.
we have a variety of things here. I collected some stuff and Greg did too. And we brought it up here. Some of it we're going to plant right here for you. But we'll start with this one because he just had his hands on it. This is a dwarf Japanese white pine. It's Pinus parviflora Karaku. And I looked this one up. This one's a great one for a container because this one tops out theoretically at 5 feet and only about 2 feet wide. So long time you can keep that one in a container and you can keep it in a relatively tight space. And with, like Greg was saying, he has a patio I have a balcony too. I live in an apartment as well. But if you can keep these on your patio, you can keep them right next to your door. They're movable as a result of that. And you can highlight that plant so much better than if this little dwarf pine was out in the garden, you might not notice it so much. But you can elevate it and put it in among some select other things and make things look, it'll be a standout there.
And conifers are good because they look good in the wintertime.
Yes.
And we like we like containers. I do personally, I like plants in the garden, winter, spring, summer, fall interest. That's going to be something that you're going to hear a lot from me. And when you come to the garden, you're going to see that as well. So conifers are perfect for that kind of situation.
So for those containers that you might want to say swap out from time to time or have a little more seasonal interest, we have set together right now. I mean, you could do this with annuals, you can do it with perennials. So it doesn't matter, tender stuff, hardy stuff. I have some begonias here. There's this really cool begonia. We haven't gotten as big as it gets, but it's a new species. And I'll see if I can find its label here. It starts with an S. I know that. It's Begonia silatensis, I mean. Supposedly, in the wild, this one got up to like 6 feet. With just these little leaves, and actually the leaves get bigger. So I thought maybe try that one in a container. And then we have a slightly smaller growing begonia. This one only gets about 2 foot tall, and it gets, smaller leaves, only 6 or 8 inches across. That's Begonia Cote Castillon, if I murdered that, I think French. I took Spanish. And then, we have a hosta here. So this would be a great container for a shady nook or on a patio or a balcony. You can, again, move it wherever. And also it's up, you can keep it from the deer easily that way too with those hostas. Here's another one we thought about starting to put together. This is one of the dwarf Japanese maples. This is Goshiki, Acer palmatum Goshiki Kohimi, or Kotohimi, I should say. Lost a syllable there. This one, I didn't look to see how big this gets, but I think it stays under 3 to 5 feet. It's a small one. We can argue, we'll say that. Yeah, and this one can stay in there. For quite some time, and have something at the base of it, and you have another giant plant. This little hosta, yellow sapphire, and again, if we keep it up, the rabbits at least won't get it in this container. It's that rabbit can't get that high up there. So those are just some that we're going to throw together here. But I have some other things over here that you might also include in your containers. This is one I just set together. This is a low container, but I put some aspidistra in here, and this is the coolest aspidistra. And let me get the label on this one. This is Aspidistra Pulchella Kunming Scarlet, and it's in flower. This is actually a tender species of aspidistra for us here, but because it's in a container, this is a great place to have it, because when we get too cold for it out in the winter, we can bring it in. And so I can plant up this container, it'll fill in, and I can have that, and I can summer it out in the garden. Aspidistras are commonly called a cast iron plant. Easy going, they can take a dry day here and there. Again, I did set out a mixed container here. Actually, that same aspidistra here, which I would not be able to leave out, but another aspidistra. Oh, which one is this? This is Carnosa rigid ribbons. And that one's one that is hardy for us. It might not want to be in that container in the coldest weather. Again, it's small enough you can bring it in. And another hosta there for highlights. And if you don't want anything super exotic, this is one that's great for us here. And I've actually thought about having one at my apartment just outside my door. I haven't done it yet, but Fatsia japonica, Japanese Aurelia, bold plant, but it's really tolerant of just about anything. But you can also grow it in the landscape as well here. But wonderful container plant. And for those of you maybe viewing from further north, where it's not hardy, you can grow this as a house plant easily too, and tote it in and out through the summer if you want to use it as a highlight. So those are just some of the things that we brought out here, just as some ideas to whet your appetite on for some plants.
Cool. We've just got a few minutes left. So what we want to do is show you how to plant these things. And again, this will carry through to the next couple sessions that we have. So I've already kind of deconstructed this white pine. And because this was in a box, this was shipped from the Pacific Northwest. it had a lot of roots. You can still see the nice square that it was in. So very important planting inside or outside to disturb that root ball, loosen up those roots so that they don't just stay in that square when they're in the pot. So loosening them up, it also gives you room to put it in the pot. And we've already kind of prepped the soil for some of these in the interest of time. So you want to be conscious of the level, because once you have the soil in here, once you have to water it and keep it happy, you don't want the soil level up to the very lip of the pot. A lot of people make that common mistake. Have it 1 to 2 inches down below so that when you water that, the water will gather up in the lip and work its way down. It'll be easier to water this pot. If the soil is all the way up to the lip of that pot, it's going to go over the side and not as much water is going to go down into the pot. A trick for watering and knowing how much water you have in your pots is once you splash it with water, lift it up with your foot or lift it up to see if it's heavier. If it's not heavy, you haven't given it enough water. It needs to run through a couple times, soak that whole root ball, and depending on how long it's been in the container before it went in the container, those roots are going to need as much water as they can. So we've loosened this up enough. And as Tim mentioned, this is going to stay dwarf. We could probably leave this in this pot, keep it fertilized, add some organic matter over a number of years, and this thing will be fine and happy in here for quite a while. So I'm going to backfill it with soil or soilless mix. And again, keeping conscious of that lip. And it's good to tamp it in so that it goes around all those roots that you just loosened up so that they stay nice and moist. And that's about it. If I had been smart, I would have put some of that slow release fertilizer down in the pot so that's right there where the roots are. And as it starts to break down, you can top dress with that soil, with that fertilizer, which will be good for that pot over time. Some people like to put decorative rock on top of there. I kind of steer away from that because that reflects heat. That doesn't keep the soil moist. It does look kind of nice, but I think it's okay to kind of leave that soil. You could underplant that with some perennials or some of the things that Tim mentioned, or you could leave it like that. It's just a seasonal pot. So I'm going to let Tim do the next one.
Which one do you want me to do?
Let's do that one.
This one here?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll get some stuff here. Might need a little bit more of that media over there. And Greg was talking about bag media. I mean, I'm not going to use it in this case, but you have access to that at any place like Lowe's, Home Depot, your local garden center, your hardware, and they are great because the bags you're going to get, they're going to have some nutrients in them. So so I've partially filled this in. Now I'm going to start getting in here and getting these in here. But those bag medias that you get sometimes at Lowe's and Home Depot, for instance, they'll often have some added fertilizer, which gives you an advantage that first year. It's great for a lot of your perennials and some of your annuals, especially your trees and shrubs. The longer term stuff may be better to be using some of the wood bark mulched or the wood bark based medias as well. But
And the liquid feed is good. That's an instant hit when you put that into a container. The nutrients are readily available as you're pulling them in. And you can see the roots that I talked about. Even with perennials, it's important to loosen that up. And Tim's doing something that is easy to be missed, but he's being conscious of the heights of things and placing those in the pots. So you can see that he shoved this guy against the edge. This is going to get taller.
Yeah,
He's going to
I
take it
want
back
that.
in the back.
Went that towards the back. And I did a little bit. I mean, these are subtly different shapes, but shape of the leaf structure and is also important on some of these as to how you might arrange them, because that's as important as anything. Look there, I've probably gotten that stretched out there. So over here, and then this one's a lot smaller, but we'll put that in here. Oh, and
There you go. You remember.
before we totally do this, oh,
And putting it in the pot before you top it off, again, gets it down close to the root.
It'll
for when you
activate
want
it,
to
too.
activate it and break up. In theory, right after you plant these, it's important to go,
Sorry.
sorry, it's important to go ahead and give them some water. We've got time for one more. It's got less plants.
This one?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. And this is using a woody, so that's good. A woody and a, I might, let's see, does that bucket empty by chance? Yep. Okay, I'm gonna try to make less of a mess this way. I don't know. Oh, actually, this isn't densely rooted, which is great. I think we actually may have just repotted this at late fall or early winter. It's perfect time to get it in here. And Japanese maples are really great in containers, and even in the garden, they're really
Very
resilient.
forgiving, very forgiving.
As long as you don't not water them in the summer. But moving them, they will not be too upset. Just because I'm going to put a hosta in here, I'm going to set this just a little bit to the back.
Almost perfectly made for that.
Yes. Yeah, we'll stick this little hosta in. Actually, what we could do with this little hosta,
Divide it up.
you know, it can break this into
A couple
put it
hostas.
3 pieces might look nice.
Couple hostas.
I can do this, and you can do this. You can buy yourself, one big one, and you can divide it up as long as it's not a single crown type hosta, which
So that's kind of the gist of what we wanted to talk about. We're going to throw y'all next to talk about hydrangeas, and it's a pre-recorded talk. Right after that, we're going to do some question and answer and get some input from y'all on your problem with hydrangeas. So thank you for listening, and stay put with us for the duration of the day.
So here at the Arboretum, one of the questions we always get asked is, how do I prune my hydrangeas? Seems to really confuse people. And it's not that difficult a concept if you understand your plants. There are 2 main types that we split hydrangeas into. Ones that flower on new wood, meaning new growth from this current season, or old wood, that is wood that formed last season. Now, it's a little bit of a misnomer because some of our early spring blooming plants, like forsythia and azaleas, they form their flower buds the previous year, and that growth comes directly off the old wood. Hydrangeas are different, and the ones that flower on old wood flower on new growth from old wood. So you can do some winter pruning and not prune off flower buds, but you can't prune too hard. If there's only vigorous new growth, they won't flower. So those that flower on old wood or new growth on old wood are the main ones we typically grow, which are the big leaf hydrangeas like this one, Hydrangea macrophylla, and then also their smaller cousins, the Japanese mountain hydrangea, Hydrangea serrata. So this is a typical plant. This is one that has been cared for and not neglected. In an older Hydrangea macrophylla, you might see a lot of twiggy growth coming up in the middle. And that little twiggy growth never really amounts to much. It doesn't get thicker and really flower well. It just kind of congests it. So the first thing is to prune out these little bits, and I go prune them down really low. So this type of growth, I just get out of there and leave these thicker stems. And when it's vigorous coming up from the base, even young ones will be kind of thicker than these little spindly things. And often these little spindly things are dead, and they'll just hang out in the middle for years if you don't get them out of there. Also, that's a good time if you're growing these in the woodland and you're like me, they may have built up some leaves down around the base. I go ahead and get all that out at the same time that I'm thinning them out. Now, if you've got a plant that's really gotten big, what you can do is go through, find the tallest branches and go ahead and take them all the way back to the ground. Take out maybe a third or a quarter of those old branches, and that'll reduce your whole plant rather than just shearing it off the top. You open it up so it gets some air movement, which is healthier for the plant, and you also shrink it down. Now, once you've done that, and you want to do some pruning on there, I would say on this plant, we don't need to do any other pruning on there. It's in scale, it's where we want it. But let's say we did want to, you know, we like to prune every year. There's a lot of people like that. We'll come in and want to prune this back. Now, like I said, the flowers are going to come from these buds, and you can see there are buds kind of all the way down the stem. Now, if we go too far back, that new growth won't put on flower buds. So it's only about the top, 3 to 5 buds, depending on how vigorous and large your plant is, that will really still have the potential to form flower buds. So what I would do with something like this is maybe go all the way back to here, but I think I would probably on this, because it's already in scale, prune back to these 2 buds. And it's looking great. And you just want to go a quarter to a half inch right above existing buds there. And even if it's leafed out above it, you can go ahead and go back and you just do this all over and even it out. Now, sometimes when you do that, you'll cut something and realize pretty quickly, hey, that's dead. And if you look at this whole stem, you say, oh, wow, this goat is dead all the way back. You can see that I can see bark peeling off there. So those, you just cut all the way back and you can see it's dead. My pruners didn't even really prune it. They just cracked it there. And if you start looking around, you say, oh, wait, there's more. And you get rid of all that dead as part of this as well. Another dead branch. And this is natural. There's nothing wrong with your plant when it does that. That's just a natural part of the plant. So when you're pruning, even though these haven't leafed out yet, as I prune it, I can see this is good live wood. So we're fine there. So I just go all around and prune back to those buds. If you have any dead tips from a cold winter, you prune those back. And you'll have a beautiful plant. And if you do that every year or two, you'll keep it from becoming this kind of congested mass. By opening it up and thinning out a little bit, you really direct the power, the vigor into those flower production. So you'll have bigger flower heads on fewer stems that'll look showier than small ones that are kind of all over but don't really have the same impact. Now, at the same time, sometimes your hydrangeas will start popping up a foot or two away. And this is just a branch that has rooted in. It's layered itself. I can pull this out of the ground, maybe. And you can see it's a branch that's just gone over and rooted in. So if you want to avoid that, when you're doing this pruning and you have branches that are really low to the ground and might start doing that themselves, you can cut those off and get rid of them and keep your plant from laying on the ground. If you want to make more plants, you can encourage that layering by laying it down and putting a rock on it or something, putting it right in contact with the soil. And if you want to do that, and you have these, whether that you do it on purpose or not, you can then take off this part that was going back to the main shrub, and you can plant this plant, and it's going to grow. You've got a new hydrangea that's going to be identical to this one. So, real easy to get things going. If they've been in the ground for a bit longer, like this, you can tell is really rooted in. Might not want to pull up very easily. I'd just take a shovel, set it right in here, and give it a stomp and cut it off there and then dig this out. So, and see, it's not very difficult to prune your big leaf hydrangeas. The key is you can prune them if they need it, prune whole stems, or prune a few buds. That gets you in the right spot. Now, if you have reblooming azaleas, the endless summer types, those you should be able to prune all the way back hard because they flower on new wood. What's great for those, they don't rebloom terribly well, in my opinion, for us. The reblooming is more important when you live in colder climates than we do, and your tops die every year. Those reblooming types will still flower for you. In our landscapes, they will reflower if you prune off the old flowers and go back just a couple of buds below that. Don't just take off the flower. Go, even if this had flowered and was faded, I would come in right after it faded and cut off there to encourage new growth that would come up and flower. So we'll show you a few other hydrangeas and how we would deal with them as well. Okay, another common hydrangea we have are the panicle hydrangeas, the old PG hydrangeas, which was Hydrangea paniculata grandiflora, hence PG, Paniculata grandiflora. There are a lot of those out there now. There's the Gatsby series, the Quickfire, and oh gosh, it seems like there's another 4 or 5 every year that are out. This is a young one. This paniculata. The key with the paniculatas is they do flower on new growth. So you can cut a Hydrangea paniculata down to the ground and they will come up and reflower for you. However, the other nice thing about them is they will continue to grow as larger shrubs and they will still flower for you really well. Unlike some others that flower on new wood that really should be cut to the ground every year, these you can allow to grow up into small trees that are beautiful flowering plants. So this is one that was wild collected, so it has stayed a little small and it hasn't been long in the ground. So what we would do with this, it still has these old flower buds on there, and this is all dead wood now above here. So all of these old flower buds we would cut to just above usually the next pair of buds. Sometimes we would do different things. This branch is crossing through the middle. These are going to come up and it gets congested that way, and plants don't like that. I would go ahead and take this all the way back and leave this kind of open V shape in here. You take off the rest of these flower heads. Just going back to that first bud. You can go back farther, but this plant doesn't need it. Now, this has got kind of a funky growth. It curves out to the side here. That might be fine for you, but I want to grow this into a small kind of multi-stem tree. So I'm going to come in here and take off this entire branch so I get this form that I want. Couple more flower heads off of there and clean up this cut. And now we've got the makings of a plant that's going to come up and grow into a nice form. This side will strengthen up a little bit because we don't have so much taken off here. I might take out a little bit of this interior just to clean it up a little bit. And by the end of this year, we'll have a nice shrub, a nice kind of upright shrub this tall, loaded with big panicles of white flowers. The other nice thing, this isn't about pruning, but the other nice thing about these panicle hydrangeas is they tolerate much more sun than most of our other hydrangeas. So an easy plant to grow, easy plant to prune, really beautiful thing. Now here's one of our native hydrangeas, and I love our native hydrangeas when I talk about pruning because they're really, really easy. This is one of the hydrangeas that flowers on new wood. So there's really 2 ways to manage it. The first way is to thin it out a bit, like we talked about with some of the other ones, and take out some of the smaller things coming up and anything dead in the middle. Always take out the dead and clean it up. And just prune it back lightly like this. I like to get out some of the little twiggy things if I'm doing that. And little crossing branches in here. So you can prune it a little bit. But Hydrangea arborescens is a really easy plant because what you can do, and what I do at my house typically, is cut it all the way back. And hard to see on there, but you'll get little sets of buds all the way up the stem. And so you cut just above the bud. So here's the plant, it's growing. I want to cut right above these buds. I go about a half to a quarter of an inch with sharp pruners, and I snip off, and then the growth will come from those buds right there when it comes out. A lot of people, when they prune these, they prune them pretty high, like this. That's fine, but I like to go all the way down and just rejuvenate it. And I do this every single year. I'll cut it all the way back. Cut the whole plant. And as I'm doing that, if there's some, let's say, congestion in the middle, we got some things crossing in here, I'll pick one to take out and leave the other, or take them both out. This one's going from over here all the way across. Don't like the crossing, so I'm going to take it all the way back to the bottom. But otherwise, I just keep going down to a low set of buds. And you can see here where we pruned before, and we pruned here and we left it a little bit larger. And that was because it was a young plant and we wanted it to be a little beefier quicker. But now that it's really growing and it has a good root system, all the way back. See, this is wasn't growing well. This little one, I'm going to take this out because it's so thin and spindly. I'll take it all the way out. And there you have it. This will flush out. It will flower by midsummer. Clean out some of these leaves in here. And be beautiful, flower with big flower stalks. Super easy to grow, super easy to prune. Love our native hydrangeas for that. Here we have another of our native North American hydrangeas. This is the oak leaf hydrangea, named because its leaves, which will get much larger, or kind of resemble an oak leaf, I suppose. Like our other natives, this is a very easy one to prune because in general, what you can do is not touch it. It doesn't need to be pruned. It tends to grow in a much more open form, much coarser than most other hydrangeas, and it will flower on the growth that comes off of this old growth. If you prune it back hard, you will lose the flowering. You'll also lose, if you prune it back hard, the bark, which as it gets older and older becomes this kind of beautiful cinnamon peeling bark. So really, you just want to prune for shape if it's getting out of bounds. Maybe it's starting to infringe on a walkway for you. So, right here, it's starting to get farther out in the walkway than maybe we'd like. We'll come back in and prune here where there's another branch that can take over and redirect the growth. We can pull it in the sides if we want. But this is really a plant that most years you can just ignore and not prune it at all because it is so beautiful every season. It's got that gorgeous bark during the winter, beautiful flowers, great fall color. Just let it do its thing and it'll become kind of a twisty, gnarled, old-looking plant, even while it's still pretty young. If you don't want something that's going to get pretty big, there are some dwarf ones like the gold-leaf little honey, and there's peewee and munchkin and some other ones that are smaller. Go for those if you need a small plant. But really, it becomes such a beautiful specimen with a little bit of time that I think it's worth getting some of the larger ones and just letting them grow naturally, woodland edge, shade garden, that type of situation. All right. Well, welcome back, everybody. Hope you learned a little bit about hydrangea pruning. Before we get into some questions and get Greg's input on the topic, I do want to remind everybody, we hope that you will go to jcra.ncsu.edu and click on those giving links for the J.C. Ralston Arboretum. We're going to get an update for where we are soon, but I know that we're doing really well, and I want to let y'all know that it's not just, credit card. You can do PayPal, you can do Venmo, you can do Apple Pay. All of those are available on that Day of Giving page. So if you are in the 21st century, which I am slowly inching towards, you can give in different ways. So Greg, one of the things that I talked about in that hydrangea pruning video is one that we were just talking yesterday is one of your favorites, the oak leaf hydrangea, Hydrangea quercifolia.
Yep.
And my way of pruning Hydrangea quercifolia is mostly not to.
Right.
Sometimes when they get older, I'll limb them up a little bit because they have gorgeous bark when they're cinnamon colored. Yep. What's your thinking on that?
That's a good point. There's a cultivar that I like a lot called Little Honey, and it's kind of a semi-dwarf, stays kind of small, has kind of chartreusey yellowish leaf color. And I planted that in my garden in Charlotte, where everything is there to survive on tough love. No irrigation, horrible soil, sun, shade. We took down some pine trees, so variable growing conditions. It's absolutely thriving in my garden. I had it at my previous garden, Arboretum, where it was much better soil, mulched, paid a lot of attention to it, got irrigated, and it just struggled and looked bad. And a mutual friend of ours, Scott McMahon, who used to sell it at his nursery, told me, you got to plant it and walk away from it. And if you think about where they grow in the wild, that's kind of where they're growing. Not the best of soil, sometimes where it's rocky, sun, shade, a whole mix of things, and they tend to do really well. I completely agree with you. I'm pruning oak leaves. That's a plant that there are so many cultivars, small ones, medium ones, really big ones. Pick the right one for your spot, and you really shouldn't have to prune them. Some people will take the spent blooms off just because they like things that look a little bit more tidy. For me, that's a multiple season of interest thing. I like the way that they look, and they kind of carry that plant through the fall and winter. So oak leaves really don't need much pruning. Occasionally a branch will die and you can prune that out, but you want to see that bark, you want to see that kind of loose shape. And if it's a small one like Little Honey, you want that nice kind of tight shape to that. You don't want to spoil it by pruning it.
Yeah. And it's a great point you make about oak leaf hydrangeas and too much love.
Yep.
One, they don't get enough love because they're not planted enough.
True.
And a lot of times, if you're at a nursery in the fall, they don't always look great in a container in the fall. Don't worry about that. Buy it. Sometimes you can get a deal because they can't sell it. But it's a great plant, and that's why nurserymen don't like it necessarily, because it doesn't always look good in the fall. It looks amazing in the spring, but in the landscape, it looks great in the fall.
Yeah.
But a problem that a lot of gardeners have with it is that too much love.
Yes.
You plant it and it's got great big leaves, which are amazing. And when it gets hot during the summer, they'll kind of flag a bit. And so people say, oh, it's wilting, I got to water it. and you overwater it, and you don't want to do that. They'll pop right back up the next morning. If you ever get up in the morning and you look at your oak leaf hydrangea and it's still down, water it then. But otherwise, I'm with you. Only the strong survive in my garden, and Little Honey's
It's a
one
good
of those good ones, but just the species is amazing.
It's a great species, and your point about watering, the easiest way to check that is just to stick your finger in the soil and just see if it's actually dry. When we get into the doldrums of summer, when it starts blasting after 9 o'clock, that's just that plant's natural defense system to kind of curl its leaves, not expose so much of it to the light. They're going to be fine, but just keep a check on that water.
All right. We were talking about hydrangea pruning, but always there's the question with the big leaf hydrangeas or French hydrangeas or whatever you want to call them, the most typical, the endless summers, all of those. There's always the question about color. Always the question about color.
The pinks and the blues, there's two camps there, and that is, and correct me if I'm wrong, that's directly related to the pH of your soil. And for most of us, it's going to be a little bit acidic in the Carolinas. It might bend towards alkaline in the mountains a little bit, but I forget which spectrum is acidic. Blue is acidic, pink is more alkaline. So if you're in that blue camp, you're going to be okay in most situations. But if you're not, something as simple as pelletized sulfur is going to add some acidity to the soil. Compost will add acidity to the soil and swing that back into the color spectrum that you like. If you like the other spectrum where it's more alkaline, pink. Okay, I'm starting to get it here. Those pinks. Just limestone. Pelletized is good because that breaks down over time. I don't like using the pulverized stuff because it's super messy. The pelletized will break down over time and add levels of lime to your hydrangea. All this back and forth leads into why they are my least favorite hydrangeas, is because of that pickiness. There's nothing more southern and more beautiful than seeing those things in bloom. I've got fond memories of Aiken, South Carolina, where they're just planted underneath the live oaks. But man, just having to worry about which color spectrums and all that, it's more than I can handle.
Well, I want to go back. We're doing containers all day. We're talking about containers all day, and so the pH is really related to the iron and aluminum uptake. That's what gives you the blue. So we have that red clay we have, that's iron, that's rust in there. So when it's acidic, they can take that up. And when it's basic, when it's alkaline, that all that iron and aluminum is bound up, and so it can't come up. So in containers, sometimes people are like, why isn't my blue hydrangea blue? And when they're growing in a pine bark mix, even though it's acidic, it doesn't have the aluminum and iron. Right. So some iron sulfate, aluminum sulfate, that a little bit of that. A lot of times the slow release fertilizers will have some micronutrients in there that'll do that as well. But I'll tell you, even with lime, it can be tough. Some of our soils are very acidic. It can be tough to reverse that enough. Although you can get some hydrangeas that will tend to be pink if that's what you really like. Although some of those blue ones, when you try and turn them, they sometimes get a real pretty kind of mauve color.
A nice kaleidoscope of both those colors when they kind of blend together, which is not a bad thing.
It's not a bad thing at all. I mentioned in my talk with pruning them that we're lucky with our natives, because the oak leaf hydrangea, like we talked about, you more or less leave it alone. And the arborescents, you can whack back to the ground every single year and let them reflush completely, and they'll flower amazingly well. So, you can go either way with those. And we talk about all the good things that the university and the Arboretum does. One of our partners, Dr. Tom Ranney, who I did see gave on today. He was on the list. Thank you, Tom and Amira. He bred the first really good pink mophead hydrangea arborescens, the smooth hydrangea. And as part of the deal with that, they were all sold in a pink container, and a portion, $1 from every sale of Invincible Spirit hydrangea went to breast cancer research. And it was several years ago that they hit $1 million that went there. And that's the kind of thing that NC State, the J.C. Raulston Arboretum really loves, is taking what we do and making a bigger impact beyond that. So I think we're going to be joined by, I think Alicia Thornton's going to join me, our Director of Development, to give me an update on Day of Giving.
Yep, I've got a great update to share. More than 12,000 has been raised so far.
Wow.
So $12,180, and that comes from 46 gifts, 46 people. I'll try to talk loud. So just want to thank everyone so far that's helped us reach 20+% of our goal of getting 210 gifts. So we can come together and we can really make a difference with Arboretum.
And something that we all really like, when you do make your gift, again, PayPal, Venmo, Apple Pay, I love that. When you do make your gift, put a note on there about why the Arboretum is special, anecdote, or this is for Tim Alderton. I talked to him out in the garden, and he educates the interns who we're really focusing on today. In fact, we're going to be talking to a former intern who certainly the highlight of his career so far has been his internship here. We're going to be talking to him, but leave that little note, because it really is special, and staff really do read those. And we've gotten some nice ones in there already.
Yep. And maybe we can read them aloud. I want today to be a celebration of the Arboretum, encouragement of contributing and giving back. So Mark and I and Greg, we're not going to be a phone-a-thon today. Well, I don't know, I might call some of you, but we just want you to understand how important your philanthropy is to the Arboretum, and we want you to enjoy these workshops and these conversations, but really see value in what we're doing here, and for you to feel value from giving back. So
yeah, one of the things that as director here is really heartwarming, important to me is one, that our board has stepped up with the 25,000 challenge gift to when we get 210 gifts. So gifts of any size, multiple gifts from the same person are okay as well. They count. But really, I earlier was looking at the list, and I've seen multiple people, including our first contributor, who maybe was on at midnight to make the first gift, were our staff here. The staff really feel like what we do is important and want to support it. And that's a really good feeling to know that staff feel so strongly about what we do, and how important it is that they're willing to chip in their own dollars for that.
exactly. Our staff, I've seen past board members give today. I've seen volunteers give today. And so many people have given anonymously as well. So we just really appreciate what you're doing.
Yeah, I haven't looked at the list in a while, but want to call out Kay Shiflett, a buddy of mine from my old life at Norfolk Botanic Garden. Cheryl Kearns, a longtime volunteer here, and Greg and I are both on the Magnolia Society International Board, and Cheryl was the editor of the journal for quite a while. Who else did I see in there?
Doug Chapman. I mean, so many other people. And we're going to be looking and watching and celebrating you all today. Something else that you all watching can do, if you've made your gift, encourage someone else in your life to give back to the Arboretum today. $10 or more really makes a difference. So encourage 2 friends, text them, send them the link. That could really help build momentum.
So somebody we have coming on next talking about impact and what the Arboretum does. We had an intern here a couple of years ago, Trace. Trace came back. He was a student worker with us again. After he graduated in December, we kept him on full time. Really liked Trace. He had worked with Tom Ranney, who I mentioned with the supporting breast cancer research, with plant breeding, and he just left us. We saw him earlier this week. He was getting ready to leave for Alabama. He is going to be working with Buddy Lee, who is the originator of the Encore azaleas, one of the single most well-known and successful horticultural products to come out in the last couple of decades, really, the Encore azaleas. And so he is going from here. His experiences here at the Arboretum at NC State University have set him up to work with one of the premier plant breeders and groups who are breeding plants for the Southeast. And I think that's really important.
Well, we're happy for you, Trace. Just remember us one day.
That's right.
We'll enjoy that conversation.
That's right. Well, we sent him with some ideas of things to work on breeding. So we're going to hear a little bit from Trace. We captured him before he left to get some of his thoughts on his experiences as an intern.
I am going down to Louisiana to work with PDSI and Buddy Lee to develop new ornamentals for the Southern Living Plant Collection. I've been with the J.C. Raulston Arboretum for about 2 years now. I started as a summer intern, came back as a fall provost student, and then started working with visitor services. Took a summer break to do another internship, and then came back the following fall, and I've been here since. So it's overall about 2 years. Well, you know, in terms of being a plant breeder, I think that working at the J.C. Raulston Arboretum has really provided an opportunity to learn about a wide variety of ornamentals that are not commonly seen in the landscape, and it provides such a diversity of taxa that really cannot be matched easily elsewhere. I think it really prepared me to work with some interesting genera in my plant breeding ventures. I'm gonna miss working with the volunteers the most, probably. It's always a lot of fun, and we get a lot done, and it's nice to interact with people that really just enjoy gardening. Other than that, you know, I'll miss Tim's plant quizzes, I guess, if you will, quizzing me on different families of plants. Insightful, memorable, encouraging, great, and fun. I think that the donor program, like the donors donating for the internship program, is really probably the best impact that you can have on young professionals going into horticulture. Because I know for me it really helped shape my journey, and I'm hoping to have a pretty significant impact on the horticultural trade, you know, not just in North Carolina, but, you know, throughout the whole Southeast and, you know, hopefully eventually the country. So I think that, if even one intern goes on to really, you know, have a good impact, you've done a lot. You've really done a lot with just a donation for the internship program.
All right, before we play our next video, we just wanted to take a moment. There are all sorts of challenges being extended on this day of giving. Our staff has had an unusual request for Tim Alderton, our research technician here at JCRA. Tim is known for his encyclopedic knowledge of scientific plant names. So check out this next challenge that he was given this morning.
Hey Tim.
Yeah.
So it's Day of Giving, and we want to challenge you to see if you can read every plant name in the Arboretum garden before the end of Day of Giving. Can you do it?
Okay, let's see what I can do. Where's the list? Okay, let's start at the beginning. Come on. Let's see if I can find this plant. Okay, we're to our first plant on the list, Abelia grandiflora. Abelop's Sunshine Dream is the trade name on this one. So I'm just gonna do a tiny bit of touch up before we start on the rest of the list. Abelia grandiflora Francis Mason, Abelia grandiflora Frosty, Abelia grandiflora Golden Glossy, that's gold dust to you. Abelia grandiflora Hopsley, Miss Lemon is the trade one for that. Abelia grandiflora Kaleidoscope, Abelia grandiflora Icer, which is Ruby Anniversary in the trade. Abelia grandiflora Mardi Gras, Abelia grandiflora Margarita, Abelia grandiflora Mindua 1, Sunny Anniversary. Abelia grandiflora Radiance, Abelia grandiflora Revo 2, which is Belladonna, much better name.
2 hours later.
Cercis Athleate, Cercis Canadensis, Cercis Canadensis Ace of Hearts, Cercis Canadensis Alley Cat, Cercis Canadensis, and what this is, Cercis Canadensis Appalachian Red for those in the north, or Appalachian Red for those from the south, Cercis Canadensis Cascade Hearts, Cercis Canadensis Crosswick Red, Cercis Canadensis Dwarf White, Cercis Canadensis Flame.
Will he be able to make it through the entire list of plant names? Stay tuned. We'll check in with Tim periodically today to see how he's doing. Do you think he's gonna make it?
So Greg's getting to know Tim here. Greg's only been here for a few months, and the thing he would mention to me is if Tim's looking at a list, it's only so he can get those plants in order, because he seems to know every plant in the Arboretum pretty intimately.
I think maybe in the southeast. I've not worked with Tim that long, but I've known him probably as long as I've known you, and we've traveled together with Magnolia Society. And I can remember some of my first memories of him were him naming every single plant that he could see like off like that. So he comes by it honest.
Yeah, so if you come to the Arboretum and you see Tim working, if you are looking at a plant and seeing if you can find a label or talking with somebody about it and trying to figure it out, if Tim sees you, he will help you out. If he doesn't see you, go look for him and he will help you. So speaking of plants, we are in the Japanese garden, and obviously we're an evaluation and research collection focused garden, but we like to do our evaluations in landscape settings, and this is one of them. Now, people walk in here and they immediately know it's a Japanese garden. We've got the raked gravel, we've got rocks, we've got pretty plants pruned, but what a Japanese garden, what is that?
I mean, it's varied. It's a very there's a rich many generation old nursery industry in Japan. And Mark and I have been lucky to travel together to Japan, and I think I've been 2 other times since. So a lot of history from a nursery perspective, never mind the horticultural gardening perspective, but there's a certain aesthetic to it. And it's very open to interpretation and a lot of regionality. So there's a great Japanese garden at Chicago Botanic Garden. It has a lot of originality to it. One of my favorite gardens on the planet is the Portland Japanese Garden. Very original to that part of the United States. This is probably my favorite garden in the Arboretum. Again, because I've been there, because I like that aesthetic. And we've mentioned Tom Rainey today. He likes to call the North Carolina style of Japanese garden Japalation. So it's a mix of Japanese and Appalachian. And that's a pretty good moniker, I think. And we definitely have a lot of blended versions of that here. But the thing I really like about this garden is you step in here and everything else just kind of slips away. You're surrounded by the lath house, by the walls, by plant material. And I think that's part of the beauty of Japanese garden is it takes you someplace else.
Yeah, it is. And like you said, there's just, it's a Western interpretation
Yes.
of a Japanese garden. And I've encouraged our colleagues at North Carolina Botanic Garden, where they do only native plants, that they should do a Japanese style garden with short needle pines that are native and
That's a good idea.
our native white cedars and our native azaleas and things like that. I think it
Yeah.
could be really interesting.
And not to slight our neighbors, you just triggered a memory. Duke Gardens has a very good Japanese themed garden as well. So a lot of that in our region to go visit, and each of those is unique to that site, to the curators that work there, to the plant material, to the lay of the land. It's taking advantage of all those aspects of horticulture and gardening.
Yeah. Now, one of the classic plants for a Japanese garden is, of course, Japanese maples. And, a lot of people, when they say Japanese maple, they think of a low weeping lace leaf red thing or an upright red leafed plant. Now, something that Greg is responsible for here is goes back to JC's day. You should be able to see a Japanese maple anywhere you stand in the Arboretum. That was one of JC's things. So when my kids were young, when I started working here, they used to try and find spots they couldn't see one. And since this looks a little different than other Japanese maples, this one, Kiyohime, this is someone they sometimes would miss, and so they say, I can't see one. I'd say, that's it right there. Or like the little one you put in a container, Tim put in a container earlier. So what's your experience with Kiyohime here?
This is a plant that there are over 200 different cultivars, probably more than that, 250, maybe close to 300 of Acer japonicum, equal number of Acer palmatum. So there's a lot of them out there. And we, in the theme of teaching, and something that I'll say a lot, that Mark will say a lot, picking the right plant for the right place. So this is one that I have a lot of affection with because of that kind of flat pancake shape. I've always, coming here before working here, visiting this garden because it was my favorite, the plant material here. We had one of these in Bartlett where I worked, in Charlotte, that was much younger, but it still had this kind of classic low pancake shape. Great fall color as it fades into the fall and cooler temperatures. I can't believe how much it's leafed out already, but the texture is really nice right now. That nice red margin of those leaves on that new foliage. Just a really, really nice specimen. And I never think about this when I'm thinking of things to select, but this is a really good one for that kind of low spreading habit. As Mark alluded, there's more than two. There's more than the weeper. There's more than the big one. They have other color leaves as well, but I say this way too much because I have a lot of favorites, but this is a favorite of mine. And a nursery friend of ours, Brian Upchurch, that used to grow a lot of maples. This is one of the first ones I ever bought from him. So all those memories are attached to it for me.
That's right. And that's, this is why I love plants is they do bring back memories, but they also change over time. So it's, when you talk about it, it's not like a vase where you say, oh, I remember where I got that.
Right.
It's, I remember I got this little plant and now it's grown big. And in the case of things that are easy to propagate, not necessarily a Japanese maple, but things you can divide, you can then share on and move on, and then it's somebody else's memory.
Right.
But we did get in here and we were talking about this, and Greg said, man, that's one I need to get for my own garden. And I thought, this is one of my favorites as well. And since we grow so many Japanese maples here, I don't grow a ton at home. I only grow my very favorites. And this is a good one. And the fall color is amazing. And these green leaf forms don't get enough love. Everybody wants the purple leaf, which are beautiful, but the transition from the little red edges on this when it leaves out to this just nice, beautiful, soft green during the summer, and then intense fall color. This is one of the most reliable for fall color.
And the other thing that people don't take into consideration with Japanese maples, again, winter, spring, summer, fall. In the wintertime, after fall, they've got incredible architecture. And that's a huge thing when we talk about selecting plants for winter gardening, is that the skeletons of the garden, the structure. Japanese maples have such a nice kind of delicate architecture to them, and you get that with the tall ones, the weeping ones, and these flat ones as
Yeah,
well.
this
one in particular.
the structure I really like.
Yep.
So, and they're easy to grow, sun shade. They really are. Really, a little bit of shade is best for them. I grow them in my woodland, and this one's got some good afternoon sun protection.
A good understory plant, especially in a shade garden like Mark mentioned.
So, another plant that those of you who have listened to me talk know is, I finally knew I was a mature person when I could actually answer the question, what is my favorite plant? Osmanthus fragrans. You can see in the corner here, this plant is loved in Japan. It's loved in China. Holy cow, the ones I saw in South Korea. It is just a well-loved plant, and you can't grow it much farther north than us. It's a southern plant, and life's not worth living if you can't grow it, is my feeling. So beautiful evergreen. A lot of them, the new growth comes out tinged with red, some very red. There's one called Apricot Echo, which comes out very red. That one flowers multiple times, but also if it gets up to 55 degrees for 3 hours in the winter, that thing is growing. So it's almost self-pruning, because when we get 20 some degrees on that, a foot of new growth, because it is vigorous as all get out, it kills those. All bend over. You just go in there and pinch those tips off, and that's self-pruning. But you get white ones. But what I really love, the orange flowered ones,
Yeah.
Aurantiacus and the cultivars of Aurantiacus, because they always tend to have a tighter form, which fits in easier in a lot of our landscapes. And when they start flowering is usually about the time we're heading to, in the fall, about the time, if we're going to do plant collecting in Asia.
We're leaving home.
We're leaving home, and I've got several friends who go collecting, and in the fall we'll be texting each other and say, I smelled my first osmanthus today. It must be almost time. But they'll often also flower in the spring. We've been having them flower now for us.
I've been lucky to work in a lot of gardens in my career. And when I first met Mark, he used to say something that he never wanted to live someplace or work someplace where you couldn't grow osmanthus. And I instantly latched on to that moniker. And that's kind of helped indirectly or directly being here today, where I ended up from a career standpoint, because it is such a great plant. You get the different foliage with the new foliage. There's one for every flavor of plant that you like. There's a smaller one called Party Lights that I like, that I planted at home. The new growth kind of goes from pink to cream to almost white. Tiny little flowers, which is absolutely adorable. More of a foliage interest than fragrance and flower, but there's ones for different situations. A mutual friend of ours was leaving our collection in Charlotte, took a picture of one along the driveway. He's like, what is that telephone pole shaped thing? Mark caught wind of it. He's like, get me some cuttings. I need cuttings of that thing. So, there are lots of different forms. I like ones that are upright because there's situations for those, but it is a really good, tough, multiple seasons of interest plant.
Well, and you mentioned Party Lights with that new growth that comes out different colors. There's a Osmanthus fragrans. That's the slightly hardier one. Party Lights, the heterophilus. The Osmanthus fragrans with the tough to pronounce Chinese name, Qianan Guifei, which is, we have just on the other side of the Lath House, the Qianan, and I believe that's how I finally figured out how to pronounce it. Is one of is the region where they grow a lot of osmanthus, and then Guifei is one of the Five Legendary Beauties of China, and it does that same thing, comes out pink and then goes white. And this is what
Bigger.
JC
Yeah.
did for a lot. He didn't introduce plants, didn't breed a lot of new plants, but he helped bring them in and get them around. And that was one that we helped bring in from China, from the originators of it, to add to the the landscapes here. Another one we may talk about a little bit more later, have a discussion about, is Akuba. And this is one where we have likely the largest collection, certainly the largest collection in the U.S., along with our partner, Juniper Level Botanic Garden. They always like to have one more than everybody else, but we trade back and forth quite a bit. And I mentioned to the head of what they have called the National Plant Scheme, the National Collection Scheme in the UK. They have a program where you can hold national collections.
Yes.
And I told the woman who was running that at a conference I was speaking at, that I had just been to visit Linda Eggins, who housed the national collection in the UK. And this woman who was head of all these programs kind of looked up on her nose at me and said, "Akuba, somewhat of a parking lot plant, isn't it?" And I said, "Yes, isn't it great? People buy and sell this thing. It's fantastic. People want to use them." I have also been made fun of by Mike Durr at a conference for my love of Akuba. Some of the nurserymen came up to me afterwards and said, "Mike keeps talking about beeches as these noble trees, and yeah, they are, but I sell Akubas." I'm like, and that's what we're here for, is the cultivated landscape and to help the nursery industry. You can have a love-hate relationship with it. I'm not going to let Greg say a word about them right now.
Later,
Later,
it's coming.
we're going to have a discussion.
It's coming.
So, one of the other great plants often used in Japan is Lagerstroemia japonica. Lagerstroemia indica, the crepe myrtle. This is another species, Lagerstroemia foriae, from Japan, from southern Japan. And this was introduced to the U.S. by the former director of the U.S. National Arboretum, Dr. John Creech, who had a really strong connection with Japan. He was co-author on a book on the history of Japanese horticulture with one of his Japanese colleagues, and really loved it. And he brought this plant back, and the Arboretum has had 5 of the original plants from him. They predate the Arboretum. Come from the mid 1960s. We're not sure if we got them as seed or actual plants. We still have 2 in their original location. This one was dug and moved into the Japanese garden. One's in Charlotte, one's at the Atlanta Botanic Garden. But this one's claim to fame, beyond having the very best bark of any other crepe myrtles, is it's very powdery mildew resistant. And so the National Arboretum, which I always say is the best tax dollars being spent, is at the National Arboretum. Not enough of them being spent there. But they took this and bred it with all those bright colored crepe myrtles to create really powdery mildew resistant cultivars. And so if you see one with a Native American name, Tuscarora, Natchez, Miami, Tuskegee, any of those came from the National Arboretum that were using these original plants as breeding stock. And we're going to be joined with somebody who can even talk about a little bit more about that soon. So we have some discussions here. We're not talking about Lagerstroemia foriae, but crepe myrtles. Thumbs up, thumbs down.
Right here.
Right here. Aha.
Right here. you alluded to the ones from the National Arboretum, and those are, I hate to say my favorites, but some of my favorites for lots of reasons, but those can get big. And people tend to plant these in places, wrong plant in the wrong place, and do horrible things to them, but particularly in the South. So there's a lot of different cultivars, smaller ones, medium-sized ones, but it's such a tough plant in the landscape. I've moved these things with front end loaders, literally lifted them out of the ground to another part of the garden, put piled soil around them. We had one that we moved at a garden I worked at that we lifted out of the garden, took it back to a holding area. It's probably still there to this day, sitting on top of the ground, and it made it just fine. So that's the love part of it. And again, that multiple season of interest, the incredible bark, the incredible flowers that bloom forever, the toughness, the fall color is second to none. And it's such a varied species with the different sizes and different types and all the work that's been done with the cultivars. I think it's the cultural things that people do to them that's kind of turned me in a direction that's not as favorable as some would like.
All right, I'm going to ask our one of our former interns who's joining us right now about his opinion of crepe myrtles. I've got a kind of a controversial take on crepe myrtles. So we've got with us now former, I'm just going to keep calling him former intern, former JCRA intern, Richard Olson with us. Richard was here right when JC was still around, but was here when unfortunately JC passed away in a car accident. Richard, I can't see you, but I think I can hear you. How are you doing today?
I'm well, sir. How are you? You look good.
I am fantastic. So, Richard, I don't know if you were listening to us, but I'm going to start off with crepe myrtle. Thumbs up, thumbs down.
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up. There you go. You know, the plants that are ubiquitous in the landscape sometimes get a bad rap, you know, with us plant snobs. Here's my controversial take. You can't kill a crepe myrtle. And we always talk about crepe myrtle whacking off the tops of them. I'm like, hey, if it makes you happy, go ahead and do it. It looks ugly to me, but it's your garden, so whatever you want.
Yeah, I think I'm with you there. I mean, at least they're growing a plant, right?
Exactly. So, Dr. Olson, if you can let us know what you've been up to since the high point of your career as an intern here at the Arboretum.
Yeah, it was definitely all downhill after I left the JC Ralston. So, yeah, I guess I'm showing my age because I still think of it as NC State University and the NCSU Arboretum because I was there obviously from 94 to 98. And so I got to share, I got, you know, to work with Dr. Ralston, and he was actually my undergraduate advisor. And then I was an intern there for several summers. And so after leaving NC State, actually, it was because of JC, I got an internship at Heronswood Nursery as well. Also was employed at Tony Avon at Plant Delight. So I think I probably hit the trifecta maybe in terms of plant gardens. Then UGA for my master's, worked with Dr. John Reuter, but got the benefit from icons in the industry like Dr. Michael Durr and Dr. Alan Armitage. And then back to NC State to finish up my PhD and went straight to the National Arboretum. So I've been here 17 years, hard to believe.
Yeah, that's amazing. And it's interesting that I'm sitting here in the Japanese garden. We were talking about the Lagerstroemia faurii that your predecessor at the National Arboretum, John Creech, collected and brought in and really contributed to the American horticulture, and worldwide horticulture. And another connection I always have with you in Japan is the first time I ever heard your name, was right after you started at the National Arboretum. I was in Japan with Todd Lassane, who you probably worked with as an intern here, and a couple of other nurserymen. And we were somewhere and we were talking about plants, and somebody said, well, now that Richard Olson is at the National Arboretum, this before you're director, of course, but we're really excited about the breeding work he's going to be doing, about being able to help us, bring plants in, because Richard gets it. Richard gets that the purpose of the USDA National Arboretum is to help us, not hinder us, but to protect agriculture and help us grow it. And then after that, it seemed like wherever I went, people were talking about you until I met you. And it's been quite a ride while you've been there. You started out as plant breeder and now director. What's happening at the National Arboretum?
Oh, wow. Yeah. So it has been quite a ride. And before I talk about the Arboretum, I do want to point out something here. I know you appreciate this. I don't know if many of your long-term fans there at NC State may appreciate this. So when John Creech collected that crepe myrtle in 1953, 52, somewhere thereabouts, his guide on that, the driver of the vehicle that showed him where those plants were, I don't know many people know this, was actually a very young Mr. Shibamichi. So that connection with the Shibamichi nursery that Creech and March had started on that day when Mr. Shibamichi was a young driver, taking them to those plants. And so obviously, if you're into plants, Mark knows the Shibamichi nursery in Japan is world famous. So
that I did not realize that's an amazing story. You talk about the worldwide impact of the Arboretum. Akira Shibamichi, who is one of the icons of Japanese horticulture, came to dinner one time when I was in Japan wearing a J.C. Ralston Arboretum hat, and his English is only slightly better than my Japanese. I think he can probably say beer in English, much like I can say beer in Japanese, and doesn't extend much beyond that. But he was pointing to the hat and talking, and somebody told us, he said, Shibamichi-san loves the J.C. Ralston Arboretum because they're the only ones who give him credit for his plants. And he was speaking specifically about sky pencil Japanese holly, which has been a real mainstay in the industry, and he saw in something we wrote at some point that we said it was his plant, and that's what we love, is to be that conduit between plants and people, to get plants into the industry, to give them credit and lift them up and help young nurserymen and young professionals to really reach their potential and reach beyond us.
Yeah. So we have another lesson from NC State too, that I've taken up here at the Arboretum. Since you asked what we're doing is, I think you'll appreciate the term chainsaw curation. So we have been in the last 2 years, we've had some personnel changes, and we're trying to backfill and going through a little bit of a reorg, so stay tuned for people looking for jobs, but really looking at how our plant programs, our germplasm, conservation, horticulture programs interface with the public. But one of the folks that's in charge currently, Kevin Conrad, certainly knew JC, and JC sort of talked about this concept of chainsaw curation. Once you knew it grew, once it was a good plant, you only had 8 acres. Of course, now I don't know what you have, 20 acres, something plus. You can't grow it all, so cut it down and move on. And so we're not cutting down, really. We have more room than J.C. Ralston, but we do cut down the stuff that is not worth keeping anymore. And it is, you do find that there are stuff that's not worth keeping. Either you lost the name, you lost the identity, or it's just plain not well adapted. So we have been cutting more stuff out to make room for new stuff. We probably planted 800 to 1,000 new selections of woody plants across the grounds. And so we're really, really excited. We've got a number of people who get it. But we do face, and you will face this as well, you probably already do, as Raleigh builds up in development. You know, we're an invaluable green space in Washington, D.C. We're 451 acres, about 1% of D.C. We're the largest green space in Northeast D.C. And so it is invaluable to the local community to enjoy our grounds, our collections. You know, most of our visitors probably are not reading the plant labels, you know, but we're okay with that. It's not mutually exclusive. We certainly service those that enjoy the plants, geek out on the plants, but we also have a very important tie to the community in terms of supporting viable and livable communities. And so we're over 700,000 visitors a year now, which and during COVID, it really exploded as we were one of the few places that were open. And so it's pretty packed in this spring. So we're going to have 30,000 people a weekend. So that's 9,000 cars for 660 parking spaces. So we're a little frantic right now.
Yeah, that's you make a great point about the value of botanic gardens. One people who some people who work at botanic gardens, but a lot of other folks always say, you know, people come to the Arboretum to see things that they can grow. And that's true for some people. For the National Arboretum and J.C. Raulston Arboretum, where part of our mission is to get plants out, whether it's through breeding, like y'all do, but also in sharing plants, and much like we do. That's important. But when you ask the people who are coming, the majority of those 700,000 people that come through the National Arboretum, the majority of the people who come through here, and almost any botanic garden, when they do these surveys, it's the answers are why they're here is because they wanted a green space to relax. They wanted some spiritual rekindling by connecting with nature. They wanted a peaceful place to be. It's really the majority of people are coming because we have this innate built-in feeling that we need to be around plants and green things. And even if we don't think about it that way, we really do need that.
Yeah, it reminds me of those old enough, you know, after 9/11, the terrorist attacks, the Brooklyn Botanic Garden and New York Botanic Garden saw their largest one day or weekend visitation ever. You know, people just had to decompress. They had to get out, and where they chose to go was gardens. I think it's, you know, the last 2 decades has really reaffirmed that why we do what we do. I mean, you and I we'll geek out over any strange, obscure plant. And we'd love to support the industry and get the really good ones to them. But at the end of the day, we know the value of providing basically the original green industry. You know, the solace that you get from being outdoors, from being in cultivated landscapes. It's part of Dan Hinckley said this in a talk a long time ago, the founder of Heronswood Nursery. Many of you may know if you follow plants. He said, you know, gardening is part of the human condition. You can't take that away. And I think that's so true. Gardening is definitely part of the human condition.
Agreed. And I should mention, folks, Richard is going to be joining us for our Southeastern Plant Symposium in June to kind of kick us off in his job at the National Arboretum. He's really thinking about horticulture in broad terms, and you know where we are and where we need to be, and always has really pretty fascinating insights into the of horticulture and where botanic gardens fit in there. Think it's really important to do that. I've got an update just a second ago I want to share with you, Richard, because I know you have a personal vested interest in the J.C. Ralston Arboretum. I know all of us leave a little bit of ourselves in those places, those gardens that we've worked as professionals and personal things. We have been incredibly well supported, and I should say Richard was on our board previously. He's rolled off our board now, but Richard, we've got our current board is doing a challenge match, $25,000 if we get 210 gifts of any size, and right now we are at $19,000. And over a quarter of the way to our 210 gifts, with that 19,000 is coming from 56 gifts that we've been given, and we account for much of the almost all the gifts to the Department of Horticultural Science on Day of Giving, but much of the College of Ag and Life Science as well. And that support, which helps support the interns like you were. I mentioned earlier, we had a video earlier, I don't know if you saw, one of our interns, Trace Fulbright, has just left to go to down to work with Buddy Lee, the breeder of Encore azaleas, as you know, and the Southern Living Plant Collection. So one of the premier groups for the Southeast plant breeding. And we've got folks, interns all over the botanic garden world, the nursery world, really successful people all over there. So I'm curious. One of the things we've asked some interns is, what you have a funny, interesting experience from when you were an intern here, something you can share if all the interested parties are past their the date of embarrassment.
Yeah, it's funny because I think the alumni, not just from NC State, but from J.C. Ralston, and this is it sounds like self-serving. And really it's about everyone else. It's pretty impressive, the people that have come through and where they've ended up. I'm thinking, when you think of a funny story, I have to be, Ian Simpkins down at Vizcaya, for instance, John Rothling, Todd Lassane, even Todd, even though you think of him as assistant director, as a grad student, he was enmeshed in the garden. I think he was even employed at some point, probably. And so, the list of folks is just, after all this time, is pretty impressive. So I have to be careful about some of our stories. They probably all around involve Ian. But there was one with JC. I wish I had saved this. So JC was really famous for his, he flew by the seat of his pants. It was really famous. The first year I was there, I never saw him. It was the notorious year where he was out of state for 80% of the time, and Dr. Monaco or Gusta Hertog, or I think it was Monaco at the time, said, "Hey, JC, you can't do that. You gotta teach. You gotta be present." And so the next year, that next summer, when I was the second year as an intern, JC was in town. He had made a vow, I'm not going anywhere. So we saw JC all the time. But he was famous for both years for writing these long lists of to do. It was a handwritten list of what to do. And so at the end, we would come in every day and we would check it, and then we would work with Newell, and then we would sort of prioritize and go through. And so that year he also vowed to get in shape, right? So that's what we all do in middle age. And so he was swimming. He would come in and swim, and then he would come out to the Arboretum, give his list, and it was all early, and then he would go. He wrote the funniest note one time, but basically he was in the nursery field and he decided he was going to take it upon himself to do some pruning on some of the plants in the field, and I think they were pyracanthes. But instead of telling us giving us a list of what to do, he described how he was attacked by this bush, and that he couldn't figure it out, and that in retribution he was stabbed in the eye by the pyracantha. So he decided he was going home that day. But it was the funniest letter. I wish I could detail it, of how he describes being attacked by this bush in the process of trying to tame it, and that the bush won and JC gave up and went home crying over his eye. So it was a really funny a funny letter, and I wish I had kept it. It would have been a golden thing to keep.
Yeah, well, I think that's the underlying thing that is often not said explicitly about JC was how he communicated and connected with people. He made it personal. You remember that story as if he had gotten poked in the eye by some plant and went home. You wouldn't have remembered it. It's in the telling, and it's those memories. Speaking of memories, somebody you know well and worked with and continue to work with, I believe, in many ways. We're helping, working with as our partner garden, Tony Avent, Juniper Level Botanic Garden. And Tony is going to join us now and talk with us a little bit about, let us know what's happening at Juniper Level in terms of some of the research and breeding work that's going on there. So, Richard, I really appreciate you taking time out of what I know is a busy schedule and talking with us. Support from the true luminaries in the field like yourself are what help keep us going, and what makes all our supporters so proud to support us, and that they know that our colleagues are invested in us as well. So thanks again. If there's ever anything we can do, mostly sending plants, let's do it. And we need to plan a trip to bring back some new germplasm of Lagerstroemia faurii. I think Shibamichi's still spry enough to take us out there. So
absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me. And again, I'm not just saying this because you're on. JC Ralston Arboretum is still, leading the way in the country in putting great plants in the hands of people. So I still relish every update I get, still a member, still contribute, and always will. And so under your leadership, Mark has been doing wonderful and great things. So it's been amazing. So I will probably sign off, but maybe I'll leave it on and see what Tony has to say.
Well, thank you, Richard, and you and everybody else are welcome to stay with us all the way through till 6 o'clock. We'll be here. Want to encourage everybody to go to jcra.ncsu.edu to give, and we've got Tony Avent, Juniper Level Botanic Garden, on the line now, and you can go to ncsu.edu to give to Juniper Level Botanic Garden as well, or you can go to jlbg.org. That's JLBG for Juniper Level Botanic Garden.org, and give from there as well. And at their site, you can see even more information about what they're doing and why. So, Tony, you there with us?
Still here.
Excellent. If you were listening, we were talking about some of the amazing breeding work from the National Arboretum, but you've got a long history of plant introductions and breeding work, and that's only ramping up as we speak, not slowing down. So understand you're going to have something to talk a little bit about that.
Sure. Yeah, we've got a number of breeding programs, been doing that since the 1980s. So we've we did a little inventory this year. We found that we've introduced 1,137 new plants to commerce. So that was actually a shocking number even to us. So we've got so many irons in the fire breeding wise. And today we've got a little a tour of our epimedium breeding that we're going to share. So I'll let y'all go ahead and since you have the technical people, and make that happen.
Welcome to our Epimedium Research House, and here what we do is we have one of the largest collections of epimediums anywhere in the world. Epimediums are shade perennials. They're just starting to come up for the year, so the sort of bloom season is late winter into early spring. And we've also started a breeding program several years ago because we looked at what was available on the market. So we would see things that were nice, but not particularly showy. So we had small flowers on many of the epimediums. We had many epimediums that, if you looked at an individual flower, they're nice, but they didn't have so much garden presence. And so we wanted to have an area where we could grow everything that was available commercially and look at it and see how it needed to improve, and then work through a breeding program to give you something better and more showy for the gardens. So let's take a look at some of the results of those breeding efforts. Okay, so here's an example. This is one of our earliest introductions. This is Epimedium Mini Pearl. So while the flowers aren't large, it has a really incredible show in terms of number of flowers. We've also worked on foliage. If you see the beautiful foliage, this one is yet to come into bloom or just beginning. This is picture frame, so we got a beautiful red edge and really gives you something interesting in addition to the flowers. Here we have a ground cover. This is one we call Sonny and Cher. The flowers are small, but it makes a beautiful, beautiful ground cover, and it blooms for months. A lot of epimediums are very short in flower, and this one we were able to extend the flower season. If you look at something like songbirds, the flowers are much larger and there's more of them. So it really gives you more of an effect in the garden than many of what we had prior to that. One of our favorites is Rise and Shine. It has incredibly large glossy foliage, beautiful flower sprays just full, and really that's a 4 foot wide epimedium and 2 foot tall. So it's much larger than some of the things we had earlier. Many epimediums are just beginning to bloom. Some here, this will be an incredible flower show in a few weeks, so we're able to extend the season. So we've got epimediums that now bloom over a 2-month period. Here's a really lovely one. This has been blooming now for almost a month. This is actually an unnamed seedling that we're still working on. And then behind us, this is one we've named that haven't introduced yet. This will be Yellowstone. Beautiful floral display. Again, we think we've been able to get these a lot nicer and a lot bigger and a lot more showy than what's out there. So plant breeding is one of the many things we do here at the gardens, and this is why the endowment's important. While the gardens will remain, those are secure, it's going to be the maintenance of the garden and things like the breeding programs to get these new and improved cultivars out there. Without the endowment being full, things like this will fall by the wayside. And we hope that these are nice enough improvements for the garden that people would want to see this program continue. Thank you very much.
Okay, I don't know what happened to Mark, but let's see if we had any questions. That's just one of the breeding efforts that we're doing. We started out initially, our first breeding was with hostas, and we really moved into, as more people moved into those, we've tried to move into more obscure genera that people aren't working with, but are really important for the garden. And certainly the epimediums are just one of many that we have in the hopper right now.
Yeah, it's Tony. I appreciate that. It's pretty amazing when you start looking at, kind of the impact and the contributions that have been made there. So we've got a Day of Giving update. I don't know that we can do juniper level, can we? All right.
So I hope you all can hear me, and Tony, I hope you're on here as well, but we have a lot to celebrate today. And it shows up not visually on the JC Ralston Arboretum leaderboard. Thanks, Alexander. But it shows up on the College of Agriculture and Life Sciences leaderboard that an anonymous donor, who we had the opportunity today, has pledged $500,000 to grow the Juniper Level Botanic Garden endowment. So thank you to that. Yep, a lot to celebrate. Congratulations to the whole team, especially Tony's work. I mean, this is your life work, Tony. And if you follow Plant Delights Nursery and Juniper Level Botanic Garden, and if you're on their listserv, you should have received an email today. If you haven't, then sign up for their listserv, and they sent out the link to give to Juniper Level, and along with the different impacts and how your gifts truly helping them. So congratulations to the endowment with this pledge, and with pledges and gifts. Juniper Level Botanic Gardens has more than 1.1 million prepared to be invested in this endowment already. So we're just really thankful for that. A lot to celebrate today.
That is amazing. And, you know, when you hear Tony talk, you know, you understand the passion that he has, the knowledge, and that's really what makes that happen. Is that being able to share that and really laying out a goal for the future and where we're going to be. And Tony and I are going to talk about that at 3:00 today. So make sure you stay on and join us there. Encourage you again, go to jcra.ncsu.edu to give. You can give to the JC Ralston Arboretum from there. You can give to Juniper Level Botanic Garden from there.
You can give to both.
You can give to both. Exactly. So we really encourage you to do that, and you can do that most any way that you'd like in this digital age. Credit cards, PayPal, Venmo, Apple Pay, all those kind of things. So joined again with Rob Thornton, our Board of Advisors chair. You know, Rob, we talked with some of some of our former interns. We heard from Trace, who's now down in the South, breeding with one of the biggest and best plant breeders down there. Richard Olson, who parlayed his internship and work at Juniper Level Botanic Garden, parlayed that into director of the U.S. National Arboretum.
Wonderful career.
Yeah. So what has been your experiences with some of the interns here?
Oh, it's been absolutely superb. The first group of interns that I worked with several years ago, I wasn't sure what they were going to do. And very quickly found out that this was a group of people who wanted to learn everything they possibly could about the Arboretum. Even the people who were particularly interested in just the horticultural end of things, as they realized that electrical work, plumbing work because of irrigation systems, shade houses because of the need of particular plants, very quickly became interested in finding out, how do we do those things? How do we make a garden more accessible? So the experience has been absolutely superb on my part, watching these individuals grow and realize that the plant world is more than just putting a plant in the ground and taking plants to the public and making them available to the public. Involves a tremendous amount of knowledge. And one of the things I'm so impressed with is the way you and your staff work so hard to make sure that these interns get the opportunity to be involved in the total range of things that have to happen to make a public garden work correctly.
Yeah. So the interns, and it's not just horticulture interns that we have. We're going to talk to a couple of ones that are kind of special to me, and I'll tell why. But we now have this summer we have 2 education interns coming in, working with youth and adult programming, and a communications intern, because public horticulture is not just about horticulture, it's about education, and it's about telling people about it. One of the things I always say about the Arboretum is it's about impact. And part of that impact is letting people know. So whether that's talking to them through social media or talking to them through, articles and newsletters and flyers, all those kinds of things, we need to use to spread the word of what we do and why. So got a couple of interns here that are going to join me. So come on down. We're going to just sit down and chat. I'm not going to make y'all stand here like a talking head and do this table here so we can have a microphone. Oh. Well, we've got microphones. Excellent. So I want to introduce a couple of folks to you. We've got Hunter Casey from Casey Nursery. We've got David Hoffman from Hoffman Nursery. Both nurseries named very creatively by their families. So you guys, I consider y'all special interns for me because y'all interned the first full year I was here at the Arboretum, the first full summer where I actually got to say in the interns. So that's, watching y'all in your career has been pretty interesting for me, especially because of where y'all are now. So can y'all start by maybe talking a little bit about your nursery and what you're doing at your nurseries?
So we're located in Goldsboro, North Carolina. I mean, we are a container grown operation. We grow trees, shrubs, 1 gallon to 25 gallon for the independent garden center trade industry and also the landscape industry throughout North Carolina and Virginia. I've been there now 12 years after college, and we have very much tried to focus our operation on continuing to grow quality plant material along with using as efficient of growing practices as we possibly can.
Yeah, and just I think it was last week or so, I was talking with one of our staff members who's a former intern, Sophia, who works in our greenhouses and nursery. She had worked at another place and they did a lot of buying from Casey Nursery, and her comment was, man, they grow really high quality plants. And that's the key to success. But I remember, I don't know how many years ago it was, it's 6 years ago maybe, I was at the big North Carolina trade show, and Hunter and his father Lee came by the booth, and Hunter was telling me all about what was going on at the nursery and expansions and plans, and his father was standing behind him just grinning because this is a family nursery, and are you the man now? Do you get to boss around your dad now?
To a certain extent, he's still trying to find the not retired but not required thing. But as being in business, everything is about having a team of people. And as his team has retired, we've got our team in place. And I've actually am now working alongside my brother, who I was very shocked to see return to the company. And so, lots happening there. But yeah, for the most part, day-to-day operations, I'm running the show.
That's pretty amazing. That's a big operation to do all that with. All right, so same year, another intern that we had. We actually kept David around for a while. His father offered him to us to work for free, but we decided to pay him as an intern. So David, tell me a little bit about what you're doing now.
Yeah, so we're Hoffman Nursery out of north of Durham County, and we specialize in ornamental and native grasses for the wholesale trade, specifically for nurseries and for landscapers. Our market is more to the more nationwide and even into Canada a little bit. But yeah, it's sort of grown over time. We sort of have been educating folks about the grass trade from the beginning. I would say not many people knew about grasses, but we sort of started with that back in the early 90s, actually, is when we had grown out our first liners. But it's certainly grown since then. Last year, we just expanded a little bit and have a new stock farm that we're growing a lot of our own mother stock at. And yeah, it's just keeps growing, but definitely a good team in place to help with that. And yeah.
So, it's both of them. I I got to know their fathers, and watching the interns, they're like my children in some ways. I don't think they realize how much I really like to follow along with what they're doing, but watch their folks really step out. I know you're running the show there. Your mom's still there, and a little bit, but your dad's just out glad handing people.
That's right.
The retired, not required. I saw you react to that, and that may be something you talk about a little bit as well.
He's still involved a little bit. He loves looking at the new plants that are out there and trying to work with our team to get new introductions to the market. And mom's still involved.
Yeah. I didn't realize until years after I'd known her that your mother had kind of stepped back in to help out with some of JC's classes when he had, after he passed away, former director Ted Bilderback here took over some of JC's classes, and your mom stepped in to help out with that. So
yeah, I think I was a TA for him for a little bit.
Yeah, so it's there's this long history of support from both the nurseries. David, I mentioned, I think is on our board now. Hunter's trying not to look me in the eye as I say that. He's like, I might be next. But there are times when we're looking for some help, and I put a call out to the nursery industry if anybody knew what kind of tree spade might be a good one for us to get here to help out. And Hunter got back in touch and said, hey, we have one that we're not using. And I said, great. And he said, we'll send it up to you after we get our guys to go over it and fix it and get it in top shape again. So, all that type of support is critical for what we do. So let me, what is, give me one memory you have of, Tim being Tim, me not knowing what the heck I was doing as a new person here, or just something that has stuck in your mind from that internship.
To me, it's for sure Tim. I think that his expertise and really wealth of knowledge about this garden is unmatched. And he, it's from everything from knowing about every plant that is out here. I feel like there's not something you can't ask him that he won't know. And that just, he's one cog in the wheel of this, the Arboretum. And I think that it's, it really goes to show just how well that you guys keep people around. I mean, for instance, us being still included in a lot of ways. I think it's, he's certainly an asset to you guys here and has made a big impact on where you guys are today.
Tim, again, I got to echo David. He is a wealth of knowledge, does not forget a thing. And I'm always amazed at that. And then, I mean, as far as something else, one memory, we, during our time, it was the summer of 2009, I clearly remember laying off the new perennial trial gardens and stuff back here. They used to be right here in the ellipse behind us. And we helped lay off and start moving them back there. And I know a whole lot has happened in the years since then. But that's the one thing that kind of dates me and I remember from.
That's right. That was that year. I didn't realize that the trials had been out here in this spot since the 50s. and there's apparently a bit of a tiff between JC and the professor who maintained those when JC started in this space. And he was, my God, those trials were going to stay here forever. I didn't realize that until we moved them, that might not sit well with everybody. That professor was long retired, so I think it was okay. Nobody complains about it now. All right, quick question. Does Tim talk faster or walk faster?
I'm gonna say he talks faster.
Yeah, I was gonna say walk. Because it was funny because whenever he would do plant walks with us, you could still see him, but you had to catch up.
He is funny with the interns. He'll be walking and he just is going a mile a minute, sometimes backwards talking.
Yeah.
And it's like a little row of ducks behind him following along. But, that's what's important. We can, the interns get hands on the propagation, the gardening, installing irrigation, all kinds of things. But it's also, we take the time out to visit other places, take the time out to go around and talk about the plants. And I think Tim likes to quiz everybody and, stump them. But that's all a good, important part of the process. So, y'all had the internship here. Did it, were there things that you look back on now and say, that was helpful for me, whether it was learning something specific or it was making a connection that you could go back to later, or what might have stuck with you that
I think for me, it's very much about a lot of the resource planning that you guys do here, because there's only so many resources, and trying to make do with what you have is really important. And so I think that's you guys do a great job, and it continues to show how the garden looks, and having certain number of interns and trying to continue to grow the garden. I think it's important to be able to do, but like I said, with very few resources, this place still looks amazing. So
yeah, our partner Tony Avent, one time I sat with him and somebody who was starting a nursery and as a kind of a second career, and Tony said, "So what did you do before?" And he said, "Well, I've been a banker." And Tony said, "Don't do it. Don't do it. You will go out of business. You cannot start a nursery with money." And I'm willing to bet neither Casey Nursery nor Hoffman Nursery started with a lot of money. And much like the Arboretum, you have to pinch those pennies, figure out creative ways to do what you want to do a lot of it yourself. Rob mentioned knowing plumbing and electricity and construction, because you can't just call the contractor in to do everything. You gotta be tight. And the smart nurseries, even when they get to be successful and large, like y'all's have, you still got to pinch those pennies.
No, that's right. And for me to kind of follow in on that, having grown up, I did a couple of years of community college before coming to NC State. And so I worked at home during that time. And during those years were some very, very strong economic years. The housing market was booming. And I was at an age, late teens to near 20, didn't really realize what down years were until 2008. And then, so, seeing and learning how to have to be as more resourceful with less money coming in and stuff here than what I was truly used to, at the nursery and stuff was a big thing. I mean, and then you always have just, back-breaking work is always good for everybody. And, so, I mean, it's just as hot here as it was at home. And other than the ground's a lot harder up here than it is at home.
Well, yeah, you got that sand. Yeah, that's we like having interns that come from nursery backgrounds, because you come from a nursery background, you are definitely a employee, sometimes not paid employee of the business as a kid. That seems to be always the case. So you talked about kind of that downturn, and I started in that 2007, 2008 here, and heard nothing but doom and gloom for many years with the economy. And we just came out of COVID, and this has been the one crisis that has been good for the green industry, because people realized how important plants were, and were connecting to plants and gardening. And I know neither one of y'all sell to homeowners. Y'all are both wholesale nurseries. Don't go online and try and buy, 3 plants from Hoffman Nursery, three grasses, or, a nice osmanthus from Casey Nursery or something like that. Go to your local garden center. But y'all saw that, and it seems like it's driving some more people into horticulture, which is pretty exciting, because that's always an issue, is bringing young people into the field. And as y'all know, it's a very satisfying place to be from a life enjoyment kind of place. So with that in mind, and with us trying to move more people into this industry, what are some of the things that you would tell somebody who was thinking about becoming a horticulture student or plant science student? Don't say don't do it.
No, absolutely not. Do it, enjoy it, and take advantage of every opportunity that you can. And get to know people. This is a people industry. Knowing people and build relationships, and you do in this industry have to know that it is a hard working job, but you also, at the end of the day, you get a lot of satisfaction of being able to stand back and see a landscape that you did, or a crop that you grew, that I did that with my hands.
Certainly to reiterate that, but I think that there's a lot of I guess with selling somebody new to the industry to try it out, there's a lot of different parts of it. So if landscaping isn't your thing, maybe try out working at a garden or at a nursery. You're certainly going to be well-rounded at the end of the day. Lots of different experiences with that. So I think that that's an important part of it, because you, like Hunter said, you'll get there's a lot of different experiences that you can have in any part of the industry, because sort of, as we mentioned before, there's a lot of there's maybe not as many people to do the job, so you get to do a lot of different things too. So it can be pretty versatile.
Yeah.
So.
Well, and you mentioned a lot of what you're doing is, people didn't know about grasses. So, Hoffman Nursery spent a lot of time communicating and teaching. And so you have people who go out and talk about plants and give talks and educate people. It is about more than that. Hunter mentioned those connections, and a lot of us plant people are introverted. Your father's the exception. And so, we like cool plants, but we're not necessarily out in naturally out in front of people. But we hear networking, and it sounds like some business office thing, but it's just connecting with people. And when you say networking, it feels like it's something you're doing, kind of consciously. But it really is getting to know people and following up. And this industry, one of the great things about it is in some ways it's competition. There's only you're selling plants, but really the collaboration and cooperation that I see in the nursery industry is amazing. They share their secrets. If somebody runs out of a crop, and there's somebody down the road who's growing a similar crop, they're swapping back and forth and helping out. And it really is important to do that. I also want to mention, I don't know if you could see people behind me. We were able to see some of the you know, we could hear them. They sounded like they were either college students who were really drunk or little kids. A lot of running around and yelling. And you know, that's part of what we do as well. Is it's not just the interns, because at that point we've already got you. If you're applying for an internship, you're already thinking about this. But really talking to the little ones and their parents about the opportunities. It's really satisfying work. It's really enjoyable work when it isn't miserable because it's a million degrees.
Yeah, but even then, it's still something you remember.
That is true.
Hunter remembers how hard the clay is here.
Yes, exactly.
That's important to remember.
That's important to remember. Yeah. But you know, we do when we talk to parents from the kids that we have through here in our children's program, whether that's you know, summer camps or school tours, you know, we talk to the parents and say, like, you know, your kids will work in a place that they love. They will work with people who are fun to be with, and there's jobs. There's a lot of jobs out there in horticulture, from Research Triangle High Tech to you know, propagating, growing plants, hands-on landscaping. It's one of the few jobs where you can get the knowledge, get old beat up truck, and start your own landscaping business. And if you work hard and are smart, you can grow it into something really amazing. Like your folks did with y'all's nurseries, and both of y'all, the discussion is a lot about how it's been expanded and grown and brought into you know, the 21st centuries in different ways, you know, that really modernizing it and making it better. So I really appreciate y'all being here. It's always fun to see y'all. I still kind of think y'all as young college students, even though there is a little one running around that I've been watching that's a little chip off the old block of with Hunter here, and I know David's got little ones, which you know, seems crazy to me that they're allowed to have kids, but it'll be okay. Mine survived and are doing well now, despite everything I did to mess them up. So these are some of the early interns from my time here. We heard from Richard Olson, who was here back with JC, and we've got a little piece from one of our most recent group of summer interns and student workers, Morgan. So I'm going to turn it over to Morgan to tell us a little bit about her experience.
Thanks, Mark.
Yep. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Morgan Bacon. I had the opportunity to be a summer intern at the Ralston this last summer, and I wanted to share how my experiences helped prepare me for the next steps in my career. My summer at JC Ralston taught me more about myself and the plant industry than I ever could have guessed. I was introduced to people that want to open doors for me and help me succeed, and I've had a lot of great people in my life, but I've never been surrounded by a group of people rooting for me as hard as the people at the JC Ralston. The amount of scholarships and internships and job opportunities that I'm sent weekly is way more than I could have expected. And I've been able to learn from and speak with plant professionals around the country at the symposiums and other events that I was invited to through this internship. And with the Ralston backing me, it feels like I already have a foot in the door for these opportunities. I've learned that this industry is really one of a kind in the amount of kindness that people show you and the effort that they put into your success. And I think that the Ralston is a prime example of that because it's good people's here. If I could sum up my internship experience in 5 words, I would probably say that it's hard work. That's 2. It's really rewarding. I felt supported the whole time. And now I have a little family. And this is a hard one. My favorite plant. I'd have to say it does change probably weekly. I'm in plant ID, so I'm learning a bunch of new plants. And I would have to say one of my ones that sticks around that hasn't changed is probably Rubus rolfii, the creeping raspberry. The berries are just so yummy and cute and pretty, and it's just a sweet little plant. Good ground cover. I really like her. And one that was just in bloom, Lonicera fragrantissima. Mwah. Smells like Fruit Loops or lemon. It's just so good, so pretty. I love her right now too. Yeah.
If you were turned in earlier with us, you know that Tim is attempting to read through JCRA's current plant list. Let's check in to see how he's doing.
Swan Lake, Delbergia hupahana, that's way over there. Delia bicolor variety Arguria, I think. Dene racemosa, right there. Daphne Rossettii, Daphne transatlantica, Jim's pride, Daphne aculoba, Daphne Dapture is 01, trade name of perfume princess, Daphne ginkla, Daphne laureola, Daphne mesoreum, Daphne odora nakafu sport, Daphne odora hurab, Rebecca, in the trade. That's how you'll find her. Daphne odora mijima, Daphne odora nakafu, Daphne odora Rugalski, that one's new to me. Daphne odora Shinano Nishiki, and Daphne odora Zuiko Nishiki.
2 hours later.
Ligustrum japonicum creme de menthe. Ligustrum japonicum green meatball. Ligustrum japonicum harmony gardens. Ligustrum japonicum little moon. Ligustrum japonicum silver stars. Ligustrum NCLX1 golden ticket in the trade by Tom Ranney. Ligustrum quihoi. Ligustrum sunshine, Sinensis sunshine down there by our friend Pat McCracken. Ligustrum irrigatum, the other end of the border. Ligustrum windfish and the East Arb. Ligustrum strongylophyllum, I have no clue where I have that. Ligustrum Toshkovskii, I think, maybe? Little Thomas. We're to Lilium now.
Ron, again. So this is part 2 or part 3?
Part 2.
Part 2 of our container journey today. And this one's going to be thematic. We talked about cultural stuff. That's the first one. The types of pots you can use, the different types of soil medium that are available, the palette of plants, which is completely wide open to your tastes and your interests. The cultural things about taking care of your pots with fertilizer, watering, good drained soil, soil amendments, all that kind of stuff. So what we're going to talk about during this segment is planting containers for resistance to deer. That list of plants gets smaller and smaller as the clock ticks. Akuba used to be on that list. I'm looking at some across the garden here. They like to eat akuba now. Tim just informed me that
rabbits I've had issue.
The stalwart of tough plants in the garden, carex, rabbits nibble on it. I've not had that happen in previous gardens, but I believe him. He speaks the truth. So this is going to focus on deer because that's a problem in any landscape. My house in Charlotte is in Midtown, right in the midst of all the hullabaloo. And we have deer that feed in my backyard and in my front yard on a pretty regular basis. I've not seen them here. That doesn't mean that they're not in this part.
Only we're fenced in right here.
We're fenced in and we've got a big interstate next to us, but they're very, very adaptable. So what we're going to talk about are some things that are less interesting to deer to kind of nibble on, but also provide winter, spring, summer, fall interest. And most of these are pretty tough plants. So Tim, if you want to roll through them,
okay,
I can chime in.
We have a variety of things here, and I'll start what's up on here on top. So we actually have, like Greg was saying, some carex here. These are the ones I found that the rabbits just loved here in the garden were Carex oceanensis types, and that's what these group are here. And then this is one of the native, I think this is this Flacca or no, Laxicolmus, which is blue bunny hob is the cultivar. That one I've had better luck with the deer not eating, and the rabbits not eating, I should say.
Love the color.
But
and
it is great. And I have that one in sun or shade.
Yeah.
They're really versatile. They give you some nice texture year round. So
thank you to our friends at
Hoffman's for David for bringing that along. Just as this represents a group of plants here. This is a Juga repens, which and one of the cultivars. This is a trade name on this one is, oh darn, I've already forgotten which one it is because we have a whole bunch. This is tropical toucan. But a Juga is in a family of plants called the Lamiaceae, which to me it's the mint family to you guys. Most, I won't say everything in that family is pretty much deer safe. I mean, everything from lantana to agastaches to mints, your mints. The deer typically don't bother them. Salvias are in there. They often have a pungent odor to them, and that often will discourage them from wanting to eat them. The ajuga is often a great one because it's just so low to the ground and it likes to propagate itself. So even if the deer did nibble it a bit,
they might like it.
They might, but they're not going to destroy that one like they would some of your other plants. Greg brought out a favorite of all of us. I do like Mahonias, and this is actually a fairly uncommon species. It doesn't look like much in a pot, but most of your Mahonias are going to be fine. But again, rabbits, we had one, volunteers planted a Mahonia out in the mixed border about 3 weeks ago, I noticed, and last week I came by and there were 3 shoots on the ground and 1 on the top. The rabbits don't necessarily eat it, but the deer won't eat these. So I find them great. They're barberry. Someone have lumped them into the barberries, the berberis, but we still keep them out in Mahonia, which I like that name. Great flowers in the fall and winter or spring, depending on the species. And typically yellow, though there are some, and actually there are some in the summer now, but some that have pink or purple tones to them now too. But they get it because they're often so nasty that the deer don't want to eat these. They are leathery once they get totally matured. There are some softer ones, that is less prickly ones, which I do like. Gracilis, for instance, Gracilis, and soft cress, which is I think a Eurybracteatum. Those are some little friendlier to use ones, but any of your Mahonias are going to be great in your landscape, whether in a container or in the ground, to deal with that neighborhood herd you might have. In general, this is one plant here that I have. This is a pyrosia. This is a type of fern, and I find it very ironic that most ferns deer do not touch. So that's a safe group of plants to incorporate into your landscape. And I don't even think the rabbits have bothered any of my ferns as well. But that, I mean, you never quite know with a rabbit though too. They will come along, and if nothing else, they might just nip it off and spit it back out. Which I find they do fairly often. But this is a really cool one here. This one, it's green right now, but the new flush, when it comes up, this is Pyrosia lingua, and it's Alabama gold. And the new growth on it is a gold flush, and then it matures to green. But yeah, it's just starting to grow out a little bit. And these were in the greenhouse, so higher light intensities I think will also bring out more UV, so should bring out the color a little better. But this is a really cool fern in itself too, and it's great for containers because this is very drought tolerant. This is a species that's epiphytic or lithophytic in the wild in East Asia. So it's accustomed to a periodic drying out without as much harm as, say, those more dainty ferns. This that you might do that are very airy and feathery and soft. This is actually rather leathery on this one, and this is actually a tongue fern is what they call this one, and I think you can see why on the shape of the leaf on this one. But I really like those as well. And down front, this is one. You can use in a container or in the ground, but I think this is one of the smaller ones. This is a eucomis, so pineapple lilies. This is one, and I've forgotten which cultivar. This is dark star. So I have to remember that one came out around the time of some of the newer Star Wars movies. So Dark Star, you know, kind of that same idea. But I was telling Greg, and he's been there as well, but our friend Dan Hinckley out in Washington, we both had been there, and he, on a table outside in his garden, he has containers of eucomis, these smaller flowered eucomis. This one doesn't get as big as eucomis camosus, which is the real common one, or some of the other ones that get a couple feet. This only gets, you know, about 12 to 15, 12 inches tall when it's in flower, but you can have it in a container and appreciate it up close. And it's also the benefit, again, that the deer don't bother. This isn't a group of plants which I don't remember where they're putting them now. They used to be in their own family, the Hyacinthaceae. So with our hyacinths, and they're fairly safe for deer. Again, I noticed rabbits eating my plants in this family recently, which they never used to bother. So my scillas, which are cousins of these, but these will be great in a container to deal with if you have deer problems as well. And for shrub wise, we have an Alyssium here, and I've heard different things about Alyssium, actually.
I have too. Alyssium is supposed to be relatively safe in terms of deer nibbling on it. If you, it's also called anise
I
shrub.
love the fragrance.
So it's got the foliage and the twigs and the flowers all have a fragrance that kind of, what's the common spice that smells like that?
Oh, anise.
Anise. I can smell it
Yeah,
right
I
this far
touched
away
it, yeah.
from breaking it. So there's some talk that an idea that keeps deer from eating it. I think when the population of deer is so great, they'll nibble on stuff just to kind of see if it's palatable before they realize, hey, this tastes terrible. Let me go eat those hostas that I see over there or something else. But relatively safe. There's also a lot of history here at the Ralston. With some of the development of some of the better landscape cultivars of this particular plant.
Forget what was it? Aztec Fire, I think. Was it JC's?
Aztec Fire,
and then Tom Ranney has introduced a couple newer selections as well from some different breeding. But these all make great container plants, and you can put so many different things in a container. Whether this would be a partial shade to a shade container right here. As you see, I threw together some of the ajuga and threw in some of the pyrosia, and we have this Alyssium sitting here. Those would all cohabitate very well. And the other thing, using containers, I've had volunteers tell me this though, that you can move the container, but sometimes the deer will get in places you won't expect. So it'll even come up on your deck, for instance, sometimes. So you don't have to worry about these, even if you have that issue that your deer are very adventurous and going where you would not expect to get a snack or to taste things. But I don't know.
Yeah. We've got 10 minutes, so let's go ahead and plant this so we can kind of rehash the planting techniques.
Let's see. Let's take my little stuff out, and you can rearrange it. I just, like I said, threw these together. Sure. See if we can get
And
this.
again, being conscious of the depth is crucial to keeping the water in the pot. And I'm trying not to make a mess that we got to come back and.
Yeah, I just cleaned this all out yesterday with the volunteers.
And they're probably watching. Let's see what that does. That's a horticulture technique that he just.
And this one is just repotted, thank
Yeah,
goodness. So it
yeah, I
doesn't,
figured.
there's not a lot of stuff in here that we need to really worry about. So we can either, do you want to do it centered or do you want it in the back?
Put it, I like it in the back. That gives you
Okay.
more room to put stuff in the front.
Okay. How's that look to you?
Perfect.
Okay. Well,
And again, this is the opportune time to put in that fertilizer that'll be down in the where the roots are at, so it can kind of start doing its thing and break down with heat and watering. Let's see. You want to just hand them to me, Doctor?
Yeah, do you want to, I'll start prepping another one
So
and
we
then.
talked about Ajuga. Tim was mentioning how vigorous it is. All that's new growth since it's been in the flats. And you look at that root system.
You don't know how many of these we started with, do you?
No.
We started with one of these of like 5 or 6 different selections a couple years ago. And we made literally hundreds of them by the end of summer.
Don't tell the folks that buy stuff from the plant cart that.
These we haven't sold, to tell you the truth. We have not been good. This is a patented plant. We've used them in the garden, and we have actually given some away. So
taking that new growth into consideration, and that this is a creeper, it's going to grow along the ground until it finds a place to root. So we're going to let that kind of cascade over the side there, and it'll continue to do that, thinking that it might find some place to root down below. And I love the texture of that fern. And Tim talked about the cultivar name with that yellowish new growth. You can see it just starting on the tips of some of these, but lots of texture, lots of color. It's a very kind of coarse plant. The older leaves have kind of a coppery endomentum on the bottom side of the leaf.
And when the fertile fronds come up, they'll have dots.
Yep.
They'll have the sori.
And you can see the little feet that are reaching for places to kind of anchor itself. And that can kind of dangle over the side also.
I'm gonna get that ready for you. And but these are just a few options. This is just what we had in our nursery that we grabbed quickly.
Looking for stuff
ideas
with color and last minute ideas, but you know, it's kind of open to your imagination, the different things that you can use. So we haven't decided if we're going to leave these out or not. So next time y'all come to visit, see if you can track them down. And it's okay if they look a little bit lean to start with.
Yes.
They're gonna fill back out. This Ajuga, once it gets some moisture and that fertilizer starts to kick in, it's gonna take off with reckless abandon.
Here, we want to actually, I think some texture like that.
Sure. Yeah.
Oh, you're going to put those in. Those would be easier. There we go. Let's put those in.
Yeah. So that being said, we got a bit of a hole here. I'm going to stick this Carex here, which will kind of fill in. I need to add some more soil in there.
Let's see. I don't have a scoop.
This is also something that's great to do with kids.
Yes.
This is how I got my daughter interested in plants, although it didn't go much further than containers, unfortunately. It didn't take root, pun intended, but from a very small person, she would help plant our containers every year. Oh, great.
Oh, no.
Great. We need 15 minutes. Since we're right at the very end of our plant material. Actually, let's put some of these in here. Why not?
Yeah, those will want a little more sun, but those will be just fine in here condition wise to these. And actually, this pyrosia is pretty resilient. It'll grow just about anywhere. And I like those.
Another one of the ferns.
The last of my ferns that I brought out.
Ferns.
But we're already getting some color here, you know, and this stuff could be transitioned out through the season too. You don't have to leave it this way. Instead of the eucomis in here, you could put in some colorful annuals for the summer.
So our friend and colleague, Bree Arthur, does a lot of stuff with vegetables
veggies, yes.
in containers. And that's a whole host of ideas and things that are good in containers, especially for folks like Tim and I that live in apartments, don't have a lot of space. So that's always a good thing to do. But in a relatively short span of time, we've got a lot of color and texture going on here.
So speaking of that, kales and cabbages in the fall, winter, you could stick that right in here and it'll contrast, you know, purples and whites. So things right there are something we can do. So, and you mentioned earlier that we were hoping to do, we have quite a few containers that were donated, and we're gonna work with those hopefully this summer with our interns. And as you just saw, two of the interns that I worked with now in 2008 and 2009, and that is, David was in 2008. I don't know if he remembers that. He came to me right out of high school. And then Hunter came the following year in 2009 and was an intern as well. So we're going to get the new generation. We're going to get them doing these things as well this summer. So
it's something from a personal perspective that when I did one of my first internships at the Cincinnati Zoo, it was all about color and seasonal display and seasons of interest and urban landscaping. So as an intern myself, that's how I got kind of interested in this realm of horticulture. From an intern perspective, from a career perspective, I know people that just do this from a career standpoint. I've got some colleagues in Philadelphia that do a lot of containers in the inner city. That's the entire scope of their business. So it's something that once you get that interest, you can kind of take it to that level if need be. Trying to think of other things we could chit chat about here. Talking about containers themselves, one of the benefits of this one that we've used, this is plastic.
I can lift this. If this were concrete or clay, I couldn't lift that
If this
myself.
were concrete, clay, or porcelain, it's going to be very, very hard to move around. Two negatives about the plastic: they don't last as long as some of the harder ones, but they're much easier to move around. If you're cyclical and they go in and out from a seasonality standpoint, much easier to pick up. We could probably lift it off the ground if we wanted to. Let's not hurt ourselves, but very, very easy to transplant. I'm not super crazy about the color of these, but they are very durable and very, very functional. They come in multitudes of sizes.
Yes.
The big ones are good for things like this, for adding the woody things and extending that different palette of plant material. But probably most of the containers that I personally use at home, and you can get them that look like pretty much anything. Most of mine are plastic because mine don't stay out all year long on our deck at home. We put them out, put vegetables and seasonal color in them. And in the wintertime, they go under the house for the next season. Easy to transplant, easy to clean out, easy to store, easy to pick up at the garden center and fit in your vehicle.
Yeah. Don't break your back.
Which is very, very important. One of the things that I didn't mention earlier, talking about the medium that's in these, we use the pine bark vines because they're easy to get.
Yes.
We are potting up hundreds, if not thousands, of plants in the nursery, stuff that we're selling, stuff for plant sales. So we get wholesale loads of the pine bark vines. When you've got a pot this big, and most of the roots are going to be in the top 8 to 10 inches of this pot, so they're not going to be all the way down in the bottom. So what I have done with this one, so that we're not using as much soil, is I fill this up probably a third of the way just with plastic. It's lightweight, water's going to pour through it. There aren't going to be any roots down here anyway. I've heard of people using packaging peanuts. I absolutely hate and abhor those little things because they fly everywhere. One thing that I've used in pots is rice hulls. Rice hulls are very, very light. They're porous. Water goes right through them. You could fill this up a third with rice hulls, and you're not using up either the potting mix like we use, or if you're buying it in a bag where it's a little bit expensive. A lot of commercial container companies will do that just to lighten the containers and not have to use as much potting mix. I've used pots, just turning them upside down and staging them in there and pouring the soil through. I think I mentioned this morning, if you've got a container that's someplace where there's a lot of people running by, you may have seen our school groups going by. And if you don't want those pots to tip over, if somebody bumps against them, filling that up a third of the way with Stay-Lite adds some bottom weight to it. And it's also very porous. The water is going to kind of flow right through those. think that's it for the conditions that we have here. Jumping back to vegetables, some of the, I mean, again, that's open.
The deer might eat them, but you can use these great in a great way to raise your vegetables if you don't have that space. And also they're up at a level that you can get to them instead of as we get older, even though I'm not terribly older yet, but they're up higher, you can get to them, keep them off the ground so that rabbit isn't eating your tomato where it's just sitting at the ground. You can have tomatoes in here in the summer. You can have peppers. Peppers are excellent in containers. If you could grow anything from greens like lettuce and spinach in the cooler months, and cabbages, broccoli, cauliflower, all that in here. And you can, again, like we said, interplant. You mentioned Brie Arthur earlier. I've seen her interplant lettuce in the cool months with in containers with other stuff, and then you can yes, and then you can harvest it. You can have a salad that day as well.
There are a lot of cultivars of vegetables that are bred for containers because this has become such a hot topic.
Tomatoes in particular, they've been.
Tomatoes.
I mean, they've been making money more determinate ones.
Eggplants, which get small. I've seen lots of peppers on the market, which stay kind of small. The nice thing about container growing for vegetables is if you've got a big pot like this, you could take some bamboo and build a trellis so that things could go up. There's dwarf cucumbers that are out now. I don't know about pole beans or stuff.
I mean, you can do that. You can make yourself a little teepee in here. Yeah. I was also thinking not necessarily staying small, but something that gets bigger in such a big pot. Yep. Okra would look really cool.
Okra is a great.
And there are some red-leafed ones that are, I think, a little bit more compact as well. And then they're at eye level. You can see when they're getting too big or too little to pick. You won't miss them as much. So
if you wanted to get super creative, you could turn something like this into a water garden.
Yeah.
That's one of the benefits of the plastic ones is some of them come without holes pre-drilled in them so that the water drains. So you could just leave it without the pre-drilled holes, or if they've got holes in them already, some liquid nails, some kind of caulking, anything like that, just to kind of plug those holes and fill it up with either wet soil for things like pitcher plants and other things. I've seen them use for that as well. All right, so we're going to bring Mark on to save us from rambling with our additional 10 minutes. Thank you very much for that. Come on in here.
All right. Thank y'all. Love these containers. Deer proof. I've never had to garden with deer until I moved into my house now, and oh my, maybe.
Do you need a different mic?
Am I on? Okay.
We'll share.
We'll share.
I'll have one for you in a second.
Yeah, no worries.
So,
got a few updates for you.
let me hear some
Okay,
updates.
some great updates to share. Thanks, Tim. Thank you so much. So a few great updates to share. 76 people have already helped us raise almost $25,000. So thank you all for supporting the JCRA General Fund. That's great to see. Let me read you a few comments. I see Marilyn Grolitzer and Bill DuPont. We are proud to here. Tim, don't get too far away. We are proud to give to support the internship program. Tim Alderton does an outstanding job with the interns. So thank you, Tim. People are recognizing your work. An anonymous person said, the Arboretum is always a special place to visit, never ceases to surprise and delight, constantly changing and yet reliably enjoyable. I think that was beautifully said. I wonder who you are, Mr. or Mrs. Anonymous. So thank you so much. And I also have gotten a report that 10 people have helped support the Juniper Level Botanic Garden Endowment and have raised almost $1,000. So thank you for also supporting what we're working on at JLBG.
Yeah, fantastic. And that $1,000 for JLBG is in addition to
in addition to the $500,000 pledge and commitment that we've received. So I'm glad you bring that up, because someone may ask, well, what does my $20 gift do or impact here at the Arboretum? And I will say that a healthy nonprofit needs everyone to come together. We need a robust planned giving efforts. We need annual gifts that support our work. We need those $1,000 to $5,000+. And another area is sponsorships. And something that we're working on right now between the Arboretum and JLBG is the Southeastern Plant Symposium. And so we have received sponsorships from companies such as Spring Meadow and is it Proven
Winners? Yeah.
Color Choice Shrubs. They've committed to supporting our Southeastern Plant Symposium, and so a few other companies that we'll celebrate today. So it takes everybody coming together to make a difference.
Fantastic. Yeah. So, like Alicia said, it's gifts of all sizes that really matter. We are shooting for 210 gifts today to beat our total from last year. So we really need you to give, whether that's $10 or $25 or $2,500. It's all important to us. And please put a note on there about why you're supporting us. The $25,000 we've gotten from the 70+ gifts, that supports 4 interns right there. So that's half of our interns for this summer. If we get up to 210 gifts, when we get there, the board has challenged us to get there, and they've got 25,000 more, and that covers our internship program. And that's not just paying interns, but that's going and visiting other gardens, providing experiences for them, having an ice cream social with them and our volunteers and donors in the summer.
Yeah, we want our internship program to be competitive in what we offer to them, not just in the amazing experiences that they get here, but also in like salary and benefits and travel and those opportunities as well. So thank you.
Exactly. So please give. Again, that's jcra.ncsu.edu, and that'll take you to our homepage where you can click on the link to give to the Arboretum, click on a link to give to Juniper Level Botanic Garden. And from there, if you are a graduate of the Hort Department or a Wolfpack sports fan or just somebody who thinks education is important, there are a lot of other areas you can donate to at the same time, but we hope that you will consider the J.C. Raulston Arboretum, because this is an important fundraiser for us.
Well, we have a few more hours left in today's, plan of activities. Anything that you're really looking forward to?
Well, I always love sitting down and talking with Tony Avent. He's really he thinks in a different way than the rest of us sometimes. But in terms of what he wants to do with what he is doing with Juniper Level Botanic Garden, leaving it to the Arboretum and NC State University, we're thinking right along the same lines, and we're going to be hearing from him again very, very soon. Just about a minute or so, we're going to have him talking about the conservation work, the innovation work, the ethos he learned from JC, that sharing of knowledge and plant material that he does. So we're going to join him, and that his endowment is growing, and that's really our endowment. We call it the Tony and Anita Avent Juniper Level Botanic Garden Endowment, but that is an endowment for the J.C. Raulston Arboretum, because that garden in another 100 years is going to still be part of the J.C. Raulston Arboretum and NC State University. So you are giving to the JCRA when you're giving to Juniper Level Botanic Garden as well. So I do want to call out, I was looking at some of the lists, and I did see the person who held the job that I started here, assistant director, who I knew from that time, Todd Lesane, director at Bellengrass Gardens. And that Todd, after I met him and got to know him when he was here, that's when I told my wife, that is my dream job. I want to do what he does. So appreciate you still supporting us, Todd, and Tom Skolnicki, the campus architect here and board member. I saw that he gave volunteers. They give their time, they give their money, are supporting us. It's really really amazing.
I'll say thank you as well to Connie and Robert Schertz. They have helped fund one full intern position. So we really appreciate your commitment this year.
That's right. That's right. So we've got Tony online, going to be talking about some of the amazing stuff that Juniper Level Botanic Garden is doing. Tony, we're going to turn it over to you, and when you want us to start that video, just let us know. Give us a shout out for that.
Okay, thank you, Mark. One of the things that really hit us, and one of the things that JC really promoted, was not only collecting the plants and studying them and propagating, but sharing them. And that's where we really differ, both us and JCRA, from a lot of institutions. They're more interested in hoarding and study, but they really don't, they miss the distribution part. So many gardens become botanical museums. And to me, that's not the end point. The end point is not having it, it's distributing it as widely as possible. And our philosophy is, the rarer a plant is, the more important it is for us to make that plant available. We've now gone on over 100 trips worldwide, bringing back plants. A lot of those are very rare. Many of the things we have here at the garden are one of a kind, and it's just absolutely critical that we get those propagated. Propagation serves so many opportunities. It's a plant preservation opportunity. So many people are focused on in situ conservation, and that means preserving the plants on site where they grow today. Well, if you've got rare and endangered plants, that's actually not the best philosophy, because that means those plants are not well adapted anymore to that site, whether it be due to changing climate or whatever's going on. Those plants are poorly adapted. That's where ex situ, conserving plants off-site, becomes really important. And we believe that no single garden can do that. And that's why we believe the rarer a plant is, the more important that we get it to as many gardens as we can, because somebody is going to be able to preserve that. And there are a lot of stories where plants have gone extinct in the wild and they were rediscovered in someone's garden. And then that plant was subsequently repropagated. So one of those opportunities, well, a couple of those, we filmed some videos to show you. So why don't we go ahead and start on one of those. We'll start with the Trillium video.
One of the most remarkable crops that we do produce here at Juniper Level Botanic Garden are Trillium. We're really known for having this immense collection, particularly of the Trillium of the Deep South, Trillium that can tolerate our long, hot summers. And when you're talking about Trillium, you're talking about a crop that in most cases is not nursery propagated. But here it is. We're one of the few nurseries that grow all the Trillium that we sell from seed. And that's a huge commitment of time. And when you look at what's around me right now, you're seeing multiple age classes of Trillium that have been raised for years in these beds in some cases. And in some cases, there are groups that have been placed out in the last couple of years, waiting to mature into the flowering size plants that we share with the rest of the world. But, you know, everybody loves Trillium. It's their favorite wildflower. But where do you buy nursery propagated material? How do you reduce the immense pressure that comes from digging Trillium out of the wild and give them a chance to be both in the wild and also be enjoyed in the garden? And you do it through the type of situation we have here, through an immense commitment of time, energy, and really money to get to where we are. So this process begins with us collecting seeds off of our Trillium collection in the garden. And from those seeds, we sprout them in pots, grow them out for a year, and then bring them out into the garden and line them out into rows. And from that point, it might be 2, 3, 4, or even 5 years before we have a crop that we're capable of actually selling to the general public, sharing with others, and knowing that it's large, established, and flowering. And we're one of the few places on earth willing to devote this much space to doing that. We want to keep doing that into the future. And that's why your support for the endowment, your support helping Juniper Level today is so vitally important, because where else are you going to find enough people as insane as we are to put this much effort into growing a crop like Trillium that we all adore?
Thank you, Patrick. Yeah, Trilliums are something that I've always had a passion for. And I remember as a kid growing up, I bought my first Trilliums at Kmart, and of course planned them out, and they never came up. I went back, bought more, they never came up, and bought more, they never came up, only to realize that all of those plants years later were actually dug from the wild, stored in little bags, and were completely dead when you bought them. And for years I thought, well, Trillium were very hard to grow. And then many years later, after we started JLBG, we began exploring and found out what was really happening with the Trilliums. And we found out that no one had really tackled the Trilliums of the Deep South. And I'm talking Trilliums from North Carolina all the way around down to Florida and across west to Texas. And there was close to 40 species that had never been cultivated and fortunately never dug out of the wild. So we began going to each of those locations, studying them, bringing back in most cases one plant, some cases seed, and then growing those out, learning from the plants, and then developing our own seed strains here. So as Patrick mentioned, it's a very long-term crop. It's not an economically viable crop. Let's be very honest. This is not something when you spend 4 hours on it that you're ever going to make money on. And to continue that's a reason the endowment must be at a sustainable level, because programs like that would quickly end because they're not a fast turnaround of dollars. It is that 4 to 5 year commitment. So many things like that. And the key is really to reduce pressure on wild collected material. I mean, people would not wild collect if it were not economically viable. And that's what we want to do, is get to the point where people realize a Trillium should not cost you $4, $5, $6. You cannot grow one for that, not legally. And that's why, we may have them in the catalog for $25 to $30. That's our break even point on doing that. And people have to realize if you want wild collected material, yes, you can get it cheap. There's always going to be somebody willing to dig them out of the wild. But these are the type programs that we want to continue. Now, seed is a great option on some Trilliums, and then we have things that are less easy to propagate. Now, we do all our own propagation here at JLBG, some from cuttings, some from seed, a lot from divisions, because we do specialize in clonal material. But we sort of ran into an issue where some plants, from the time we get them and once we decide to offer them, may take us between 10 and 15 years to build up enough to offer one time. And we had to look at alternatives, because obviously I'm getting old now. So if I bring in a new plant, it takes 15 years, I'll be 80 years old. Well, that's not really work. So we looked, and the option was to look at tissue culture. And for those that don't know what tissue culture is, it's basically dividing plants with a really small knife. And instead of potting them in soil, you put them in a seaweed extract called agar, and you can't just dump Osmocote or fertilizer in there. You have to put it in a liquid in a much diluted state. And because everything's so small, it's got to be sterile. So we made the commitment last year that we think what we do in getting these rare plants out is so critical. We made the decision to build our own tissue culture lab. That's been operational now since mid-August, and we'd love to take you on a tour of that today, if we could go ahead and cut to that. I'm going to assume somebody. There we go.
Welcome to Juniper Level Botanic Gardens. We're here today at one of our propagation facilities. Being a nursery who focuses on ex situ conservation and especially working with rare plants, we have to figure out how to propagate many of those plants. And rare plants are rare for a number of reasons. One is they're not easy to propagate. We want to propagate them and share them as widely as possible. So many of those are very slow to grow. So we created this laboratory just in the last year. Let's take a walk and we'll show you how the lab works. These are called laminar flow hoods. Now these are where basically it cleans the air. It makes sure everything you do has very clean air. So the air goes through a super duper HEPA filter and pushes out so that you can never have particles on here. Because part of the difficulty is getting plants clean, because you're taking plants that often live underground or taking cuttings, and there's all kinds of diseases and insects and just basic bacteria, not all of which are bad, but once you put them in a sterile environment, they become a problem. So everything from here back, from the door, has to be completely sterile. So we're not able to use potting soil. So instead, we have to create that mix using something called agar, which is seaweed that's been made into a gel. But everything you have to add. So if you want some nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, plant hormones that make the plant grow, that would naturally be there, when you cut things down in a very small area, you have to add that. So this becomes basically a chemistry lab, and thank goodness we have people that are good at chemistry, because that was not one of my best subjects. Once the plant is stripped down to the buds, then you have to go in and bleach it and put alcohol and all kinds of things to get that plant clean. Over here, these are called autoclaves, and these are basically fancy pressure cookers. So all the trays, everything we use has to be sterilized completely here. So there's just a lot of going, even the water has to be completely sterilized. So we have the water filter that gets all the impurities out, because even small impurities will be the death of plants. So this is called the media preparation room. We move from here into the cutting room. Here is Samantha. Samantha's working with some plants today that, so you can see, instead of dividing those with a knife, she's using scalpels and tweezers, and everything has to be absolutely sterilized. So this is an Asclepias, so these are for the monarchs. This is one we've just had trouble getting our numbers up. So by coming in and doing that, she's making those cuts very sterile. So it allows us to take a plant that might normally take us 5 to 10 years to get enough to be able to share, and all of a sudden we can do that in a matter of a few months to a year. So many times we can save 5 to 10 years with doing this. So it's really quite incredible a process. So here are plants that have already been done that are ready to go back into the growing room. So once they come here, they go into the next room and final room. And this is the growing room. First plants we're walking in and looking at are Baptisias. Baptisias is something we spent the last 20 years breeding. We've got a tremendous number of incredible Baptisias, but the bottleneck has always been propagation, getting them to overwinter. It's the first year. And so our losses are very high, and some 80, 90%. So we just can't get these really good new Baptisias out to the market. So that's one of the reasons we built the lab. So these are growing in that mix with the right fertilizers, with the right hormones, and then we just come in and take our cuttings, and then the cuttings are stuck right back. So you can see we've got many rows here of just Baptisias. So this really does allow us so much opportunity to get things out faster and things that we normally would not be able to share. Here you're looking at agaves. So these are cut agaves, and they're just they're just getting ready to start multiplying. So every 6 weeks, something has to happen to every of these containers. They're take them back to the flow hoods for sterility, then they can be opened, then they can be cut. So right now we have about 130 different kinds of plants in here, and that's just a fraction of what will eventually fill all these shells. Each plant is so different. Each thing is a little different. The type of water is different. The type of container. You have many plants that will grow in a plastic container. may not grow in a glass container. Some may grow only in a glass container, may not work in a plastic container. Some have to be actually in dark. We actually have some boxes here where we have plants growing here. Those plants have to live in the complete darkness when they're being propagated. If you give them a light, they die. It's this constant experimentation. A lab is very costly, not just to build, but very costly to operate. So that's the reason the endowment is so critical, because as long as I'm alive, we can make the finances of the lab work. It's tough. But once something happens to me, we've got to have that endowment that makes sure our work continues, make sure that the making these rare plants is still available. Many plants we haven't even started to put in yet. We will be doing a lot of work with trilliums, a lot of work with the native orchids, but those are more longer term crops. We got to get the lab financially functional first. But that endowment really makes sure that this type work continues, that we're able to not just preserve the plants, but to get those plants out to share.
Okay, thank you very much. This is the part of the JLBG that most people don't see. So we appreciate the Arboretum giving us the opportunity today to share some of the behind the scene things, because there really is a lot that goes on that people have no idea. Because is a friend of mine who's passed away now always said, the way you know when you've been successful is when you make something look so easy anybody thinks they could do it. And that's sort of our mission in the garden, is to make gardening look easy and to teach people how to make it a lot easier than it actually may be. So I'll turn it back over to Mark. So it looks like he's getting some rain.
All right. Thank you, Tony. It's pretty spectacular, the things that are happening out there. We're really glad to be a part of that. Do want to give a quick Day of Giving update because it's very exciting. We are up to $174,000 and 80 some gifts. I'm not exactly sure that number, but we have an anonymous 85 gifts. So we're getting close to halfway there to our 210 gift total. Don't feel bad about if you've already given. If you want to add another gift there to help us get to that goal, give early and often, as to paraphrase a famous saying. So I'm here right now with a great friend of the Arboretum. Some of you may have heard her speak at the Arboretum before and do programs here. This is Dr. Denacia Seth Carley, who is a professor in the department, Horticultural Science Department, and director of the Center for Integrated Pest Management, and director of another center with a really, really long name that I'm not going to remember, and you won't either, so we don't need to know. So Denacia's specialty is working with and researching pollinators, especially bees. She has a special affinity for bees. So we have her out here at our Airbnb. Sometimes people don't realize it is a beehive. I guess that's probably not the right term for solitary bee. A bee home. This is a great way to support pollinators in your garden. So tell us a little bit about some of your work. I know we've got a great book on pollinators, which I have on my shelf. Give us the actual title.
So the title is Pollinator Gardening for the South, Sustainable Habitats. And you can find it at our publisher, UNC Press, or I'm sure we are on Amazon as well.
And I've Barnes and Noble, I know I've seen it there, and
the libraries also have copies here in Wake County.
The libraries. So tell us a little bit about some of your work and what gets you excited here with the research.
Sure. Thank you, Mark. Thank you so much. First of all, thank you for having me. I love being out here. This is such a magical and wonderful place, and you guys do a lot to support pollinators. So kudos to you, and be sure that you guys support the great work that they're doing here. So I come at pollinator protection essentially from the plant side, as you might guess, since I'm in horticulture and I'm a horticulture professor, although I have a master's degree in entomology as well. So, you know, I straddle both sides of things.
Yeah.
But primarily what we do is we look at how pollinator habitat can contribute to protecting specifically bees, but pollinators in general, right? So when we're protecting bees and we're being thoughtful and mindful about our landscapes, how we manage them, what we plant, we're not only protecting bees, but our other favorite pollinators, butterflies, pollinators folks don't often think about, flies and beetles, as well as wasps, and also, of course, bats and hummingbirds and all the wonderful wildlife that goes along with that. So we come at pollinator protection from a plant side. And what folks don't often understand is that not all plants are created equal when it comes to pollinators. Most folks probably understand that bees and other pollinators are on those plants primarily for two reasons, right? Pollen and nectar.
Right.
And plants do not produce equal quality pollen or nectar. And I like to tell people that bees, they don't read Facebook. So they don't know what plants they're supposed to like and don't like. They only know which plants give them high quality pollen and high quality nectar. And of course, in times where they are few and far between, they'll eat almost anything they can find. But we want to make sure that our recommendations for plants, for folks to plant in their gardens or in landscapes such as this, are based on scientifically sound and researched evidence. So when we make a recommendation about which plants to plant, it is truly based on research that we've done, in some cases, painstaking research. I once had a graduate student literally sit in our phytotron with one of those electric toothbrushes, knocking pollen off of flowers for 12 hours a day. Needless to say, she doesn't work for me anymore.
Yeah.
That's because she graduated and went on to a fabulous job.
Well, you know, what I always tell people when we lead tours and things, I always say, you know, the worst things that happen lead to the best stories ultimately. So that former grad student has great stories to tell their grad student, and they are doing something painstaking and tedious like that. So
that's where some of the best research comes from, right? Somebody has to do the work. And that way, because she did that work, we're now able to recommend which plants truly have good quality pollen, and other folks have done the research with nectar.
So let me ask you this, because this is very interesting to me. When you say it's got high quality pollen, is that pretty much mean it's high quality pollen for most pollinators?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So when we say high quality, what does that mean, right? Essentially what that means is it's high in protein.
Okay.
So think about a meal, right? They are only eating pollen and nectar. We have the ability to do a drive-through at McDonald's, and if it were up to my 15-year-old, we would have nothing but ice cream and French fries every day for every meal, right? We might mix it up, maybe French fries for breakfast and ice cream for dinner, but that is not what I would call a high quality or high protein meal, right?
Sure.
So I would much rather feed them some vegetables, some rice, maybe some beans, some other protein, lots of rich, colorful vegetables. That's what I mean when I say for my kid, a high quality meal. It's the same with bees. The better quality protein they can feed on, the more strength that they will have. And of course, that's used oftentimes for their brood, the babies as well, right?
Okay.
And nectar is similar in the sense that there are micronutrients and minerals in the nectar as well. And so some have higher carbohydrate load, sugar load, and that's better because that's what they're eating when they need the energy.
Okay. Interesting. Now this is why I love that the J.C. Raulston Arboretum is in the university and part of the Department of Horticultural Science and has connections with the plant pathology and entomology and plant botany, plant biology, and all these other departments, is because there's a lot of information that people think is true, that feels good, that is repeated and repeated and repeated until it's just common knowledge. There's no reason to look into it because we all know it, but that's not always true. What are some of the biggest misconceptions people have, mistakes people made make, that kind of thing?
Sure. So, and this might be a story that only true bee nerds can appreciate, but I'm going to share it anyway because
We've got some bee nerds.
I'm getting thumbs up from behind the camera. Thank you so much. So, one of the misconceptions that I heard over and over when I first started doing bee research was that sunflowers were not good quality flowers for bees. Right? And most people think that sunflowers are, because you often see bees just clustered on sunflowers. And in fact, I was under the impression that sunflowers were great for bees for that very reason. I love sunflowers. They make a fantastic plant that you can grow in your yard. You have big ones, you have little ones, you have bushy ones. They're all different colors. They're a fabulous pollinator plant. But I just told you that the misconception was that the pollen was bad for bees. Well, why is that? It's because pollen from sunflowers is typically low protein, right? So we would normally say that that's the equivalent of my kid going out and eating French fries for breakfast. However, there's been some research done by Becky Irwin's lab. She's here in applied ecology at NC State that looked into how sunflower pollen is utilized by bees. And in particular, without going into too much detail, because there are papers folks can read, essentially, while the pollen is of low quality, the pollen has additional qualities that bees need, in the sense that when they eat the pollen, it actually helps the bees rid themselves of nasty gut microbes, and it helps the bees shed those microbes, and it goes out of them. How's that? I didn't know how to say that on live. So we all get that idea, right? So
I don't know if we know the name, but we should call out a special thank you to Becky's grad students.
Jonathan
Jonathan
was the one who did the research I'm talking about specifically, although I'm sure her graduate students are doing additional work.
Because
yeah,
that is dedication.
He literally looked through bumblebee grass excrement to find out. But anyway, so long story short, it's essentially like a medicine for bees. So it is good for bees. It's just not good in terms of protein content. So if you were planting wildflowers for bees, I would include sunflowers as part of those plantings, but I wouldn't want to see anyone do sort of a monoculture of sunflowers, because then you're going to ask those bees to eat French fries every day for years, right? So you want to plant other things as well. But those sunflowers, they add that extra thing that bees need in order to stay healthy.
So what I get out of what you're saying is French fries are a healthy part of my diet, as long as I don't eat them for breakfast every day. No, so that in itself is fascinating, and that leads to the fact that we're always learning more. It's not, the knowledge isn't static there, so there's always that more. And I think that's important for people to realize that the university, the arboretum, the researchers are never content with the status quo. It's always more. What else is out there? What else can we talk about? And when you talk about, you're focusing on bees, we could have somebody here talking about birds and say, sunflowers, great seed for birds.
Correct.
But again, if you just plant sunflowers, you're feeding one type of bird, one type of seed, and it's not one size fits all.
So it goes back to how important diversity is, right? And you guys demonstrate that beautifully here at J.C. Ralston Arboretum. And when we talk about planting habitat for bees, and especially native bees, that diversity of planting is really important to meet the needs of all different kinds of bees.
Right. And that's, we have beehives here, which is, when people talk about bees, often what's in their mind are the honeybees, which are not actually native bees. But tell us a little bit about like when you're talking about bees and the native bees, what are you really talking about?
Oh, sure. And of course, honeybees are not native to the US. They are native somewhere.
Right.
Right.
Yes.
European honeybee is what we primarily have. And they were indeed brought over on ships here. And now we really rely on them for our orchards, especially to be pollinated. But when we talk, I'm a big tent bee researcher. So I love all types of bees, large and small. And so when we're talking about native bees, just to give you a frame of reference, Worldwide, there are about 20,000 native bee species. 20,000, that's a lot, right? And in the United States, we have about 4,000 native bee species. Now in North Carolina, I'm going to keep narrowing down. Right here in North Carolina, we have roughly 500 native bee species. Now that might not sound like a lot given the numbers that I just said. However, we're special. North Carolina, as with its agriculture and its soils and its people, we're truly unique in the sense that we have more individual native bee species than almost anywhere else in the South. Now, to some extent, that is because there's not a lot of research done on native bees, but also in the research that has been done, we are among the highest number of individual native bee species in the South. Why is that? In part, it's because of our diversity. I just mentioned that. Our landscapes, our agriculture, the crops and the plants that we can grow because of where we are in the transition zone. And just as a quick aside, when I used to do research in turfgrass, I used to say that we grew nothing well, and but we could grow everything, right?
Right.
Because we have warm season grasses that go dormant in the winter, and we have cool season grasses that don't do so well in the summer. But actually, this area does a really nice job with all of our plants. You can even see here we are in March, and we have all these beautiful flowering plants. The bees right now are waking up. Not today because it's raining. So most of them are going to stay hidden today because most of them don't prefer to come out when it's rainy. But if it were a bright and sunny day, you would see bees buzzing all over your garden. Having the diversity of plant life that they have, particularly here at J.C. Ralston Arboretum, but also in our home gardens, is very important because, as you can imagine, with 500, 4,000, 20,000 different types of native bees, they're as diverse as people. So native bees can be quite small, small as 2 millimeters. Think, yeah, quite small. Think sweat bees, right? Most people can picture a sweat bee. So that's a native bee. And then almost everyone, and sometimes I have people aggressively argue against these kinds of bees, but I love all bees. The largest bee that we have here is a carpenter bee, right? And most people do not care for carpenter bees. But I'll remind you, they're also pollinators, and so they have a place as long as it's not boring holes in my porch, right?
They're not as bad as the woodpeckers are at my house.
They're certainly not as loud.
Yes.
So,
you know, with that diversity of bees, you know, we often hear that you really have to have native plants for the bees. Where do you stand on that?
Oh, that's a fine question. So I stand where the bees stand. Bees don't care if they're native or not. Now, there can be certainly a case made for native plants, especially when we're talking about promoting native bees. However, bees need food essentially year round. Obviously, they go dormant in the fall and they stay in their hive or in their hidey hole or in the bee hotel.
Yes.
And then they don't come out until late February, early March. So we want to make sure that we're providing habitat, blooming resources for those bees that entire time, from March or February all the way through November. And so because of that, we want to make sure that we're selecting plants that are blooming at those times. Now, native plants, again, for native bees makes a lot of sense. The native bees, I think about 75% of native bees need special resources, right? They're not generalists such as the honeybees are. So honeybees and bumblebees, for example, will feed on anything that's suitable. But a lot of our native bees, and I might have the 75% wrong, but I do, 30 to 50% of native bees are specialists. My apologies. And so they need those specific plants or plant groups, right? Like squash, for example. And there are bees that specialize on squash plants. And interestingly enough, one of them is called a squash bee. But those bees need those specific resources. And so they have become evolved with those plant genera and with specific plants. So it's great to plant native plants because the bees already know what they've got. But I'm not anti other ornamentals. The recommendations that I like to make is make sure that it isn't going to be an invasive plant. It's not on anybody's invasive list, but if you think it's beautiful and you know that it's going to grow in your garden and you want to give it a shot, I think that you should give it a shot.
Yeah, well, and that's I get to talk to all kinds of people as a generalist, and when I talk to bee researchers, they talk about, plant a diversity of things. When I talk to the bird folks, it's plant a diversity of things. When I talk to the pathologists, the plant pathologists dealing with diseases, or the entomologists who are dealing with the issues, the insects that are real issues, or the weed scientists, that all say plant a diversity of things. Anytime you're going into a monoculture, you are over-serving perhaps some things and underserving a lot more, and there is more potential for problems. So you mentioned the Bee Hotel, our Airbnb, which I don't know if you know this, was built by our volunteers, a couple of our volunteers. It is absolutely a work of art. The structure itself, if you're into woodworking, come out and visit the structure just to see it. But it's filled right now with reeds, with logs, with holes in it, some bricks, and some other things. What tell me a little about why this works for those native bees and solitary wasps and things like this, and what we could do, what you recommend people do in their gardens to encourage them.
Sure. So essentially, I know I don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to talk really quickly, but essentially bees need a place to live just like we do, right? We talked a lot about the kind of food that they need, right? Rich quality nectar and pollen, but they also need a safe place to live. And a lot of these solitary bees prefer to either live in holes in the ground or in holes in sticks and twigs. They'll burrow sometimes into the stems of ornamental grasses. And this is essentially just providing them with a pre-made location where they can live. You can build something like this. It doesn't have to be to the same scale at your home. There are some lovely plans online that you can do. It's a great project to do with kids or a scouting group.
We replace these reeds every year. You much like a birdhouse, you got to clean it out. We have a fraternity that has done this for the last couple of years. They want to come in. It's it's a way to engage people with these other pieces of the Arboretum. I do have one question, because this is one I get and I don't really know the answer to. We tell people, don't clean up your garden too quickly. Leave some of those grasses and things like that. When can you start cleaning up?
So when we as gardeners want to go out and start cleaning up is a little at odds with when the bees really prefer that you clean up. And so I realized that this is the time of year we as gardeners want to start getting out, or maybe even we want to get out in November on some of those sunny days, start cutting back some of those beautiful ornamental grasses. And actually, the bees are using those ornamental grass stems in many cases as their home. And so they'll drill a hole and they'll lay their larvae. And so that will eventually emerge in March. That's a broad generalization, depends on the bee, right? But they need those reeds as their homes. And so we always encourage people, if they're tidying up their gardens, to please maybe cut those grasses, bundle them, and then leave them in a tidy corner so that when those bees emerge, they can come out and you haven't thrown them in the compost pile, or worse, burned them or hauled them off to the city dump, right? Yeah. So we recommend people wait until later in March to do that. But if you are going to do it sooner, again, bundle those grasses. You can make it a tidy little bunch. And then when people ask you why you left your grasses, you can educate them about bees.
Well, exactly. And if you have a bigger piece of property, let some areas be a little wilder in the back corners. Those are good for the birds, for all the insects, for the little critters and things like that. So amazing. Is there anything that you feel like, before we go, you really should make sure people know?
Sure. So a lot of people are intimidated when they want to start pollinator protection gardens, and they think, oh, well, I have to have this, or I have to have that, or, oh, I don't have a lot of space. So I think one of my favorite takeaways that we haven't had a chance to talk about yet is that any additional resources will help bees. So you might only have a patio on which you can put plants in a container, and or maybe you have a very small area that you're able to plant. But even if you plant a small container or a large container on your small patio or in your small garden, even that will help protect bees by giving them resources and food. Because many of those bees, right, aren't only visiting your flowers, they're also visiting your neighbor's flowers because, you know, they don't respect property lines.
That's right.
So any little bit will help. And I encourage you even just to get one rosemary plant or one herb plant like lavender or thyme, something that's easy to grow, put it in a pot, put it on your porch or your patio, and you'll be helping the bees.
Awesome. And even better, thank you for that segue that we didn't plan. Any little bit helps. That is the truth. And you know, for Day of Giving, we do need your help. We are doing fantastic. We are over $176,000 with 92 gifts. We are getting ready to go to hear me talk a little bit about our beehives here at the Arboretum. After that, we're going to look a little bit at the what's going on in the nursery. But during that, pay attention to it on your computer, and then on your phone, go to jcra.ncsu.edu and give whatever you can. Even a small amount helps. We'd really like to get to 100 gifts while these next videos are going. It's important. It not only shows us how much you love us and how important we are, but it shows the university. When we can show that our members and our folks have given 176,000, have given 100 gifts, ultimately today 210 gifts at least, we show the university that we are a valued part of the NC State education and outreach.
Every little bit helps.
Every little bit helps. Plants and money. So go to the beehives now. You know, we often talk about pollinators in the garden, and when we do, the first things that often come to people's minds are butterflies and honeybees. And we do have honey bees in the Arboretum. We work with the Triangle beekeepers to help maintain them. And they are always active as long as the weather is going. Now, honeybees are not native to North America, but we still know that they're an important way to pollinate our crops and our flowers and things like this. But one thing that they've really taught me is the importance of diversity in the garden. Now, I've always loved plants. I love all kinds of different plants. So my gardens have always been very diverse, but that's for me because I want lots of different things. But what we found having bees here, the first winter, often in winter, you bring out sugar water put by your beehives to keep the bees going when there isn't anything in flower, and when it warms up enough that they're active. Farther north, they stay, you know, in the hive all winter. But here we know we get 60, 70 degree days in the middle of winter and they start getting active. So what our beekeeper found out was when he came to bring sugar water to put out for them, that he didn't need to. They were out and producing, and we had the plants here at the Arboretum with over 9,000 different plants out. We have things that are flowering all year round. So whenever people get hung up on plants that are needed for pollinators, I tell them, don't worry about the plants, worry about diversity. Where I'm standing right now, you know, just looking around all around me, I can see here we've got hollies that are in flower right beside me, and hollies are a great source of nectar and pollen for bees during late winter, early spring. We've got crabapple species here. We've got red buds. I can see viburnums in flower, just dozens of things that are in flower now all through the Arboretum. And I'm not sure if you can follow all these little guys, but they're zipping back and forth behind me out and about to hitting all these flowers out in the Arboretum. We once had our pollen, our our honey examined, and they can tell the different types of pollen in there. And we sent it to the lab to have that done, and it came back and said it was the most diverse honey they had ever seen. They had page after page after page of pollen that they found in the honey. But some of the top ones were things that I never think about. They were willows and maples, and there were just all these things that don't get put on the lists. Rhus, our native plants in the Anacardiaceae family, staghorn and winged sumac made up a lot of it. So those were things that were from the Arboretum in some cases, things that were outside the Arboretum in other cases, but much of what was on the list was not the things that you would normally say, oh, you should plant this if you've got beehives. You don't see many people saying plant maples or plant willows or plant staghorn sumac perhaps. And that's good, because we shouldn't tell people what to plant. We should just be saying plant a lot of things. That'll satisfy the honeybees, but it'll also satisfy our native solitary pollinators, the little wasps and bees that live alone in our Airbnb, but also the beetles that pollinate plants and the insects and the birds. There's just so much out there that it's always all about diversity, not about restricting the things we grow, but expanding all the different things.
I got something to do and I can't remember what it is. Gotta find that. Son of a bitch!
Of the many things that we do here at the Ralston Arboretum, as most of you know, we grow a lot of plants. Part of that growing of those plants is to increase our collections, to add to the different displays. We also grow a lot of plants here to put on our plant cart, and we grow a lot of plants here to share with other gardens, other colleagues in the public horticulture world. And we also do stuff that we for the members and the different events. So lots of plant growing. We're in the nursery on a very nice windy March day, and as anything kind of delves in good and bad times, things start to show their age, just like us. And a lot of our greenhouses have kind of reached that point where they're getting a little bit older, they need upgrades. So we've been very lucky with some donations to be able to put up some new hoop houses. And what this is going to allow us to do is give us better space to grow plants a little bit easier. It's a little bit closer to our office and our facilities. It's going to provide us a place to kind of stage where we can put plants that we're getting ready for Ralston Blooms or for any of the other number of events that we do. So it's nice to be able to have this new and additional space, but we're always looking for more opportunities to upgrade those. On Day of Giving, it's a good time to kind of remind folks that this is kind of literally behind the scenes component of what we do, taking care of things small and big, kind of stepping them up and getting them ready to release out into the world. So if you're thinking about something good to give to, this is something that would work out great for us, and we would greatly appreciate it.
We're not.
It's okay. It's okay.
Sorry.
It's not good. The video.
Oh, cool. I didn't say much.
We're good.
Now we're on.
We're back. Let's start over. We've got time. We've got all day. You're at the J.C. Ralston Arboretum. The weather has taken a little bit of a turn, but it's not going to dampen our spirits.
Oh, it is cool now that we're in the hot part of the border.
It's cool. We're in the hot part of the border. Hot in color and hot in temperature. Tim with the t-shirt on. And we're going to continue with themes of containers. And because we're in the hot border, we're going to use some hot colors. And we're also going to use a specimen tree. We've talked about putting more woody things in, things that are more kind of permanent. And this is something that we can put in here that's going to probably stay in here until we kind of decide to change things up a bit. So this is a Lawson cypress, a cultivar called Silver Thread, very tight. You can see the nice yellow color, which goes well with the themes of things that are in here. Yellow is a hot color. Tim picked all the companion stuff out himself. And it's stuff that's going to go along really well with this. So talking about containers, talking about some of the cultural things, because this is a permanent container, this is concrete painted to look like terracotta. So it's extra special heavy.
Yes, definitely heavy.
This is not something that if Trace was still here, he could help us move it, but he's not. So this is going to be here. So recharging the organic matter is important. Recharging the nutrients is important. So when we plant this, we're going to want to do that. We're going to want to have compost. And prior to setting this up, I put some compost in here, mixed it in with the existing soil. So we checked that box. As we plant, in theory, we would add some fertilizer to it as well to boost up the nutrients for that also. So keeping in mind the level, keeping in mind the type of container, because this is concrete, it's going to wick. The water's not going to stay in here as often. So that's another benefit of the compost. It's going to keep it more moist for a longer period of time, which is important. This is going to have to be hand watered. I don't think this links into our irrigation system. We got a hose behind us that we can stretch to this through the growing season. So keeping all those things in mind, this is a permanent container. This is going to stay here. We'd have to get a skid steer to move it around. So using our bark chip mix, again, for that moisture component, we want this to stay wet. We're going to go ahead and pop this out, and then we'll talk about the other stuff that we have.
Yes, we'll get the big thing out of the way. Let's see if we can do this. Let me take that out just so I can track it.
It never goes that smoothly. Always easier.
And let me get some media out of the way. Actually, I think I need to do that before. Actually, I have this bucket here. I don't know why. It's like.
So again, we want to keep that lip more exposed so that when we fill this thing with water, it doesn't instantly run over. It goes to the lip and then settles down. I think we had ants in this container yesterday. I'm seeing them scurrying around.
They're not the biting. They're not fire ants. Is my happiness there.
Yeah, mine too.
I have had those in the past.
I have a proclivity for fire ants. So you can see the soil that he's taken out. A lot of good organic matter in there, which we want. You can see some of the green, that's neutral coat, that's old fertilizer. And this is some of that Osmo coat that we use. It's still in there, it's still breaking down. So that's good.
I'm gonna take just a speck more. There we go. Let's see if we can make a hole big enough now. An old root from a previous resident.
So important with these woody things to rough up the root ball so that those roots don't just keep girdling around. They're going to go out into that nice, soft, organic potting mix that we have here. I should have waited to get that mani-pedi till after this.
I think I need to make the hole a little bit deeper. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me get the second bucket. We have lots of air in this media, so it's like.
The compost has made that also a good thing.
I have a lot of volumes in my. Okay.
I'm going to step back and see what looks the best. He's come this way. Yeah, right there.
There? Or?
Yep. I think we can go a little deeper.
Yeah, I do too,
Okay.
actually. So you can lift that out. And I have some working space now over here. There we go. Let's try that.
I think that's it.
That's a little better.
Yep.
Are we pretty much straight up and down? Yeah, we need to tilt.
Yeah.
There.
We're getting the okay sign.
Okay. Speaking of okays. Oh, I have a few things that we can put in with these.
Talk about what we have.
So actually, I have a couple things here because we said that it's a dry planter, more or less. That is, it gets watered, but not every day. I chose some agave. This isn't one, it's actually a tender agave. Joe Hoke, I believe, is the trade name or the species or the cultivar on this one. It's Desmetiana. This is just a favorite one of ours, but like I said, this is a very tender one. If the forecast had been like it was the other night, I wouldn't have been able to put this one out. I'd have to wait, but makes a great container plant for us here in the Southeast. And so right now I'll stick one in here. I do have two I can work with. And then I brought out a few other things. Salvias, like I said, are great. This is, I believe, just Salvia microphylla. I think it was variety numerosa. No, Neurepia, if I remember correctly, is what I have right here. I didn't bring the label with me on this one, but this is actually a fairly good size Salvia microphylla. These will get quite large, and I love the fragrance on this. As you can see, wonderful hot color to go with this section of the border in here, and we can space these out. They're going to get. Those will actually get probably 2.5 to 3 feet tall. It's a bigger growing Salvia microphylla.
And it ties into our last talk about bees. Bees love salvia,
Yes.
and we are interested in that also.
And other pollinators like hummingbirds. And this section of the border in the summer, if you want to find a hummingbird here, this is where we're going to have hummingbirds. So I also have a couple Cufias, which this is a smaller growing Cufia. It's Cufia cyanea, and then this is Ashevilla. I guess Tony, I think, is the one who has been selling this one, and I think he got it from somebody in Asheville, hence the Ashevilla. It's been hardy there. We have it in the garden, actually in the ground in a couple spots now, and they're already coming up. And they're not flowering it, but they're coming up. It will start flowering probably by the end of April, and it will flower till hard frost. It is one that just doesn't stop. It's great plant as far as I'm concerned right there. I like things that have multiple seasons or long seasons of interest. I did bring something else out, but I don't think I'm going to use this here because it might not like it drying out so much. If I had a plastic container, I'd use this.
Yeah.
This is one that though would fit perfectly well in this section.
The colors are.
This is a great color. This is a new Butylon for us that I was able to bring back from Washington last summer from our friend Dan Hinckley. This is one he found in his garden. But I might plant this in the ground in this section of the border is what I'm planning on doing. But this is one he calls Sink Pink because it was growing, it came up as a seedling outside his kitchen window. So hence where the sink is facing. So, but I just saw this down in the nursery and it has really started to flower, and it's like, I have to find some place for that, but I think it's going to end up in the bed somewhere around here. So
I think
that's
we're
just
ready.
a connection to this container. But
I think we're ready for spring.
yes,
We're looking for.
I mean, Butylons have been great for us. I've had them both in containers. So I had some of the containers last year that did not come through the winter after the 9 degrees we had, but they had been in a container the three previous winters, no problem. So, like I said, though, this is hot planter here, some interest here that we'll have throughout the summer months here. And actually, I'm going to move this back here.
Let's plant it.
And we can plant that. And
We've got time.
this will be in the foreground, and that'll fill in. And we should have something that'll look nice here the entire summer. And then in this fall, if I get around to it, I could swap these agave out with something, say like flowering cabbage or kale for that matter, that would give us a cool season, similar shape, and some color interest there through the winter months. as an alternative. And the salvia, it'll stay up and be woody. The kufia will die back, and I could find something else and swap in there through the winter months for that as well.
Because this is tender, I'm not going to rough this up as much, and we may end up coming out here and moving these things. 'Cause
Yes,
we're not sure
the
the weather.
forecast right now looks okay.
It's okay today, but that could change like the weather's changed today. Also, word to the wise, in a perfect world, whenever you're working with something like this, it would be a good idea to have safety glasses on. This is not as unforgiving as most agaves, but it still is pretty thorny. And working around plants, you should have some, do as I say, not as I do. Wear safety glasses when you're working with these.
Yeah, this is this is slightly friendlier agave than many that I have in the garden. So
The longer you work in horticulture, your skin turns Teflon.
yes, I have,
Your
or
hands are so.
it's not, maybe not Teflon, leather.
Leather, that's a better,
Leather.
that's a better analogy.
You become hardened.
Physically and spiritually.
I'm gonna actually simplify this a speck.
So we're not going to add any fertilizer because there's a lot. I'll show you folks at home again. You can see a lot of the stuff in there already that just hasn't broken down.
And if we see things are waning a little in the summer, we can always come back in here and throw some in. So. And also we could give it a liquid feed. Okay. So this winter, or this spring, now when it was late winter, the salvias were actually, the microphylla and our Gregii and their hybrids were already flowering the last few weeks in the garden. Previous years, I haven't seen them until the end of March, the 1st of April. So, and I think there's probably, oh, there's one right down there actually in flower right now. Right in there. So these are really hardy plants that do very well through our seasons here. I think I need to get some more back around the agave.
So a little bit higher up than I would want, but that's just the nature of.
We can lift the pot and shake it down a little.
We'll shake it down a little bit. Just the nature of these big, more permanent containers. The soil doesn't move as much. And I did add some compost to it. Over the summer, it'll settle down just a little bit because the compost will start to break down. But
we'll water it well too, and that'll help things out a bit too.
Again, it looks a little bit sparse, but these are all going to fill in over the growing season as the weather warms up, as they start getting water, and that compost and fertilizer also break down.
It's still crooked.
Sometimes with trees like this, till those roots get established, we might drive a piece of bamboo all the way through it, and that'll kind of keep it. I hate when things don't line up, so it probably needs to go that way just a little bit. But
better. It's still leaning, but it's not too bad.
leaning.
It's way better than it was.
All right, what can we talk about for 4 minutes?
Okay, the plants again. Okay, so I said it so quickly. This is a kufia down here. This one here. This is kufia cyanea. This is cyanea ashvilla. Ashvilla, you can't go wrong with that name. And then Salvia microphylla neuripia. So this is one of the little leafed salvias. It smells nice too. Some of the salvias are a little pungent to me. This one has a nice fruity fragrance to it. So, and I enjoy that one actually. This one, it can easily get 3 feet on that one.
And salvia is something that benefits from getting pinched back. So for the sake of, like in the garden bed, we'll let this thing run.
Yeah.
In here,
we might control the size.
Let it get big. and pinch it back really hard just to kind of keep it in a realm in this container. Because salvias in general like it hot, they're super tough and adaptable. They do really well in containers. So this is going to be much happier in the container probably than it would be in the ground, and it may take off. So we can kind of keep it. We can keep it where we want to. And that's another component of working with containers is you can do some of that manipulation. This is going to stay upright, but if you wanted to take some of these lower branches off to give room, I don't think we need to, but it's an option with some of the bigger containers.
That's a Lawson cypress. So let's see. I'm blanking right now.
That's the tag right here.
Yeah, thank you. Camacypris lawsoniana, and it's I don't know the cultivar.
It's not that.
Oh, I have it.
You have it.
Or I had it, I should say.
One of the things that I always think about with these woody plants in containers is something that Coach Vince Dooley said. If you know Coach Vince Dooley, he's an avid gardener down in Georgia, has a beautiful garden.
Silver threads.
So silver threads. Incredible garden. And I was visiting with Magnolia Society, maybe.
We went to his garden, Magnolia.
And he has a big patio out back and lots of big containers with trees in them, some shrubs, but and what he said, I asked him about it, and what he said was, when I get a new tree, I like to live with it for a while before I plant it out. So he puts them in these big pots and has them around, and I loved that. So now sometimes when I have something that I really think is pretty special or I want to watch, I put it in a pot. Right now I've got a variegated, a white edged loquat. And I don't like the bare soil, so I always underplant it, not like this. I just do a specimen plant. So I have a variegated loquat, and under it I have meadow muffin erigeron, which is a little creeping aster with silvery leaves and little spikes of little daisy flowers.
Coming into flower right now.
Coming into flower right now. I've got a dwarf upright gold Pinus mugo with chocolate chip ajuga under it. And then I've got a Ryusin weeping Japanese maple, all in blue pots that my wife gave me, but it's a kind of a tall pot and it's weeping over. And actually I want to find some kind of little pedestal to put it on so it weeps even farther over. I don't do many containers, but that's what I do. And when they get a little bit bigger, I pop them out and I move them somewhere else in the garden and put some other special little thing in there. And I think it's a fun way to use plants. It's great for if you don't have space for a garden, but if you have a garden, it's nice. And some are by my doors, but one's in a bed like this where everything's growing up around it, and it's part of the garden.
Yep. Cool. All right.
Thank y'all.
All right. I think we're off to the next thing.
Yes. Well, I'll tell you with this, before we go, we had asked for people to get us up to 100 gifts, and we've got more than 100 gifts now.
Awesome.
Over 177,000. We're still on our way to 210. So hope y'all will continue. jcra.ncsu.edu. Now, I'm trying not to get anybody sick with moving the camera here, but one of our donors, we asked people to leave a message on there, and one of them said, I'll read it. This was an anonymous gift, but that's okay. Says, I appreciate all of the online education programs, and so we're giving you a peek behind the scenes, only partially behind the scenes, but we've got Blake Wintley, who's works with us. Those of you who join all our programs know him quite well because he is the one constant in our online programs here, and he is acting as part of the mission control team. We've also got Dennis Carey and Catherine Wall and Amanda Patillo-Lunt and all kinds of people manning computers and behind the scenes. We've got staff who are scurrying around and moving tables and chairs and equipment as we go from one place to another. We've even got our board president who we've had holding an umbrella. There's nothing that our board won't do for us. He's protecting the equipment. Now, what you can't see, and they rarely will let me, but I think we are going to get a chance to see the elusive camera team behind the scenes. Come on in, make sure you are over here. We got everybody in, and there's Arlene taking over. We have Carol and Alexander Lawrence who are just incredible volunteers all over, but have really helped us raise our game with the camera. That was a treat, y'all. I did not think, I was watching their faces and I was waiting for the behind there, but it is. And all this is happening, all this staff here, and some other things that you may have gotten glimpses of behind us throughout the day is the school tours that were coming through in the morning, the hundreds of children we get through every year. Wednesday afternoon, we had a wedding going on behind us at one point. It is so much happens here. It really is pretty exciting to see all the activity. So Blake, Rob, Carol, Alexander, thank y'all all so much. Day of Giving, we are still marching on. Some of the other things I've seen here, I appreciate the staff, volunteers, members, donors, and visitors who make the JCRA so special. I agree with that. We love all of them. Some of our visitors are really special here. It's one day we're gonna collect all the anecdotes of things we have seen in the garden and put that together. This gift is to thank your office and facility rental staff for making my job as president of the Central Carolina Chrysanthemum Society so easy. You all have been so good on taking care of us during our meetings in the garden, at the garden, in the classrooms. And this is a real success story for the Arboretum. A member of the Arboretum came to me and said, I really want to start a Central Carolina Chrysanthemum Society. And I said, okay, that's great. We support all things green. Wow. And she said, we'd really like to have it here, but we can't afford to rent space. Now, for plant societies, we give very affordable rates. And I said, well, I'll tell you what, we will give you one afternoon a month on what's typically a low rental day for free, and see where we are from there. They had 60 members at the end of a year, and we're able to pay the minimal amount that we charge them, and are a thriving group. They had a great crowd out just this past Monday. Is really exciting. And so we do try and support those things. So your dollars, as you give, they help us build these groups. They help us support these groups. They help us offer great rates for these other groups that are helping us extend our mission. So we thank you for that. We are now at 105 gifts. So we are officially halfway to our goal of 210 gifts, and we raised $178,000. And I'm going to make a special call out right now to my very good friend, my colleague, a former president of the association I love so much, the American Botanic Garden Association, Bill Lefebvre at Duke Gardens, director of Duke Gardens, is supporting us on this Day of Giving. And I really love that. We talked a little bit about that earlier. We have so many great gardens here that are really at the top of their game, and Duke Gardens is definitely one of them. And thank you, Bill. I also say we've gotten several more gifts from staff. Really, that always is heartwarming that the staff really want to support what we do here. So thank you very much. Now, Alexander, are we going to be able to move here? I threw them a curveball by going behind the scenes. So I like seeing how the sausage is made. So the next thing we have going on, we've been talking about containers a lot today. And there is a Japanese tradition that I have found fascinating ever since I first learned about it. And I can tell you exactly when I first learned about it. It was in 1995 when I started working at the Atlanta Botanic Garden. And one of the volunteers there, and in Botanic Gardens, it seems like it always comes back to volunteers, was a gentleman named Ozzie Johnson, still a fantastic friend of mine, one of the very best plants people, supporter of the Arboretum. I know he has a planned gift for the Arboretum. And he started telling me about Koten Inge, the practice of the art of Koten Inge, which is a Japanese traditional style of growing plants, very specific types of containers and displaying them in very specific ways. And it was something that really talked to me. And one of those plants that did that they were used are these weird Nandina. These aphyllous or leafless Nandina, ones that are contorted and twisted, a lot of them very dwarf, ones that barely want to grow at all. Yeah, with Koten Inge, the more likely it is your plant will die, the more impressive it is. And when I first saw these Nandina, Ozzie was, every time he would come up here to the J.C. Ralston Arboretum, NCSU Arboretum at the time, he would beg some cuttings from J.C. off of his weird, at the time, what I would have called ugly Nandina. I have grown to appreciate beauty in all its forms over the years. And finally, he came back and he had the whole collection. JC had just propagated the whole collection. He knew Ozzie was coming. He knew he was going to ask. So he just did them all and gave a whole collection of them to JC. But when that happened, Ozzie told me about the art of Koten Inge. And in that tradition, these very specific types of pots, the big key is the 3 legs and a large drain hole in the bottom. And these plants are grown and prized, and often you don't have a lot of space in Japan, so many of them are grown inside, and they are highly prized, and people will pay tens of thousands of dollars for really rare things. They will, the containers are works of art. We had trouble finding the right containers for us, and one of our volunteers, again, always back to those volunteers, found a North Carolina potter to make us a whole collection of these Koten Inge pots. So there are many plants that people use in Koten Inge. We are really focusing on a handful of them. One of them is Rhodia. And we've got a few here. This is one, I'm going to cheat, Sekai Nishiki, which is a variegated one. It has white variegation on the margins and central white variegation. And it may be hard to pick up on camera, but the leaf itself is ridged, what they call a dragon back ridges through there. So it's contorted and weird feeling and leathery. There are some very big ones. We've got several variegated ones out here. This is a variegated one with just a thin white edge on it. Now, a lot of times these are very, Koten Inge plants can be very unstable. So you have to really watch to make sure that you don't propagate the part that's different, or at least you don't keep the same name on it. And there are several variegated ones like this. I really like one called the very Japanese name. I'm going to try to pronounce it correctly. Herbie is a good one. If you want more Japanese, Fuji no Yuki is a good one too, but Herbie I like. And this little guy, this is a very, very classic one. Soryu Jishi. I always want to call it Sour Jishi, but it's Soryu Jishi. That RYU is dragon in Japanese. So Soryu Jishi. And it's a curled, contorted thing. It just makes a little mound. Now, all these you can grow in the open garden, but they're great in containers. And rhodia are fantastic for people like me who are terrible about watering because they'll take it very dry. Another one just to show you some of the variation. This is variegated, but it's just kind of splashed and speckled on there. It's one called Shirobotan. Now, the other group, another group that we are really focusing on, and I love that this was a favorite plant of JC's as well, is a plant called Ardisia japonica or marlberry. It's in the garden, a little ground covering plant, will grow in deep shade. Now, the really good Cotoninga plants are terrible ones in the garden. They do not spread. They're a little bit miffier, as the British would say. But there are some great ones for the garden, like Shiramen, a little small one, and one that's called Andre the Giant. We have now, I am certain, the very largest collection of Ardisia japonica in the U.S. And Greg and I have talked about going to Japan soon to get some more, variation and some more. He's ready to go right now. This is one Nami no Hikari. We've got about 45 or so different ones, and they are variegated in some cases. They are contorted leaves like this one. They'll flush out bright red, and they fruit. They have these little red berries that follow the little pinkish white fruit. Some flush out with white, and they're just all kinds of different things. I find them endlessly fascinating and grow a ton of them. Another Ardisia, and Ardisia are really amazing. We have native big shrubby Ardisias down in Florida, and they grow in South America, and they grow in tropical areas. But then we also have these Asian ones, like Ardisia japonica. And this is another Asian one, Ardisia crenata. And this is where it's good to know where you're gardening, how you're gardening. In a container, they're fine. I learned this as a house plant called Christmas berry, because it'll become a pretty big shrubby thing and then be loaded with fruit during the winter. But in the south of us, down when you get into the Gulf Coast states, Ardisia crenata is weedy. It seeds all over the place, but it's just tender enough for us here that it doesn't do that. A cold winter will wipe it out. And we have ones that have white edges and red leaves and curly leaves, and they are pretty good garden plants for us, except for those really cold spells where we lose them. So we try to be careful with them. We're looking at some orchids with these. All of these kinds of these plants are really, to me, an interesting way. And what I like about it is, much like the containers we've been talking about today that you can do on a patio if you don't have space. A lot of people right now don't have gardens. I know a lot of young people who are growing a lot of tropicals and things as house plants. It's huge, which I love to see. This is another way to grow a plant or two plants inside. And if you really read up on the Cotoninga tradition, what little you can find anyway, there is a way of appreciating these plants that goes beyond just, hey, this is pretty. It's really thinking about it and almost like something to help you kind of meditate and calm down, check in with your plant every day. And as bring everything around full circle, we wanted to figure out a way to display these outside, and we decided, we needed some shelves to be built to go on our last structure, and ultimately by our Japanese garden. And Ozzie Johnson, who introduced me to Koten Inge, made a donation to the Arboretum to have these shelves built especially for showing off these plants and to purchase these pots. And we hope to have these on rotating display both in our visitor center and outside in our gardens like this, so we can really show people a different way of appreciating plants. And that's what we love, is there are all these different ways of appreciating plants. Anywhere you go in the world, there are people who appreciate plants and what they do for them. It is a universal impulse to garden, to enjoy plants. And one of the defining moments in my life as a horticulturist was when I went to Ecuador for the first time, and we went in the rainforest, and the person who was with me, who was traveling into the rainforest, who was part of the tribe that we were, the native tribe that we were visiting, was going, his parents lived there, and he brought several young chickens to bring to his parents, because they lay eggs and they eat insects, and they're great, and some crotons, the tropical plant that's bright, colorful leaves, has absolutely zero use in terms of food, medicine, anything. As far as I know, it is strictly ornamental. And so he was bringing chickens, which are incredibly useful out there way out in the rainforest, and he was bringing a plant that has no function other than beauty. And so when I got there, this is already in my head, and then I'm seeing they had all these planted food plants and ornamental plants and useful plants all together. And it's because that the strive for beauty is basically universal. It really is. So, and that's part of what we do. We try and fill that universal need for plants in our lives, for horticulture, both strictly decorative, but also, just teaching people about how to do things and how to be successful. So I hope you're continuing to enjoy what we're talking about, and that you are continuing to support us on Day of Giving. Again, you can go to our website, jcra.ncsu.edu, to give. Gifts, big or small, are very much appreciated. We're trying to get to 210 gifts today. Last time I looked, we were halfway there. So we have until midnight. I'm going to be calling you up and knocking on doors at midnight if we don't get to that 210. So make sure you get there. All right. We are going to check in on Tim. Tim is trying to see if he can get through the day, telling us the names of every single plant in the Arboretum. And then we're going to talk a little bit about rose pruning, which often confuses people. And don't go away, even if you're not a rose gardener, because we're going to have a conversation with Tony Avent of Juniper Level Botanic Gardens and Plant Delights Nursery about the collaboration and coming together of J.C. Ralston Arboretum and Juniper Level Botanic Garden.
As Mark mentioned, if you just joined us, you may have missed our very own Tim Alderton is taking on our staff's challenge to read the complete list of plants that are currently on display at the Arboretum. He's made a lot of progress, but I'm not sure he's going to make it all the way through. Let's check in and see how he's doing.
Better known as Felix Jury, Magnolia KDO, Magnolia Laura Sailor, Magnolia Legend, which is over there, one from the National Arboretum, and then my favorite, Magnolia Lois. My grandmother's name was Lois, so that one has a place in my heart. My favorite yellow, Magnolia Maryland, Magnolia Melissa Parrish times Magnolia Insignis. Anita Figler, that's a big name there. Magnolia McJur01, Berry Magnolia Blush. That one's out of New Zealand, if I remember correctly. Magnolia Nimbus, Magnolia Paul Cook, Magnolia Peppermint Stick, Magnolia Pink Delight, Magnolia Pink Goblet, Magnolia Pristine, Magnolia Raspberry Ice.
2 hours later.
Prunus Mume Tojabai, Prunus Mume Yuwa, Prunus Mume Chicory Nursery Clone, Prunus Persica Bonfire, which is that direction, Prunus Persica Corinthian Pink, which is just over there, Prunus Persica, let's see, Genpi Shidari, way over there. Ruby Ruffles right there. One by Denny Werner, our former director. And it is an offspring of Prunus Bonfire. And our next one, Prunus Persica NCSU Dwarf Double Red, way over there.
Well, he made it through the Magnolia collection. That's so impressive. If you're just joining us again, we're getting ready to look at a rose pruning video, and we'll take it away.
I've spent a lot of time in my horticultural career working with roses, and it's definitely a love-hate relationship. Roses get lots of diseases. They have thorns on them. They literally will draw blood and make you hurt, but there's really nothing quite so horticulture rewarding as when your roses are covered with nice flowers. So one of the early maintenance things that you can do with roses is pruning them. And this is normally the time of the year, late February, early March, cutting back shrub roses, hybrid teas, working on climbers. That's the time frame. In case you haven't tuned in to any of the things that we've been talking about, in case you haven't been outside in the last 5 or 10 minutes, spring has sprung. So this is a little bit further along than we would like to cut it back, but for sake of demonstration, we can still do that. We're not going to really hurt this thing. We're going to slow it down a little bit, which isn't a terrible thing. So listening to what I say and following the actions, probably should have done this a little bit earlier. But again, for sake of demonstration, going to show a little bit on how to cut back your shrubs in early spring. So having good tools, I've talked about that a pretty good bit. A good pruning saw is a must. This is a silky saw. If anybody you came to the Gardening in the South lectures that we did, I talked a little bit about this, and so did Barb Fair from NC State. Having a good pair of pruners is super important. Crucial to any horticultural task. These are Okatsunis. These are made in Japan. I like these a lot because they're easy to open, and if you want to close them, you just click them and put them in your pocket. This is a personal favorite of mine. And then you've got Philcos, which are also kind of a standard for any horticultural task. These are left-handers. These are number 9s because why? I'm left-handed, but I've got multiple pairs of these, and I literally never leave home without them. So I like to have both pairs when I'm pruning roses and kind of switch back and forth, especially if you're doing more than one. But the first thing you do is kind of look at it, and you want to take it back to about a third. So taking off big stuff is kind of a good place to start. So when I say big, I mean big. Gloves are crucial. So that's a pretty good size cane. And what that's going to allow the shrub to do is to branch out in different places. And when you're making a big cut like that, if you want to zoom in, I can show you with a bigger branch. So you've got your branch that you want to prune, and in most cases, you want to prune to a bud that's going out away from the plant, not in towards the plant. And that's pretty common sense, pretty basic stuff. The reason you want to do that is you want that new growth to go out away from the plant, not in it. Roses benefit from air circulation. You don't want those branches rubbing together and all that growth being concentrated on the inside. You want it to kind of spread outward. And that also will allow a lot of that vegetative growth to be pushed into producing flowers. So if I'm looking at that on the rose plant, I see a bud right here that's going out in that direction. So that's what I'm going to prune down to, is right there. A lot of debate on how close to that you want to get. A lot of debate as to if you want that to be a straight cut or kind of an angle cut. I tell people, make it angle a little bit, so if water settles on that, it's going to roll off. I don't know how crucial that is, but that's something that's been in my brain for 30 plus years of working with roses, working with a lot of people that work with roses, and it kind of makes sense. You don't want to get super close to where that growth is. Again, that gives that bud a little bit more room, and if that wound is closer, you might damage that. So kind of rule of thumb, a little bit of an angle, maybe a ½ inch above that growth, and you should be fine. If you wanted to get real nitpicky, you could take that same bud facing outward to all of this growth here. So if you look at that, I'm looking at this big piece here, you've got a bud that goes outwards here, that's going to go away from the center of the plant. So I would prune that off as well. Same thing with that piece. You've got a bud right here going that way. Same thing with this one right here. There's a bud right here. It comes out this way, away from the center of the plant. And even this little guy here. You don't want to go here because that's going to go inwards. This is coming outwards. So I would do that. And that's going to give that plant the energy to, from this bud, produce a flower, and flowers on the stalk depending on the different type of rose. So pretty basic stuff on pruning roses. This applies to shrub roses, hybrid teas. You could do that to floribundas. Climbers benefit from being cut back. It kind of keeps them in bounds and lets them produce a lot of flowers. But early spring, late February, March, you want that new growth when it opens up not to be damaged by the cold. So a little bit further along for sake of demonstration, but a listen to me now and hear me later kind of concept. But that's the basics of roses. And if you have any more questions about that, come out and see us and we'll help you with your roses.
All right, welcome back. And while Tim was reading off names, I was able to submit another submit a whole nother gift for in honor of our staff. So the rose pruning, that's always the rose folks know it. The people who are just starting to grow roses often feel confused. We treat them so differently than we do most of the other plants in our garden.
Right. There's a lot of secret societies, secret handshake stuff with roses. The people that grow roses.
Yeah, I think that's one of my, of any kind of any activity, anything. That's one of the things I like least is when it seems like there's people are trying to make it more confusing or more difficult. Gardening's pretty easy. And the truth is you can ignore your roses and they'll keep growing.
They're remarkably resilient and tough, despite their proclivity for diseases and insects and that kind of stuff. But a lot of that is diversity. If you've got, I think you said, the healthiest, most disease-resistant rose is the one rose in the garden. It's not an entire rose garden. So that gives some of that false sense of roses are impossible and shouldn't be trifled with. Is that side of the rose garden?
One question we've gotten, and one that it took me a while to learn this. It was about climbing roses, and my father had some real ugly climbing roses, barely ever flowered, and I really did not like climbing roses because I didn't see them flower much. And then it was like a complete revelation when somebody told me, much like other members of their family, like apples, I knew apples, I'd learned that in school, that apples flower better on horizontal branches. That's why you see the way they prune them and sometimes wait to leave them. And roses, climbing roses,
They respond to that bending.
yeah, they, and this is something that, you and I have traveled, and when you see them in the wild, these, the species climbing roses, they're going way up into trees and they grow up like a lot of vines. They grow up. It's all about getting high. And then they'll cascade out of the tops of the trees and they're beautiful flowering. And it's in the garden. You mimic that. You get them up, and then if you have grapes, you prune them like grapes, where you go horizontal, and they'll flower on there.
And they really respond to that, and they respond to pruning in general. You can even take roses and pleach them in beds. I did that at the Biltmore estate to great effect, and just that arching of the canes all along that arch, they would produce a whole abundance of flowers. But like anything in gardening, it just requires a little bit of patience, a little bit of know-how, and there's plenty of literature out there. There's plenty of gardens to visit like ours to learn more about them, but it's not something to be to be afraid of. And most home gardeners, to be honest, aren't going to grow a large number. There might be room for a climber. There might be room for a climber in a shrub rose, a climber in a landscape rose. And there's a lot of good ones out in the nursery trade. And it just depends on your level of depth, how far you want to go into that lane of growing roses and being a rose gardener.
Yeah. And they're really, we're getting to the point now where there are roses out there that don't act like roses, that act like garden plants.
Yeah.
The classic rose that, the hybrid tea rose are really designed for cutting.
A big flower and for cutting and deadheading, pruning, all that stuff. A lot of these newer garden roses don't need to be deadheaded. Some of them don't need to be cut back. You plant them and there you are. Something that's going to repeat bloom and be kind of self-cleaning on themselves. The whole Knockout Rose series is kind of built on that pillar in the nursery trade and to great success. But those are the easiest ones to fool around with, and they come in a whole plethora of colors: doubles, yellows, pinks. All that entails.
All right. One of the things Greg and I like to do is we like to talk about plants, thumbs up, thumbs down, and we're often we both like the sound of our voices and our opinions. So if one says up, the other will say down, just for the fun.
Black, white.
So here we go.
Okay.
Ground cover roses.
You go first. I think we agree with that, and I'll tell you why I don't like them. The only thing worse than weeding a ground cover rose is weeding Opuntia or cacti or succulents or something in that realm. No matter how hard you try, inevitably crabgrass, whatever is going to get in there and just completely sully the look of those roses. I've never ever seen, and forgive me if you grow those out there, I have never ever seen a situation where those do well. And they just, I'm with you. Thumbs down to ground covers.
That's me. It's the weeding. It's the weeding, and that's some of those things are deep ingrained from youth. I swear it felt like a quarter acre at one garden I worked at of the memorial rose, Rosa wichuriana, a little low one.
Yep.
And the Bermuda grass that would get 2 feet tall growing through it because you couldn't weed it out.
It's impossible.
Those were tough ones.
Yep.
Something else, another question we've gotten is about fragrance. And how do you find a rose with fragrance? Because that's not what people are breeding for.
No. all the breeding for a big cabbage headed roses. And when I say cabbage head, I mean ones that have lots of petals so that you have a great big lush beautiful flower that looks great in a vase or in a dish with water in it to kind of float. But very few of those have any fragrance. All that's been bred out to get that big lush flower head. A lot of the hybrid teas, again, they're meant to produce multiple flowers that need to be cut off and deadheaded, and nice straight canes, not a lot of fragrance. Some of the, I mean, we talk about older plants, older roses, the heirloom ones that have been around for a while, that are often the most disease resistant, that are often the most consistent with bloom, that are adaptable to the warming and the cooling of our temperatures. Those have fragrance, those have great flowers, and those do well in the landscape. Those are the ones to kind of look for. I would pepper your local garden center for those. There's a lot of stuff on the web. There's a rose grower. I'm not sure if they're still around. I'm not going to name them, that we used when I was at the Biltmore Estate in South Carolina, that grew a lot of those. And I think they grew them on their own roots, which was even better. Those are the kinds of things to look for. And species ones. You know, I love Rugosa roses. You see them at the beach. They grow in the sand. They can take salt. They can take sun, full blasted sun. They're tough plants. They have great big gorgeous rose hips, and they smell good. Those are fairly disease resistant for a rose. Those are the ones that I look out. Not a lot of color choices, reds, pinks and whites basically for those. There's one that we saw garden center outside of not far from Dan's place, Far Reaches. Rosa metabulus with the great big red thorns on it. It's got kind of a red flower. That's a nice looking rose from a kind of a different perspective that has interesting canes. So those are the ones that I kind of gravitate towards.
Yeah, I grow one of those with the Cercia with those big thorns. Yeah, I agree. I love the species roses. I love the single flowered. Of course, I'm like that with camellias too. I like that simplicity. You know, the other thing, if you want a rose with fragrance, remember this: nurserymen are all liars. Now, a nurseryman who will be joining us shortly is the one who said that to me. Actually, a lot of nurserymen don't know what plants do. So I'd encourage you to come to a place like the J.C. Ralston Arboretum, go to a place like Biltmore, go to other gardens and see them in flower and stick your nose in them. Don't take somebody else's opinion. There are plants in this garden that people swear are fragrant that I cannot smell for the life of me. There's other things that I can.
You do have a selective sniffer.
I do.
You do have a selective sniffer.
So, you know, keep that in mind, that it's a real way, it's a good way to get out and see plants. Here at J.C. Ralston Arboretum, we love all of our companions to our plants, including all the insects and birds and critters that are out here. And spraying is gross.
It is.
So we don't spray our rose garden, which means we have sometimes have ugly roses, and we rip those out and plant more of them because we want to find good looking roses. So that's the other thing with coming out to a place like this is, you know, you can see, hey, that one looks pretty darn good considering it's surrounded by other roses. Maybe we should, you know, maybe that's one that I want to try. You know, you can see some beautiful roses that are sprayed with fungicides and pesticides every 7 to 10 days, and they look great.
Been there, done that. One of the first places I saw the type of garden that Mark's talking about was the Morris Arboretum, where they incorporated in their endowed traditional rose garden, they started adding companion plants. So when the climbers were done blooming, they had clematis planted on those so that the clematis came and provided color and interest with the flowers and the foliage. They put perennials in, so they kind of filmed in the gaps, different things. Tim has been going through our rose garden, and where we've got gaps where roses have become too diseased, we've ripped those out and we're adding stuff to it to kind of fill in those voids. And we'll go back and supplement with some better roses just because we want that. But we're almost looking at the roses as kind of a cyclical thing. If they don't do well, we'll replace them with other ones and try to find better ones or ones that did well for us for a certain time frame and kind of replace those on kind of on a rotation. But mixing in those different things adds the color, adds the season of interest. It provides habitat for beneficial insects because they need stuff both to forage on, to nest, to overwinter, and to go through their changes. And they do that with perennials, grasses, and other things as well. So we've done that to I think to great success with our rose garden and adding that other dimension, and it makes it more interesting and attractive at the same time.
And I think from our talk, we're on the same page in terms of the other roses, the species roses and things like that can add some interest, some of which are big honking things, but some of them are great for landscapes. The last question we get is the big bugaboo now, rose rosette. Rose rosette. And a lot of work was done with that here. I talked with the pathologist who works with horticulture crops, and one of the amazing things he told me. Now let me go back. Rose rosette is caused by a mite, and it's
vectored.
Yeah, it moves on the wind, which is unfortunate for roses because the thing you want to keep roses disease free is lots of air movement. The best way to grow roses to keep rose rosette out is to put up big windbreaks so the mites don't float in. But what was interesting was he said, you dig it out and you want to make sure the best thing to do is to bag it, cut it off, tie it up, dig out the roots, bag it, throw it away, because you don't want to shake those mites all loose everywhere. But then the research shows, he says really in 3 days, but what they publicize is 7 days, you can plant right back there with a rose. It's not, it doesn't linger. So it's not like one of those fungal soil-borne diseases that are there forever once you get them. And as far as I can tell so far, the traditional garden roses, they're all pretty susceptible.
Initially when it first kind of came into the industry, it was mostly rose gardens where you've got that monoculture, and all the disease resistant ones, the newer ones, everybody touted they're not going to get it. And then we started seeding it in those. And I think it moved through the nursery industry before they knew it was in the plants, which is unfortunate. But it's one of those things that I think it's going to be a cyclical thing. It's gotten really, really bad, and most people don't know what it is. It's not something you can treat with a fungicide. It's not something you can treat with an insecticide. It's a viral disease. The mites will feed on a plant. They'll ingest it. It gets in their foregut. They go to an uninfected rose and bite it, and it's vectored into that clean plant, and it keeps on going and keeps on going. So, getting rid of the insect would help, but that's a hard thing to do. So as soon as you see it in your garden, you can prune it out, but it's all through the plant system itself. Take that, don't compost it, throw it in the trash, and give yourself some time and, plant back with a healthy rose afterwards. Having those breaks, that's part of our idea with companion plants, is it gives the roses a little bit of space, but it's easy for the mite to move around. They get on birds, they get moved through the wind. It's a really bad thing that there's no quick cure. You can't go to the garden center and buy something off the shelf. You can spray on the rose and it's going to get rid of the disease. We're not close to that yet. They're working feverishly in that direction, but we don't have a quick fix for that right now.
Yeah. And so I'm going to be joined now by Tony Avent from Juniper Level Botanic Garden. And it's great timing talking about this rose rosette disease, because the big problem with rose rosette, the reason it has become such a problem, is because of lack of diversity. And that is something that we talked about with Dr. Seth Carley earlier, Denisha Seth Carley, when we were here, is lack of diversity is always a problem. Rose Rosette has been in the U.S. For years and years, and it's mostly was on the Cherokee roses that grew on our fence posts and old fence lines around the country.
Describe what an infected.
Sure, an infected plant with Rose Rosette, it'll have really congested, contorted, red tinged new growth. Fasciated growth on there. And so it's real obvious when you have it. And what happened was the knockout rose came out, and people blame the knockout rose, but as usual, it's not the plant's fault. It's our fault, because knockout rose was legitimately a great plant. It wasn't a rose. It was like a perfect plant. And so everybody planted it in big masses outside buildings, at the fairgrounds, everywhere. People planted it in their yards. Really one of the most widely grown plants for a while. And what happened was those mites that were on those Cherokee roses were now able to move from host to host to host to host and get into our gardens, whereas before the Cherokee roses in our rose gardens were never the twain shall meet, but we filled in all the gaps with one plant. Diversity is always the key. So want to welcome everybody's coming in for our midweek program, including a guest for our gardening conversations, Tony Avent. Want to make sure everybody knows that while we're chatting, they are more than free. They are in fact encouraged to use their phone or their iPad or whatever and go to jcra.ncsu.edu or jlbg.org and click on the give button. We have had a $500,000 pledge gift to JLBG today, Juniper Level Botanic Garden, for the endowment. I don't know about other gifts right now. I know, wait, I'm getting a report.
From about 15 people.
So we've had a couple thousand more dollars going into that endowment. I really would encourage people to take this time while we're talking. You're going to hear a little bit about why it's important to do that coming up. Let's see, I had ours bookmarked, but I think I lost out on it. But hey, my mom is given. Thank you, Mom. So I appreciate that. Oh yeah, we've got businesses, professional care, heating and air, like that. Rick Lawn, the executive director of the North Carolina Nursery and Landscape Association, and also a board member. So really been successful, and we're trying to get up to 210 gifts between our organizations to really have our board match us with a challenge grant of $25,000. So Tony, thanks for coming. Thanks for sharing some of what's going on at Juniper Level with folks today. We've had some of the people you've influenced over the years today. We talked to Rich Olson earlier, and as Todd Lesane gave a gift, and we talked about Ian Simpkins, and what's been your experience with students out there, whether interns or working for you over the years from NC State in the garden?
Well, it's been great to have so many through the years, and obviously, as you've mentioned, some same ones that interned with us. They've gone on to do amazing things. So it is we're training those leaders of tomorrow, and that's one of the critical things about the work that we do here, and the work that y'all do is getting those people to understand it is about the plants, and then go on and do amazing things. So yeah, it's.
Well, one of the first people that I got to know pretty well, who had worked with you, I didn't realize it at the time, actually, and this what I'm talking about ties in with kind of your philosophy, bridging the gap between horticulture and botany, because a lot of times those disciplines don't speak to each other. Is Ron Galliardo.
One of our very first employees.
Yeah, you can talk a little bit about what he has done in recent years before he retired.
Well, Ron was very interesting. We first met him as a young teenager living in Raleigh, and he exhibited plants when I worked at the fair. So I knew him from that. And he was the first person to ever successfully tissue culture Venus flytraps and Sarracenias. So it was pretty amazing. So I knew him, and then was able to later hire him as our first employee before he got a real job at Atlanta Botanic Garden, and he developed there the tissue culture protocols for trilliums and did amazing work in conservation. So that's sort of where we are now, is trying to take some of that work that Ron did in developing that in our own lab and get a lot of these rare plants, especially a lot of the rare natives, and get them propagated and get them out there. And then obviously he went on to pretty much plant the Amazon spheres, select all the plant material and oversee that development. So yeah, we've had some amazing people go through the nursery through the years.
Well, and the reason Ron comes to mind when I think about that bridging the gap between horticulture and botany is because I tried to, I nominated him for outstanding graduate in horticulture.
He didn't graduate in hort.
He was a botany student. So we couldn't, but you taught him well, because he's retired and neither one of us.
He's you're working for Amazon's a little different than working for the state or working for yourself.
But that is important. So this is something that people don't talk about or don't understand, is why can't I get that plant? Tony, those who don't know, Plant Delights Nursery offers one of the biggest selections of native plants around. One of the biggest selections of non-native plants as well. But people often say, why can't I get this native plant? Or they say there's 3,000 native plants in North Carolina, and say, yeah, but half of those are ugly, and the other half are darn near impossible to grow or propagate. And that stops a lot of people. That has not necessarily stopped you, though.
No, well, most nurseries are going to propagate easy to propagate stuff. So if you look at nurseries, they pretty much all offer the same easy to propagate or easy to buy in plants. And we sort of are known for taking the road less traveled. And we said, let's figure out how to do it. So as we talked about in the trillium video we showed earlier, that's a 4 to 5 year crop. You can't, without having some income coming in from somewhere else, you can't do that. So we had to develop a catchword now, sustainable model that would allow us to propagate these rare and endangered plants. I mean, we offer a lot of orchids, a lot of lady slipper orchids. They're 8 years from the time they're started to seed to what we sell. We've got a cooperator we work with in Germany that's actually growing the seedlings, and then they ship them over to us, and then we're able to pot those and offer them. So so many of these things that just aren't available. And what's interesting, the rarer a plant is, especially natives, the less likely anybody is to get it, because you've got a lot of institutions that believe that if a plant's rare, they should keep it out of the hands of the general public. You can find countless articles online of, oh my goodness, we did a search and we found that nurseries are actually offering endangered plants. We must put a stop to this. How horrible. It's because some people have anointed themselves in charge of the world's germplasms. And those of us with unwashed hands are not suitable to be able to grow those. And certainly, how dare us share those? We might contaminate the germplasm. We might mix a population of Virginia genes with the population of North Carolina genes. But the question I asked them, I said, well, what if we held the same thing about humans? What if we said humans should not marry and produce children outside of your own population? We should be genetically isolated. Really? How would that go over if it were humans? I don't think it would go over particularly well.
Well, and like we always try and emphasize here, there's black and white thinking is useless because the world is not black and white. It's gray. It is great that there are people doing conservation work and protecting plants in the wild. I think we both agree with that.
Well, I was on the North Carolina Rare Plant Conservation Committee for 8 years. So yes, we are absolutely in agreement.
But that doesn't mean then that's the end. And Tony and I, you know, we talk about our collaborations with J.C. Ralston Arboretum and Juniper Level Botanic Garden, programs like Southeastern Plant Symposium we put on jointly. But we also just co-authored a textbook chapter in a textbook. It's actually a 7-volume textbook on the role of botanic gardens in conservation. And we had to argue to write to have an article included on the role of botanic gardens in conservation through propagation and dissemination, getting these things out, that's important. And I think that's when we talk about our organizations coming together in an official sense, I think there's always been that that close alignment. That's one of the keys, is getting those plants out. We can grow lots of plants, and we're plant nerds. We like to grow lots of plants, but it's the sharing of the plants that is the important part. Studying them, learning about them, and then bringing them out. And it's unfortunately becoming a harder and harder to do that, and we fight harder and harder to be able to continue to do that.
Well, it is. I think a lot of people still live under the myth that plants grow in the wild where they grow their best, and they simply do not. That is, they grow in the wild where they will persist without human intervention and without competition. But if anybody's ever been over to see the great gardens of Europe, especially get in Germany, our native trilliums are 5 to 10 times as vigorous and as large as they are here in their native habitat. They grow far better over there. So it's really quite embarrassing to those who keep perpetuating this myth of native plants must grow here and they must grow in this. And you know, we have a little plant in the garden that's a Chinese native, Chinese endemic, very rare. It's called Europhysa henryi. It's only native to a particular alkaline crevice. And I read an article by the Chinese researchers that said, absolutely impossible to grow this plant outside of its native environment. We have tried, it absolutely cannot be grown. It's growing fine. We've had the thing in for a couple of years. It's been blooming since January. So what we always say is never send a botanist to do a horticulturist job.
Right. And it's, and I think we agree, but those field botanists, and that's where I think we, that Juniper Level and J.C. Ralston Arboretum, we get people excited, students, especially these interns, about plants and tell the stories behind them. And it really takes knowing those plants and seeing those plants growing and living to really know about them. There are things that botanists say is the same plant that they sure aren't the same thing in the garden. You know, that one dies, one lives, one grows 3 feet tall, the other one grows, you know, creeps on the ground like a ground cover. And we could go on and on about those. And so it is important, not just from the conservation, but from the study point of view, to have these plants and be able to see them.
Absolutely. I mean, we're very blessed to have 2 of the most incredible botanists I've ever met on staff. Patrick McMillan did a video today, and Zach Hill, our plant records and taxonomists, both of them are incredible. We were actually in the field for several hours yesterday. They know plants, native plants especially, far greater than I will ever know. And it's just fascinating to learn from them. And then we can take those plants and then evaluate them as garden specimens and then grow those. I mean, we've done, I think of our 100 trips we've done worldwide, probably 70 of those have been in the US, because there is an incredible amount of plants that we still don't know. I mean, we've published new species. We currently grow 10 trillium species that have yet to be named and described from the Southeast US. That's crazy. So it takes that work, as we mentioned, of botany and horticulture working together for the good of everyone.
So for those who haven't been to Juniper Level Botanic Garden, it is one of the great plant collections. It is, as I always say, the key for a botanic garden as opposed to a garden, a garden is records. You have to know what's there. Some gardens have the ability to do a lot with those records, research and work. Some gardens don't. But if you don't have the records, then the collection becomes not useless, but very much less useful scientifically. Juniper Level has better records than almost any botanic garden, other botanic garden out there. You know, what inspired you to start that way? Because I've worked with a lot of people who have great gardens, great collections, but they don't even think about records until.
Well, it comes from being an OCD person, and when you're OCD, you have to over-organize everything. So from the time we started, we recorded where everything came from, the date it was planted, where it came from. It was wild collected with the data. So we've been doing that since 1986, and our records have continued to improve. Currently, we have now topped 85,000 plant records. So we have grown 85,000 taxa in the garden. We don't have that many alive. We've killed well off north of 50,000. So I think we've probably got the record now for having killed the most plants of any living person.
That's an impressive thing. And it's something important for gardeners to know. Always hound on this. Gardeners kill plants. Gardening's all about experimenting and trying, and sometimes plants just don't want to grow. Sometimes we grow things that we shouldn't grow. Not that we shouldn't grow, that we know we're not going to grow.
Well, the key is to learn. I mean, JC had told me about Romney coulteri, the California poppy, and he said this is completely ungrowable in the East. Well, you might as well throw down the gauntlet. I mean, you tell me, here's my mentor telling me I can't grow something. Damn it, I'm going to figure out how to grow it. I killed 15 of them before I finally got it in the right spot. And then it actually grew so bigger, we had to dig it out with a wheelbarrow because it was growing too well. So, yeah, the key is never give up, as Jim Valvano said, no matter what it's about, don't give up. Always try something different. And horticulture is a great thing to try this, but it's not, we don't look at it as failure. We look at it as learning experience. All right, I've learned something else that didn't work.
Yeah. Best gardeners have the best compost because they killed the most plants.
We bury our mistakes.
I like it. Actually, with compost, I always say that the best gardeners have the most interesting things growing out of their compost. We've got some cool things and some plants that I pulled out of other people's compost. Juniper Level already has the basis for what any of the great botanic gardens would be. When did you really think in terms of the J.C. Raulston, NC State as being a place that could continue the legacy on beyond you and start thinking about how do we continue to fund it after the nursery, after you? What does that look like? And
well, it's probably been about 8 years ago we started the discussions, but actually JCRA has been in our will for the Arboretum for 30 years. We just never told anyone. That was going to be a nice surprise if something were to happen to us. So 8 years ago, we started looking at all kinds of options. We looked at, all right, can we set up our own foundation? And then we sat down with Sonia Murphy's now the assistant dean, and we started talking about what would it look like? And she was like, have you thought about letting us set it up through the Ag Foundation? And we're like, no, we hadn't. Tell us something about that. And the more we talked, it was like, well, we've always thought of JCRA as a sister. And so we just basically over the next couple of years, we had to go obviously to the university and say, would you be interested in the Botanic Garden? And they said, after we got it high enough on the totem pole, absolutely, we'd be interested, but we have no money. But we have a foundation. So we'll set you up an endowment in the 501c3 in the foundation, and we'll give you a hat that says fundraiser, and your job is to go out there and fundraise money. So that's sort of how it all came together. So it was really meant to be. We just now have to figure out how to get to our $17 million goal, which will fund the operational endowment and make that sustainable. So we're on our way. We've got a ways to go, but
yeah. Well, so something one of the fundraisers said was, now the only trouble you'll have is figuring out how to get people who know and love you because you're a nursery to give money so that you can shut the nursery down and be a garden. And we I think both realize that, one, that would be difficult, and two, that would defeat much of the purpose of why both of these institutions exist, which is to distribute those plants. And so I want to tell anybody who is concerned that their gift to the endowment for Juniper Level Botanic Garden will mean plants will stop flowing out. That is not the case. What it means is that there may be some different models, and for members, as membership gets started, there'll be some perhaps some exclusive opportunities, but it will also mean, once that endowment is filled, that that you'll be able to think even more about those trilliums that take 4 or 5 years, or those orchids that take 8 years. That it's the business model is not that the nursery is successful so that the garden can be successful. It's the model becomes the garden is successful, which means you can offer plants that really need to be out, even if it doesn't really make sense, wouldn't make sense even now from a business model.
Sure. I mean, the model we currently have is only successful because I work really cheap and I work 3 40-hour weeks. So when something happens to me, we have to replace me with 3 people that make a lot more money. So that's why we have to have that endowment, to make sure we can pay those 3 people. Yeah, I can make it skate by now. I just, work some extra hours, sleep less. But once I'm, become disabled, then yeah, we've got to have those people. So that's why the endowment is critical.
And I believe we're over $1 million with the endowment, with certainly with this planned this pledge of $500,000 that came through today. And as I've said earlier, we're talking about it as though they're 2 separate things contributing to the JLBG endowment. You can do that today. You can contribute to the J.C. Ralston Arboretum General Fund, but when you're contributing to the Juniper Level endowment, that is a gift to the J.C. Ralston Arboretum, because that endowment is there to fund the operations of Juniper Level, which is already and will be more in a very real sense part of the J.C. Ralston Arboretum, whatever that be, the gardens of North Carolina State University as a whole. So it is a gift to both of us. So it's not a separate thing. So I really hope people are looking at giving. As we've learned from politics, which we won't get into, those small gifts add up to a lot. So I really encourage people. $10, $25, those that 100+ people who've given to the JCRA General Fund, go back in there to the Juniper Level and chip in 25, 50, 25,000, whatever spare change you have.
We say we need 1 million people at $17, and we're there.
Yeah, 1 million people, $17. So we probably only got 750,000 watching us right now, so we may need to go a little bit. We'll still have to work, but yeah, I agree, and I think that work that's being done, the idea that it's about teaching. We talk about who's gone through the Juniper Level. Todd Lassane, who's director of the Bellingrath Gardens, got I don't know, we got Rodney Eason, who's up at I can't remember the name of it, in Maine, used to be director there.
Mount Desert.
Yeah, Mount Desert. Who else?
Rich Olson.
Rich Olson we talked to
today.
Yep.
Yeah, you talked about Ian Simpkins down at in Florida, and I
Italian, yeah.
visited his garden last year. So yeah, there's probably more than I'm, and certainly people that work with us, Adrian Rothling, that now is the director at the Senior Garden here in North Carolina. John Rothling, this is the horticulture director up at Old Salem. So there's a lot of people that have gone through the doors, really amazing folks.
Right, and it seems to be, well, it's the people who are really interested in plants, and then it's the Arboretum and Juniper Level are where they cut their teeth and got inspired and learned.
And local celebrities. I mean, Brie Arthur was our propagator. Preston Montague was our weekend waterer. So yeah,
Tim Alderton.
Yeah, yep. Tim Alderton started with us. We brought him down out of Penn State. So yeah,
not me. I applied for a job there at one point. To be a cure, I can't remember how long ago that was. That must have been ages and ages ago, but I didn't get hired.
Their law.
Well, their loss, but it turned out okay, I suppose. But yeah, I mean, that's a real legacy, and I see that continuing. We bring interns out every summer, and that's what we're fundraising a lot of money for, is our interns. Today we bring them out because there's the botany, there's the conservation, there's just the gardening itself, there's the innovation with, now we'll be showing them the tissue culture lab and what you're doing with that. But it's also the business side, which is really important because, real nuts and bolts business, especially in something as idiosyncratic as the nursery business, you need some real talk, because there's a lot of theory that's taught, but then also communication. How do you get that out? I mean, you're writing a blog post every day, which boggles my mind how you do that. The catalog, we talked about this with Rich Olson with JC. It wasn't just that he had all this knowledge, he was able to communicate in a way that stuck in people's minds, that humor with passion.
Yeah, his newsletters were incredible. I mean, I remember waiting for each one. So that's one of the reasons we do things like the daily blog from the garden is yes, it is about communication. It's not just doing it, because if it's done in a vacuum, nobody benefits and nobody can build on that information. So we every day, people that don't know, go to jlbg.org and click on the blog. And we've been doing them every day now for almost 2.5 years, which is pretty scary when you think about it. But there's so much going on when you have that many plants. There's always a neat story and something to share with people.
And that's, I think, communicating that is always fascinating, because that brings those plants a little bit closer to home. So, with I know earlier you talked about the number of plants that you have introduced, a pretty phenomenal number. What are some of your favorite releases?
Oh, that'd be like asking a politician what's his favorite constituent. The one I'm standing beside right then. It's with so many, it's hard to put one out. Probably our most famous in terms of getting out everywhere is the Lycium Florida Sunshine. When you see one of your introductions at the box stores, i.e. Lowe's, for sale, then you know that plant has arrived.
For sure. And the gardens collections are widely used as resources.
Yeah, I mean, if, people don't realize that almost a pretty significant number of all the proven winners perennials started with genetics from JLBG. So we share with breeders literally all over the world to take those plants and make them even more commercial, shall we say. I'm not going to say better, but commercial. And yeah, breeders, so many breeders use the same genetics everybody else has used. But where you get the real breakthroughs is with bringing in new genetics that nobody has used from the wild, and then your stuff starts to look different. And that's why a lot of the stuff we work with Walters Gardens, Hans Hansen there that breeds all of the PW perennials, and they're down every single year and take back loads of stuff for their breeding efforts. So it's, you know, the plant preservation is important both from a species point of view, but also from a creating better plants for gardeners point of view. So there's so many reasons, and the things that we don't talk a lot about that people have no idea, that when they go to the box stores and they see those plants, that the majority of them came from genetics from our gardens. So
right.
Yeah, I guess we don't do a good enough job marketing that.
Well, you know, some of that is it's hard to explain that because plants just appear in colorful containers at stores, and it takes a long time between one and the other. It may be, you know, years from the time it's collected and finally grown and gotten to the hands of the right people, which is always the key, is getting it in the hands of the right people. And one of the ways is, it was actually amazing. One of our former interns who was here talking earlier, Hunter Casey, who is about as introverted as you can be, said that one of the things he learned here was you have to make connections. You know, the dirty word networking, but but you know, the number of times I've reached out to you or passed somebody else on to you, said somebody's looking for somebody who knows a lot about X, and you say, oh yeah, I know a guy, and it goes to them. Or, hey, have you seen this? Just today I saw on Facebook somebody had tagged me in a post about a new plant that was just described from Vietnam, and said kind of laughingly, next time you go, why don't you look at that? And I looked at the article and said, oh, one of those authors is one of the people I'm going to be with.
Okay.
You know, so it's, those connections are important, and it's professionals, it's homeowners, it's everybody. And that's critical, because the network you have is where you get a lot of those plants.
Well, probably the best story is years ago, I read a number of articles through our Rock Garden Society journal about a guy in Massachusetts, a homeowner that was breeding alliums. And I started writing to him and established a connection. You know, I'm really interested in your stuff. We've got a little small nursery started. I'm very interested. So finally he says, I've got two that I'm ready to introduce, and I don't have any way to introduce them. So I'm going to send them to you. And one of them, if you'll introduce in the year 2000, I want you to name it Millennium. I said, okay, we can do that. So we grew it out, introduced it for him. So fast forward well over a decade later, Walters Gardens was down, and they said, we're looking to add an allium to our catalog. Do you have one you recommend? I said, as a matter of fact, I do. It's called Millennium. And I sent him back with, I think, 2 plants. And then 5 years later, I went up there, visited their fields. There was 250,000 plants of that allium in their field. And that next year, it became the Perennial Plant Association Plant of the Year. So without networking, that plant may not have ever seen the light of day. And now gardens, literally millions of those plants are in gardens around the world.
And it's still a great plant. I love that plant. I know there's some, and really for a lot of people that opened their eyes about alliums, how good they could be, and has led to some great new introductions from them. But that Millennium is still, I remember the first time I saw it, it absolutely blew my mind.
So yeah, but it's an amazing story, but that's how those connections really do matter.
Yeah, that's pretty neat. So, you know, you have a lot of history at the Arboretum. I asked Rich this, which you got a story about JC that comes to mind when you walk through the gardens that you could share? Polite company, because
so
our company is very polite.
Probably one that always comes to mind is when I was curating the Lath House. This is back in the late 80s, probably late 80s. The Arboretum had a really bad rat problem, like horribly bad. I mean, if you've seen the movie Ben, with the Michael Jackson. They were big rats. These were not little rats, and we had they were the pet of the Arboretum, and so out in front of the Lath House, I put out a sign, something a watch rat crossing. And that did not go over well with JC and some of the university brass. They were sort of embarrassed, but they should have been embarrassed. Not JC, but the university should have been embarrassed that they had let the problem get that big. But within a short time, the rats had disappeared. So, that's the one I'll probably never forget. I don't think you've heard that one before.
I had not heard that one before. That's interesting. I might not have been real thrilled with that either if I had been here.
I can imagine not.
But I probably would have started thinking about doing something about the rats.
Yeah, it did what we wanted to do. It forced people's hands to action. But you know what also is interesting? Back then when I was working at the Lath House, they would close half the Arboretum every single, I can't remember if it was Wednesday we were here, because they had to spray. They basically nuked the entire Arboretum with horrible toxic chemicals. I mean, every single week. And we were just, you were hoping the wind did not blow that direction because it was just nasty. So it's been really neat to have watched the Arboretum after that time really move away from those horrible toxic sprays. I mean, with the big power sprayer, they were just hosing everything down with chemicals. So it's a much nicer place than it used to be.
Well, there's a big difference. The ag tech way of thinking at one point was, better living through chemistry for sure. It was,
spray first, ask questions later.
Right. All right. So something that Greg and I have been doing some today is kind of thumbs up, thumbs downs with plants. So is there a plant that comes to mind? I know you're a plant lover, equal opportunity for all. A plant that is in the market at some, decent level that you would not mind if it was not sold anymore for another decade or so, and let it move out of. I'm being polite there with that, but
so many plants, it's right plant, right place. I mean, probably my least favorite plant that comes to mind immediately would be Ligustrum sinense. Just not a plant I would ever plant. If you spend a lot of time in the wild, as I do, it's really far too prevalent out in truly undisturbed habitats. It rarely chokes anything out. It makes it really a bear to get in. So that would probably be the one that I have a problem with commercially now.
I would put the thumbs down on that one too. I think that one's pretty easy one. Anything with that's going to be a hot take on a plant that's out there that you just.
Well, one of the problem plants I see are the lacebark elms, which I absolutely love, but they are one of the worst cedars we have in the entire garden. And those have been planted all around the country in massive numbers. And I think that's going to be our next big problem. I mean, Bradford pears, obviously, they look great when they're in bloom. They look terrible when they split apart and fall on your house. And then they seeding into, I haven't seen them seeding into natural areas. I've seen them seeding into disturbed areas, but certainly not a plant I would plant.
Yeah, well, in some of those areas, the disturbed areas, I agree, but not recently disturbed. You don't see Paulownia growing in the middle of an old field, and you do see that with Bradford pears, with Callery pears. So for sure with that one. What have been recent years some of your big surprises in the garden that with plants that you think really could have mass market appeal if people knew about them and could pronounce their names?
Oh, wow. That's a hard one. I mean, certainly the allium would be one that we thought had really good potential. We've got a pycnanthemum we introduced called Campbell Carpet. It's one of our selections out of Alabama. That's absolutely incredible. That's the finest selection of of Pycnanthum tenuifolium that we've ever seen. And I think as we move more towards the idea of green mulches, I think that plant's really going to catch on and do pretty amazing things. Oh my goodness.
Well, we had Denacia Seth Carley, you know, the pollinator researcher and expert here. And, you know, I know that I hear often that, you know, one of the finest pollinator plants out there for a variety of solitary bees and other insects is Pycnanthemum or mountain mint, which has a mint adjacent fragrance. I've had to rip out in early my career about a quarter acre of it, and it makes me absolutely ill, the smell of it, but other people find it delightful. But they're runners and they're clumpers. And the key is not get one of these that's going to run. And you know, my first experience with mountain mint, I went out and planted it in the morning. When I came back from lunch, it run in my neighbor's yard. I mean, that had to go. I have no interest in those. That's fine in natural areas, but they're really good garden specimens. And that's the key, is to grow those. Probably one of the genera that we're doing a lot of work with are asparagus ferns. And I don't think people have any idea. It's slow to catch on, which is odd, because people grow asparagus ferns to eat. They grow asparagus ferns and hang in baskets. But the ones in terms of perennials in their garden, they just haven't somehow made that leap, which is fascinating. And they are beautiful plants.
Yeah, texturally they're incredible.
They're tough as nails.
Yeah.
Some of them get great fall color. You know, I grew up thinking that asparagus, the edible asparagus, which is what we're talking about, the edible asparagus had to be grown in a 4x4 or 8x8 bed made of creosote railroad ties. That was the only way to grow it. First time I saw somebody growing it in a perennial border, where they go in and harvest some at the beginning of the season and then let it grow up and be this beautiful textural accent behind there, was that was a real shocker for me. But I think you're absolutely right with those asparagus ferns. There are ones that are like little glossy shrubs. There are long vines. There are it was interesting the other day when I was mentioning to someone that now all of our favorite plants are now in the asparagus family. Didn't used to be. So not only asparagus, agaves, yuccas are now in the asparagus family. Hostas are in the asparagus family. Solomon seals are now in the asparagus family. We can go on and on. But it's like everything we collect is now in one family. So I thought that was pretty fascinating. It is. Hey, you know, the taxonomist got to stay in business. It all makes sense. Okay. All right. I'm going to ask you about a couple of plants.
Okay.
Encore azaleas.
Okay. What about them?
Thumbs up, thumbs down.
Oh, I think it's great that we've got azaleas that now bloom. We've grown the parent species for years, and you and I were together in Taiwan when we saw it growing on the cliffs. So no, that's a great example of how someone with foresight, Buddy Lee, saw this plant and said, yeah, this thing grows, but we can refine it down. And I think it's absolutely amazing. So that's definitely a thumbs up.
Do you know anybody who has done any work with our native deciduous azaleas? We've got very late blooming species like Rhododendron prunifolium, the plum leaf azalea that's midsummer or later in some selections, and our very early flowering other native selections. Is anybody, anybody who's looking into that?
The Azalea Society people have done a lot of work with that. There's several now selections that flower in August that use the prunifolium. And just the natives, the breeder that comes to mind is John Thornton down in the Gulf Coast. John did amazing work. And for those that are not familiar with him, probably 20 years ago, I was on a program for the Rhododendron Society up in Virginia. And I'm just sitting there doing my thing, waiting for all the other speakers to finish. And this guy comes up and he's talking about growing rhododendrons. And I just sort of wasn't listening because I've killed all these rhododendrons. And he started talking about breeding them at his garden down on the Gulf Coast, breeding them in wet mud in an area that gets 60 to 80 inches of rain a year. So my ears perked up and I was like, all right, how's he doing this? And it turns out he had discovered that rhododendron hyperethrum, and anything you breed with that, did incredible. And so we started buying some of his selections, and they're absolutely amazing. So between him doing the evergreen rhododendrons and Dr. Aromi, who did incredible work with the deciduous azaleas, for people that have not grown Aromi azaleas, you have missed it. We've got plants in our garden now that are 8 foot tall, 6 to 8 foot across, that are just a mass of flowers in the spring. You've got the yellows, the reds, the oranges, the peachy colors.
It's literally when they're flowering, it's like walking into one of those big specialty candy stores where everything is just bright colors. It really is. And I think that's, having all that where people can see it at Juniper Level is important. So Juniper Level is not open all the time yet. That's where I think we both want to be. That's building. When's the next open gardens day?
Open days are the last weekend in April, first weekend in May, Friday through Sunday. Love to have people come down, see the gardens. All our staff will be out to chat and answer questions.
Yeah. So I said this earlier, but it is the only garden that my wife has gone to and was absolutely blown away by the garden itself. She generally tolerates gardens with me, but actually she generally, when we take a vacation, she will drop me off at a garden because I do like to enjoy gardens alone. And she went out and without me, and maybe that was the secret. It was without me, but she was absolutely blown away. And I've talked to people over and over who said, I was out there and I just said hi to Tony, and he started talking to me, and he showed me this and took his time out, and there's all these people around. So I do encourage you, one, give to the JLBG Juniper Level Botanic Garden Endowment, but also, when you go out for those open garden days, say hi to Tony. He's out there. He's makes himself available to everybody, and I really likes meeting the people that are out there enjoying the garden, just like we do here. So we're gonna. We asked Tony, we've been doing the containers all day today because it's something that we want to do more of here. Greg Page is real excited about the things we can do. And so we asked Tony if he could come out, bring out some great native plants like we talked about, to do in a container with Greg. So I think we're going to have Tony move over and to where we've got some containers and talk about some of the plants, tell about them, and
all right,
he and Greg are going to put them together.
Okay.
All right. We're going to resituate ourselves just a little bit. So hang tight, everybody. Should have you in position shortly.
I'm ready to roll. I'm going to get dirty.
Okay.
You can talk about, you can talk about the plants.
All right. Why don't we swap places? How about that?
Let's swap places.
Okay. All right.
So this is the final leg of the container journey today. 4 of 4. Tim is off cleaning up the messes that we made. So it's me and my new partner in crime, Tony. As Tony alluded, and with the theme of this one is natives in containers. That's a very hot, sensitive, tear-jerking, anger-inducing, cursing topic on any good day in the horticultural world. And I don't know if Tony has had the benefit of doing a talk somewhere and getting accosted about not using natives or using natives. I certainly have, and I appreciate that passion. As Mark is fond of saying, life is too short for boring plants. that includes everything, natives, non-natives. That's my take on the native argument. I don't want to delve into that. I don't want to make somebody mad that is a native person that wants to donate money to the Ralston or to Tony's concerns, but staying out of those political hot waters.
Well, that's not political. That's I don't know why people try to make natives political.
Right.
I think people simply don't understand what native is. Native is not a place in location. Native is only a place in time.
Right.
And that's what we have to get people to think about. It's just like people.
Yeah.
There are no North American native people, despite the fact that we label people North American. Everybody either came here from the Pacific Ocean or across the Atlantic Ocean.
Right.
So humans just have a need to label things. And right now we have a need to label plants as native or non-native. And that's just what we do.
It's the nature of what we do in plants in general. I like all plants. I like diversity. Diversity is the most important thing. And we have a lot of really good nurseries in our area. You certainly carry a lot of stuff. Carolina natives, I'm very fond of what they do. They grow great plants, and it's good to add to the diversity of landscapes. So what we want to talk about is taking that spin and doing it with some containers. So there's a lot of things, native plant cultivars that are available in the trade, and things that work well in these kinds of environments. Perennials do well in containers. They're used to that smaller plant environment, so it naturally kind of translates to that. So let's roll through some of these things that you bought.
Okay.
And we can talk about.
Okay. Well, certainly for the center of a container, this is a yucca, and this is one of our North Carolina native yuccas. This is Yucca recurvifolia, which interestingly for years was thought to be a species. Now the DNA has shown up. It's actually a hybrid, but it's a natural hybrid. So that's okay, because people seem to think there's a difference between man-made hybrids and hybrids that animals made, but in my world, they're all the same.
Sure.
This is a brand new one. This will be called Mellow Yellow. This will be coming out maybe next year. So this is beautiful for the center of a container.
Awesome.
So a plant I love. Another one for the center of a container. This is a really neat plant. This is an aloysia. This is Aloysia gratissima. And this is a very tall, upright center of container, deliciously fragrant, this wonderful sweet things. The bees and the hummingbirds absolutely go nuts over this. And this will be a new one for next year. This is one of Patrick's discoveries in Brewster County, Texas.
Huh.
And so this is going to be called Punky Brewster.
Oh, it is fragrant.
Is it? Oh, it's
nice.
just, this is an amazing plant, and
Wow.
and nobody knows the species. So
How tall?
maturing out around 8 feet,
Okay.
but fairly
Carrying out.
thin at the bottom. Yeah. So, but in a container, you can keep cutting it back
Sure.
all day long,
Sure,
and
sure.
it'll come right back.
Yeah.
So another tall one is the native Penstemon digitalis, and this is a cultivar. This is Blackbeard, Blackbeard. Sorry, I'm Blackbeard. I knew that was wrong on that. I love these because the color is just incredible. So up against something like the yucca, it can pick up the color. See, it's got a little purple in there.
Yep.
And I think that just makes an incredible combination. These have sort of a light lavender, almost white flower. And then once they finish, they can be cut back, and then you have a nice rosette. We always are interested in extending the season. And this is a great season extender. This is another native. This is our native, Southeast native Clinopodium coccineum. And this is a yellow flowered one from our friends up at Mount Cuba. This is their amber blush. It has these yellowish with a tint of amber in it. And this does not start flowering until October.
Wow.
So this is October, November, sometime you can go into December with these beautiful long flowers. Just an exquisite plant. All the Clinopodiums have a fragrance, which is really nice. For fillers, hard to beat Adiantum capillus varus. This is our southern native maidenhair fern. Only one location in North Carolina. Is actually rare in North Carolina. It's not rare anywhere else. This North Carolina native is also native every single continent but Antarctica, the same species. So yes, that's a native but it's native all over.
Sure.
But what an amazing plant. That's as tall as it ever gets. And this thing will
Love the
stay.
stems on that.
The stems are black. Oh my goodness, it's absolutely great. The beauty of this stays evergreen up till usually mid-December, and then it finally goes away around Christmas time and then pops back up in the spring. But
You can find this in our Cascade, correct?
yes, that's what's in your wonderful rock wall down there. It's just a great place for it. Another one that I think is incredible, another Patrick's amazing introduction. This is Asclepias angustifolia. And this is one we call Sonita. So this makes a plant about this tall. It flowers, it's already in bloom. It will flower nonstop through the end of October. And this, as we know, Asclepias, monarchs love this. So you will have more monarchs than you can possibly imagine with this thing. That just, the stems are great. The habit is great. It never needs pruning. It just blooms and blooms and blooms. Monarchs come, they eat it. It refoliates a couple of days later. This to me is sort of one of the greatest new perennials to hit the market in the last decade. It's just absolutely stunning.
And I mentioned earlier today about the benefit of plants that attract pollinators. It's not just for the pollen and the flowers, it's for the forage at different stages of their life. So there's also beetles that like this plant. It's a good plant to have in the garden to attract lots of different types of insects.
Yeah.
And a pretty popular plant in the plant world. This one translates to a lot of people. Most people know what Asclepias is.
Yeah, but a lot of people grow tuberosa, which is great, but that can actually be a little iffy in the garden. And then they grow those running ones that, again, are horrible weeds. And so this is sort of the perfect thing. It doesn't run, it doesn't do anything bad. It just flowers and lets the larvae come in and munch it.
What's not to live with that? And the milkweed, you can see it's oozing the sap there with the common name of it.
So another tall one and small now, this is a new Schizocarium. The Schizocarium is our native blue stem, native to North Carolina. This is the first ever variegated one. Really incredible. This is chameleon. And so this will make this beautiful center thing. It gets up about this tall, very narrow, and it's perfect for the center of a container. And this has just been great.
Nice planted out. I got some of these last year and planted this is one of those things that looks good in a mass.
It does.
When you got multiple of them because that color really comes out and super, super tough. It's also one of those plants because it is a native. It doesn't need a lot of, if you mulch these, they tend to kind of flop over. Something to think about when planting natives. And if you're planting them in containers too, you want it to be on the lean side. They don't really need a lot of fertilizer, things like that, but really, really pretty, very aptly named.
So we talked about long bloom season. Here's another one. This is the native Hymenopsis scaposa. This is from Texas. And this thing is already in bloom in the garden. It will still be in bloom in December. It does not stop. That's as tall as it gets. It spreads out a little bit, maybe to foot and a half. But what an amazing plant to give you that duration of bloom. And it likes it on the dry side, not a plant you want to give wet feet to, but pretty incredible.
What about like a crevice garden situation?
Perfect. Oh my goodness. Yeah. It does not like water. So treat it really bad. If you're one of those that underwaters everything, that is your plant.
This will do well in my garden.
Yes. There you go. Now, we talked about this earlier. This is the Pycnanthemum tenuifolium. This is the one we named Campbell Carpet. This thing just in the garden, about this tall, probably about this wide. Some tenuifolium runs a lot, but this thing just makes the most incredible ground cover. And in the winter, even when it's dead, the old flowers remain looking absolutely incredible, like a dried flower arrangement all winter long in the garden. And just in the last week, we cut it down, and then within a week, it's back up. So it's just for green mulch, you absolutely can't beat it.
There isn't this is one of these things where Mark and I differ. I'm not sure how he feels about Pycnanthemum. There's not one that I don't like.
Well, this one's not as strong as some of the ones he was dealing with. Yeah. Some of those, especially if you had to weed it out, it does make you wish that you never see another one.
I like my Pycnanthemum like my coffee. I like it strong.
Yeah.
And these, there is no better plant attractor in a garden than a pycnanthemum. Every kind of wasp and bee that you could think of. I've got some videos on my phone of ones just completely covered with insects. Just to see them on that, and as it moves in the wind, just an amazing thing. But that's a good point of having a green ground cover, and this is something that would lend itself well to that.
Yeah. And another ground cover are our native ditchbank phlox. A lot of people don't realize that these are native. This is actually a new hybrid. This is a cross between two natives, Bifida, which is a little further to the west, and Subulata. And this thing just makes this beautiful little rosette, starts blooming for us in February. And what an incredible thing. And again, completely evergreen. So this is like full baking sun. So it's just hard to beat the ground cover phlox. And in a container, just fabulous.
Good flower color. And I mean, that's dense. You can't see through that. It's so thick.
Yeah. And another favorite, and I just passed by a patch coming in here. This is our the native Erigeron pulchellus, and this is one called Meadow Muffin. This was actually introduced by a former nursery in North Carolina, the late We Do Nursery up in Marion. They found this growing in the wild, and they named it because the rosettes, when it's not in flower, look like a meadow muffin, which for those that don't know what meadow muffins are, in parts of the South, they're called cow pies. That meadow muffin was a little more user-friendly name, but it really does. It looks like a green cow pie.
I never don't learn something when I'm around him.
So, but what an amazing ground cover. This thing is evergreen all through the winter, and then in spring, blooming now with these incredible daisies. I mean, what a show.
There's one called Lyndhurst. Lynnhaven Carpet. Charles Crescent, an old friend of mine from the Delaware Valley, named from one in his garden. And what a rock star in a neglected garden. Planted in my border. These heavy flowers. This looks like an even. No offense to my friend Charles, this looks like an even better one.
They're different. They're both great. Yeah, they're really super. And then finally, one of my favorite, and this is one that's become sort of a rock star in the rock garden world internationally now, is our native Biglovia nutalia. This is a fascinating little plant that grows in dry, crappy soils. It only gets this tall. It blooms all summer long already in bloom with goldenrod-like flowers, and it stays in this little clump. And it's truly one of the best rock garden plants ever, and it's from right here in the Southeast U.S.
If that didn't flower, it would still be attractive to me.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah. Great texture.
I agree. This is fantastic. And you know, just with this, there's a lot of native plant folks who could name a handful of these plants, you know, the fern, maybe the Asclepias if it was in flower, the phlox, maybe the digitalis, but there's so much more out there that it's amazing they don't come by. I think people are more interested in the plants than the containers. So we promised everybody we'd go back through, hold up the plant, say the name, maybe the ones with the tags, we'll even hold the tag out there so they can see that, because they wanted to see it. But I'll tell you, we were talking earlier about some containers and doing just single plant specimen containers. And what I love, and I use phlox sometimes, is right now I've got a variegated loquat in a nice sized container. And I don't like to have that bare soil on the top. And so I pop out of my garden, because these make nice patches, some rosettes, which I did not know what a meadow muffin was either. And I plant that right there on top of that. And I'll grow my loquat for a few years in this container. And it's got this ground cover all winter, all summer with that nice green. And then right now it's starting to flower as the new growth is coming out on the loquat. Same thing with the phlox or ajugas, just put that on a ground cover down. So I'm going to go through.
Let's go through.
And
you want to call the name out?
Erigeron pulchellus meadow muffin. If it won't focus on that, they're a little bit hard to read. A Ridgeron Meadow Muffin. You can send me an email. Or better yet, go search it on the Plant Delights website and purchase it.
Once you get on that website, you're going to be there for a while. It's hard to get off. This is that bedazzled lavender phlox you mentioned earlier.
Dazzled lavender. So phlox, the creeping phlox up in the mountains. I worked at a nursery in Virginia, and this is one of those plants where somebody early on said, oh, that's one of those redneck flowers. They plant it out all in front of the redneck houses. And I kind of turned my nose up on it for years until I got mature enough to say, what am I doing? This is a phenomenal plant. It's evergreen. It spreads and it flowers like mad. It's great.
Asclepias angustifolia sonata.
Sonata.
And what was the height of that again?
Matures out about 20 inches.
That's pretty good.
And so this is looking really vigorous in a container. And Asclepias tuberosus, I know, can be tricky to produce.
Ugly in a pot.
And is this easier?
Much easier. Oh my God. This should be a standard nursery plant. And I think when the industry realizes how good and how easy this is, you'll be finding this everywhere.
Here's a warning for folks. Asclepias tuberosa, the typical butterfly weed. Normally I say, if it's a good nursery, buy plants that are dormant. That's fine if it's a time of year when they should be dormant. I don't buy Asclepias tuberosa unless I see something growing, because I bought a lot of empty pots.
A lot of soil.
Yeah.
A lot of soil. Pycnanthemum tenifolium. This is Campbell's carpet. Again, I don't think there's a bad one.
That one's not bad.
No, it's not. It's not have the same.
I will give one thumbs up for a pycnanthemum. Like a lot of these fragrant, real kind of resinous plants that have that kind of. These are often pretty deer tolerant, deer resistant. I don't think deer eat much pycnanthemum.
Not much in the mint family in general.
And I will say I have seen the large patches of this at juniper level, and it is pretty darn nice.
There you go. I'm not going to butcher the maidenhair fern. The Latin name is not good on my tongue.
Adiantum capillus veneris. The maidenhair ferns are ones that I really like. How many maidenhair ferns you figure you grow, Tony?
Oh,
different species.
Quite a few, dozens.
Doesn't even want to guess.
No, not without my computer handy.
Or Zach, right?
Yeah.
Schizochirum chameleon.
That's pretty exciting.
It is.
I have not seen that one. That's a new one for me.
I forget who found it offhand. You can go to our website and it'll tell you who found it.
It hasn't been out for long.
No, just about a year.
Yeah.
A little over a year. No, it's one of our first variegated native grasses.
Yeah.
We don't have many of those.
No.
And the yucca, what was it?
This is recurvifolia. Sorry,
Mellow
yellow.
Mellow yellow.
Should remember that.
That's a good name.
I think. Well, no, I know that the first two plants that I saved my pennies up for and bought from Plant Delights Nursery was a dwarf variegated yucca and a little Selaginella that was like a little Brillo pad. I can't remember what the species was.
That's probably Borealis.
Borealis.
Yeah.
Those were my first two purchases from.
And what's the name on this one?
This is Aloysia gratissima, Punky Brewster.
I don't know why I've never heard of this.
So I remember seeing this with you, Tony. This one, we both took a bunch of. I got to smell it.
Yeah, this is
Great.
pretty.
That's one I can smell.
Yeah, this is a pretty incredible plant.
Now,
the birds on it this spring was just unbelievable.
This we have planted over there.
Okay, awesome.
am I reading it? Clinopodium, Coccinnium. Which one is it? Amber blush. Oh yeah, it's such a great color.
It is normally bright orange.
Yeah.
Hymenopsis scaposa, Travis.
What a great color flower.
And this, I was saying, as you were talking about this, photos of this with flowers on it.
Oh yeah,
12 months,
oh my
all
God.
12 months of the year.
Yeah, it's quite insane.
And the last one is Penstemon Blackbeard.
Mhm.
Look at the color on that. The gray skies are perfect today for this.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, much of this, this came out of the nursery at Plant Delights Nursery, but that's because of the collections at Juniper Level Botanic Garden. That's why this happened. So really want all of our midweek, our regulars from our midweek programs to go and, show your thanks for this free programming we put on every Wednesday for you by supporting the Juniper Level Botanic Garden Endowment and supporting the J.C. Ralston Arboretum. We're trying to get to 210 gifts. We don't have quite that many yet. I don't know what we're at right now. We're at 124 guests, so we need 76 more. Is my math right? I'm not sure about that. 86 more gifts. We'll take 96, but 86 more gifts. I got that we missed one plant, I think. Did you get the Bigelovii?
No.
Oh no, we didn't.
I think that one got missed.
Did get missed. Who figured that out?
So Bigelovii.
It's the last one we did, the last one again.
Yep. So amazing. So let me see. I look at these. See if anybody's listening to me when I say we need another gift. We're at $180,000. So
All right, awesome.
And like I mentioned before, there's been a $500,000 pledge for the Juniper Level Botanic Garden Endowment, and every gift to that endowment's a gift to the Arboretum as well. Tony, I really appreciate you coming. Okay. What's next for the Juniper Level Botanic Garden? You got the tissue culture lab. I know you put in another bog garden recently.
We got another one going in starting maybe this week or early next week. We got a pretty large one going in over in our full sun garden. So be something new for people to see.
Excellent.
Yeah. So a lot of plants still to go in the ground. So we're planting all the time.
Always new plants to go in the ground. If you haven't visited the garden, keep in mind those open garden days. There are 8 weekends a year each season. They're pretty incredible no matter when you go. People who think that a garden is dormant in winter, they haven't been to a good southern garden, because it's there's a lot that's happening in there. So go to jcra.ncsu.edu and you can make your gifts to both of those funds, the JLBG Endowment and JCRA General Fund. Go to jlbg.org. You can make the gift there. But you can also read more about the vision and philosophy behind the garden there, and read that daily blog on there. I'll come into spring and I say, I'm going to just post a picture every day online, and I can't manage to do that. So I'm impressed with what it's taken to do a blog post every single day after that. So we're going to keep going all day. So those of you who joined us for our midweek program, we're going to keep going until 6 o'clock. We've got more education, more about what's going on in the garden, more about how you can support us and what we do with those funds. Tony, is there anything that we didn't get to that you know, we kind of wandered here and there.
Sounds great. We're glad to be a part of this and delighted to be a part of the Arboretum. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Well, thank you. So we're gonna, you know, we're talking about changes in the garden, and we're gonna show you our temporary landscape feature we have out at the Arboretum, and talk a little bit about what's happening in the Arboretum, and what's going to be going on in the short term, the near future. So I'm going to turn it over to for a next video, and then we'll be back to chat with you after that.
So we're in what used to be the gathering lawn. It's now the new home of the recently erected Mount Ralston, which is behind me. And for those of you that have been keeping score, Mount Ralston has gotten a little bit bigger. We've got more soil. And for those of you that don't know, this is the stages of a project along Barrel Road, which is right behind us, where we have removed a bunch of trees. We've done some grading in preparation for some much needed renew and redo in the garden. So we're going to be adding some berms along that fence line down Barrel Road and putting some new plants in, new paths, some new structures to help kind of control the way the water moves through there, so that we're capturing the water and it's not going into the sewer system. So it's more of a sustainable garden. And all of that stuff has gotten underway within the last several weeks. So the first part of that was to stage some much needed soil that we're going to need to build the berms. So there was a project on campus where they had some topsoil, and they got in touch with Mark, and literally Mark and I were in the garden one afternoon. I think it was my first week here, and they said, "Do you still want the soil?" Mark said, "Absolutely." And they said, "We're coming tomorrow." So we've had the soil here. It's rained almost every week since then. So we've slowly kind of been working up a plan, removing the trees, doing some grading. So we actually have started today flagging out the berms. We're working with Jeremy Schmidt, who is from our colleagues and partners at Juniper Level Plant Delight Nursery. Jeremy's got a lot of experience doing this kind of stuff, and he's helping us kind of sort things out. He's going to help us construct the berms, and we're going to really stretch his creativity and steal those ideas from him. So we've got the beds laid out. We're doing a little bit of grading, a little bit of last minute plant removal, stuff that we wanted to keep, but it's still kind of in the way. So all that stuff is in process. It's going to take a few more weeks to get equipment to start moving the soil from here down there, but we're hoping really soon to have the soil moved, have the berms in place, recapture the gathering lawn, make it a nice place to come to and use it for events, as long as Mother Nature will agree to cooperate with us. So that's kind of the latest update on what's going on here. So as you're coming out to the Arboretum, and you'll start to see a lot more progress in that little naked part of the garden along Barrel Road, and we'll have some nice berms going up, and hopefully we'll be planting down there soon. Fingers crossed for good weather. And for all of you who've come out, thank you for your patience and dealing with us as we're trying to make this garden more diverse, more sustainable, and really take advantage of the palette of plants that we have in the nursery. So we'll get it squared away soon.
All right, I appreciate that insight into what's happening here at the Arboretum. It's pretty exciting for some big changes.
Yeah.
We earlier this morning we were talking with the director of the U.S. National Arboretum and former intern Richard Olson. He was talking about some chainsaw curation.
Yes.
And that's been a big part of what we've been doing recently is really starting to make some big changes, taking out some trees that we've evaluated, that we've know what they're doing, know what they've done. We've gotten them in the hands of other people where appropriate, and others are easy to come by. And for those who hate to see a tree go down under any circumstances, don't blame Greg. They came down right after he got here, but that wasn't his fault.
The conversation was started long before I got here. That's what I tell people.
That's right. So, it's pretty exciting to really create some new landscape features for planting here.
You don't get those opportunities a lot in most public gardens. And the other side of it too is if JC were still with us, this would be an ongoing process with him. He would be doing this stuff probably a lot more vigorous and with a lot less guilt than we have. I hate to cut things down, but in the interest of progress, interest, it's going to make it a more interesting garden. Everybody here is excited about it. It's just getting it underway, getting it moving in a good direction, and getting over some hurdles that come with any kind of project like this. I feel positive we're going in a good direction with it.
I agree. And one of the things we always harp on with people in success in gardening is soil.
Yeah.
And you've seen Mount Ralston. And so we have got soil, and but that's not all the soil. What are we fixing that up with?
So we've got kind of two different grades of soil out there. Mount Ralston itself is compacted. That's decent soil, but we're going to be adding compost to it. We're going to be adding some stay-lite to it to help with the drainage. Excuse me, the allergy meds are wearing off, and to kind of pull it together to make it conducive to growing healthy, nice looking plants. So
Yeah.
it's going to come. Once the soil is made, the berms, it's mixed together, the berms are put in place. We'll probably cover it with mulch to kind of keep it in place, add that organic matter layer. We've talked about leaf compost and mulch, a good thick layer, and fall planting, probably, if things keep going in the direction that they're going. So getting the berms in place is the big hurdle, and we're closer to that today than we've been. Getting them covered with mulch to keep them stabilized, and this fall aggressively throwing a lot of plants at them.
Fall? We don't have time to plant plants in fall. We plant everything here in the middle of winter, in the middle of summer.
Yeah.
So it's pretty exciting developments, and I've been really excited recently about the growing on slopes. Yep. And we always talk about microclimates, and a lot of times when we're talking about that, we're talking about the little differences in temperatures and things. But the difference between growing something on flat ground versus growing it on a slope is amazing, and a lot of that has to do with the water and the drainage, and but also air movement,
exposure to light, all that stuff. And even we're not talking about hundreds of feet. We're not talking about mountains. We're talking about 10 feet, 12 feet. And some of them shorter than that on the ends, but just those little changes are going to open up microclimates and opportunities to do different things. That's why the soil is important also to get that factor done. And also from a viewing standpoint, we're not flat here, but there isn't a lot of change in the topography. So the berms are going to provide that. The other thing that they're going to provide is a little bit of screening. I don't know, those of you that have been here, there's a lot of traffic on Barrel Road. It's broad, it's wide, it's a little scary out there sometimes.
It is.
So it's going to help with the noise. It's going to kind of throw some of that off, and that's going to be a significant change because we're competing with noise from the university, from the train, from the interstate construction, and that's just another factor. So that's, I think, going to make a huge difference from that perspective and make it a better visit and kind of viewing point also.
And making visits better is, that's always part of what we're striving to do, making the Arboretum better. And so one of our more iconic features here, one that we're not doing any chainsaw curation with is the necessary at McNeil Corner. And thanks to board member Carol McNeil, we're going to be doing some updating with that. I have some of that involves the interior, and that is not a strong suit for me. So I don't even know entirely what's going on in there. That's been in the hands of Greg and Arlene and some of the folks from the university who are helping out. So, you know, what are we shooting for with the necessary?
One of the things that I look at when I visit gardens, I'm embarrassed to say this. I like to look at all the different details, and everything that you go to in a garden is part of that experience and is kind of signature to that garden. So we've got colleagues at Chanticleer in the Delaware Valley. They've got nice bathrooms. You know, they're nice visually and with flowers and enhancements.
I'm going to tell you, Richmond, Lewis Ginner Botanic Garden.
Yes.
The wallpaper in one of their men's bathrooms
I have pictures.
is monkeys.
I have pictures.
And the wallpaper in the other one are palm trees, and I love the wallpaper in the two men's bathrooms.
Okay.
I'm not talking about the women. I don't know what's in the women's bathrooms, but I remember when I first walked in there, I was like, oh, I love this wallpaper.
Pictures right here. So those details are important, and it's all part of the experience. So Arlene and I linked up instantly with talking about some ideas, and we've got some really good ones. And quite frankly, we're kind of gobsmacked when we met with an interior designer who kind of like presented these ideas to us that weren't astronomical, that are going to really change the inside. It's got to be beautiful and indestructible at the same time, because it gets used a lot. So those interior upgrades are going to be good. It's going to tie into the garden from a greater perspective. It's going to tie into the necessary and the theme of it, and it's going to tie into the landscape right outside of it too. So, you know, if we're doing the outside, if we're doing the landscape, it makes sense to work on the inside as well. So it's gonna increase the experience to coming here.
Yeah, and one of the goals from our the master plan that we're still the updated master plan, but in 2006, 2007, when we did our initial master plan or current iteration of the master plan, one of the stated goals was to improve access. And as I always say to people, it's not, when we say, you know, improve accessibility, everybody thinks wheelchairs, and that is something, but it is people who are a little unsteady on their feet, whether they're, 18 months old or they're, 85 years old, people with canes, with walkers, with strollers, a lot of young families with strollers, that accessibility is better. We want to make that better. And that's something that's been lacking there. It's accessible. Not really truly greatly accessible. So that's a big part of the outside, but also to dress it up and have a landscape that's worthy of that really iconic piece of the Arboretum.
And need to plug while I'm thinking about it, I forgot earlier, volunteers are such a crucial part to what we do here. We've got a great group of volunteers on our design committee that have been very helpful with all aspects of the outside of that, from pavers to plants to the lay of the land to drawing the designs for that. So shout out to all my peeps that are a part of that. They've been a great group to interact with, and have been so ripe with really good ideas of things to do, and incredibly helpful with that creativity also.
Yeah, and everything, today is all about helping support the interns, but also all of our projects out here. So if you go to jcra.ncsu.edu and click that give button, we're trying to hit 210 gifts today. Now, one of the recent kind of small little projects that was something that I was really interested in trying was flowering lawn. We've recently had our winter symposium was about reducing lawns, reducing turf space, making turf more useful for pollinators. And this was a project that helped get kicked off by supporters like those of you watching us now. So we're gonna watch a little bit about the flowering lawns, and it was something that I didn't know if it was going to fail spectacularly or actually work in the Southeast, because it's not something I had seen before in the area. So we're going to turn it over to that, and then if there are any questions about it, I'll be happy to answer any of those and talk about it a little further. Now, some of you may know that over the past few years, I've gotten really interested in the idea of lawn alternatives. And that started because I don't like mowing the grass. There's much better things I'd rather be doing on a Saturday morning in my garden than mowing the grass. But also looking at how much a lot of our issues, like with the prevalence of invasive plants and fish kills and these kinds of things, are coming from us over fertilizing our lawns and running into natural areas where those high fertility levels, high nitrogen levels allow some of the exotics to outcompete our natives. And also, as I drive around, I see people watering their lawns to keep them, bright green over the summer. It made me realize that it's really unsustainable for us to continue to keep doing our lawns like that. So first looked at things that would mimic lawns, low grasses, clumping grasses that you wouldn't walk on like a lawn, but and those are interesting. But as I always talk about, diversity is what gets me excited. Gardens get me excited. Plants get me excited. So I thought, why do we need to plant our lawns with one thing out there? And so I had seen some information years ago, decades ago, about flowering lawns in the UK. And it got my wheels turning and thought, well, maybe we should plant a spot out and see how it works as a flowering lawn. So we took this patch where I'm sitting right now and killed off the grass. The only difficult part of doing a flowering lawn is killing off the turf really well before you get going. And we've planted it with a variety of things that will tolerate some foot traffic. Don't want to walk on these things all the time, but they will tolerate some level of foot traffic through here. And so right now we're in early spring, and you can see the creeping moss phlox. We've got that in white and pinks out here. We could plant some blues out here as well to give us even more color going on. We've got some dwarf bulbs, some dwarf daffodils that are flowering in here right now. Got some right here, a little patch in front of me, and some other spots is a little tiny creeping cinquefoil or potentilla that forms a really nice dense little mass with these little buttercup flowers. Later we'll be getting thymes. I got some thyme right here, so when you do walk on the garden, it smells great. I've got some succulents like ice plant right here that'll give us color later in the season. We've got Veronicas, which are just getting started, that'll be purple and going, and some that have really been exciting to realize how well they do in this situation are our ajugas or bugleweeds. This is a nice patch just coming into flower with these beautiful blue-purple flowers over dark burgundy leaves. And right here behind and beside me is one of a new series of bugleweeds with bright gold leaves and these blue flowers, and it just gets covered in blue when it's in full bloom, and then it'll be gold all the rest of the season and kind of coppery gold all winter. So our flowering lawn is really designed to be beautiful and to be resilient. We want a landscape that's resilient. So if we plant something and it doesn't do very well, the plants around it will continue growing in. If we have a spot where things haven't grown in very well, we'll plunk in a few new little plants, maybe creeping oreganos or other things. We have a patch of clover that started growing that we didn't plant, and I've had people say, well, what are you going to do about that? And I say, nothing. Clover's beautiful. It's great flowers. And all of these things on a warm day, you'll see bees and other insects just hovering all over this. So we've gone from what was basically just plain green that we had to mow every week to an area that's full of life, full of pollinators. We don't mow it at all. We do weed it a bit. It needs some weeding, but we've never used sprinklers on it. We hand water when we first planted, but after that, no more. And we do get in here and walk on it and to weed it and care for it. And it's really become a beautiful, beautiful piece of the garden. Now, I won't tell you to get rid of your lawns if you have young children who play soccer out there, or you have a dog that runs around, or you play frisbee golf in your backyard, or bocce, or lawn tennis, or something like that. By all means, have a turf lawn. But if you don't have that kind of use for your yards, and it's just a flat place between the street and your house or out your back window, consider planting it with some really low maintenance, spreading, ground covering plants. For a typical flowering lawn, you don't want plants that get more than 6 inches tall, but they can really be any type. Look for evergreen, year-round ones that will creep and root in as they creep, not just spread on top of the ground. And you'll find, while it's maybe a little bit pricier to start with buying all those plants to put in, in the long term, it's much cheaper than having to go out and mow and fertilize and weed eat and spray every week. So we've been really impressed by this. So much so that we're starting to branch into some other spots and think about different ways of removing turf while keeping our cost inputs, both in labor and actual physical inputs, keeping those lower, getting more diversity in the landscape, providing more benefits to the pollinators and the insects and the birds and all the other little critters that are out there. And I think there's going to be a lot of ways we can do that, and we just need to be a little more innovative and stop thinking of our lawns as places where it has to be solid green 12 months of the year, looking like plastic AstroTurf. And we also need to not think at all about actually putting out AstroTurf, which is apparently becoming a thing that people do nowadays. But hopefully when you come out to the Arboretum, you'll check out the flowering lawn. We've got some other resources on our YouTube page about flowering lawns and how we manage them and what we do with them. And I think it's pretty obvious right now that they can be really, really beautiful spaces and great additions to our landscape without being a lot more work. All right. This flowering lawn project has been kind of interesting for me. Like I said, I didn't know how it would turn out, but it seems to be going well. But there's one key, and I didn't really talk about it too much during that video, And it's like most things in the garden, like we talked about with the soil, it's all about that capital at the front end, getting things right. And the big key is getting rid of whatever was there, whether it was turf or anything else, trying to make it as, getting there and keep it as clean as possible to start before you plant. And, I've had people ask, can you give a list of plants that you can put in a flowering lawn? And, our goal was to have plants that didn't get taller than 6 inches and would spread in the flowering lawn. But there are no rules, there's no reason your flowering lawn can't verge into a prairie like, you've had experience with installing. No reason it can't be all natives, can't be all, whatever kind of floats your boat with your project there. There aren't a lot of people tell you there are rules, but there aren't really rules for these things.
It's all about height too. And as we saw from the plants that Tony brought us, there's a lot of stuff out there. And it's just kind of seeing what you're interested in that's going to live in that kind of situation and not require a whole lot of aftercare. Part of the lawn alternative is getting away from too much water and watering all the time. And all that palette of plant material lends itself well to that, from the bulbs to the all that stuff. So it's completely wide open what you can pick. I'm embarrassed to say, after we did that talk, somebody came up to me and said, where is this lawn that he keeps talking about? And I was like, I don't think I've ever walked through it before. So I got with that person and we walked out there and I was like, yeah, this is kind of nice. Yeah. So, it's in a spot that, you get here and you go out, but it's right here. It's well worth seeing, and it's got its legs underneath it right now. It looks really, really good.
Yeah, it's right outside my window. It's where it is. I can watch it fail if it fails and not. It was one of those things that I had seen in Europe a little bit, and some of those things don't translate very well. And this one did. And it is, one of the things that we hear, and me especially, always harken back to are some of the things JC said. And one of his goals, as he said, was to diversify the American landscape. And at that time, that really meant plants.
Yeah.
We needed more diversity of plants. Well, there is quite a bit of diversity in plants out there now, compared to then. And so a lot of that's been accomplished, but that still holds true with that diversifying the landscape. It's just in different ways, even when his thinking at that time was still big expanse of green lawn and then a diversity of plants planted in a typical suburban landscape, whether that was foundation plantings and the things around the edges. And now we're looking more and more at how do we diversify the landscapes as they exist now to solve problems. With JC, one of the problems was everybody grew the same thing,
right? And
that meant the industry couldn't grow and thrive. And now we're saying there's too much water being used. I mean, we're lucky here in the East that we have a lot of water, but having gone through the 2007 drought when our reservoirs were drying up, and and we've got in our cities, we've got too much water every time it rains until it all, and it all goes straight into the storm drains and causes issues. We've got too much fertilizers on our lawns. We've got a lack of pollinators and issues happening with pollinators. And so diversifying that American landscape means thinking about our landscapes differently. Maybe we don't all need a lawn. I know we both have little fur babies at home that are part of the family. They're so much easier than my kids. Now that my kids have moved out,
they're almost as expensive.
One
trip to the vet.
Yes, indeed. But maybe we need some lawn for those dogs, although my newest one does not like to walk in grass, but we'll go through the mulch and do its business there all the time. But what we need, what we don't need, what we can use, we really have to think about that diversity. And we talked, and it always comes back around to that.
Yeah.
We talked about that with Richard Olson, talked about that with Denisha, talked about that with Tony Avent. It's the landscapes. It always works with diversity, and that's what we've always been about, and that's what JC talked about early on.
Yep.
What are as we talk about flowering lawns and those kinds of things, what are some things that go through your mind about kind of that sustainable landscaping, the sustainable systems that you're looking forward to maybe exploring here with us and faculty here?
We're lucky to be in a state, in a part of the country where, with the university system, there's a lot of that line of thinking already ingrained in it. And it's nice to be a part of that and be under that umbrella. But there are so many good nurseries here that are doing things differently, diversity of plant material, the processes of how they do things, and all that translates into all the stuff that JC talked about and diversifying the landscape. It trickles all the way down to them. So that's crucial. So we've got a lot of places that we can pool and relationships that we built over years to get these plants and do these things from. So things like the flowering lawn, maybe doing more of that kind of stuff. Maybe, Lake Wheeler, our research nursery, we've got to come up with some ideas on some green mulch and planting in between the rows of the plants that are out there. So that's something that's on my brain, is thinking about, what's clover always jumps to mind. That's kind of an easy thing, but are there some other things? And maybe partnering with folks here at the university to come up with some of those ideas. Doing more green lawns here. I'd love to do Annabelle at Duke Gardens has forever changed my thinking on no-mow areas, and we've got spots in the garden. I'd love to put a little pocket prairie. It's a great place to stand and have conversations. It's a great place to diversify the plants that we have. It's a great place for beneficial insects and all that entails. It's water-wise, and they're attractive. So there's I've got some places in mind where maybe we can do some of that kind of stuff. The other side of that, the other coin of working with nurseries, finding places in the Arboretum to do that, is tapping into our interns and getting them involved with some of this stuff. We've been doing the sustainability thing for a while, and it's changed over time. It's become a catchphrase, and it's kind of gotten washed away with that. So, I want to tap into the interns that we get this year and moving forward to get some of those ideas from them. And, what are some things that they're seeing and things that catch their eyes? They're going to be the next audience here, the next people taking care of the next us, taking care of this place. So tapping into that resource is crucial. And, it's a two-way street. We're taking these young folks that are interested in his career and helping us get things achieved, but is getting them to give back a little bit too on that creativity and some of those ideas. So the types of things that we're planting, the species, areas that we're interested in collecting, that bleeds into that also. How can we use those in the landscape, and what areas are we going to go to? So there's a lot of overlap with that, just from the topic of flowering lawns that has me thinking about other things in the Arboretum as well.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's exciting times, and we've talked about some green wall projects that are not only sustainable or from a plant point of view, but also if they work out what we're kind of thinking of and what we want to play with, would be useful with less money invested in them. So perhaps better in low income communities and things like that. And, you know, that opens the door for thinking about some of these other things, rain gardens, you know, these are all, you know, these are built from, you know, ag engineering, but you know, what are some maybe more economical ways to do these things to help solve the problems that are out there. It's really exciting. And I think you're right about talking to the students and young graduates and industry folks about where they see the problems and help us figure out what might be solutions.
Sure.
And much like plants dying in the garden because we're trying different things and some are successful and some are not, like we talked about with Tony. And, you know, part of that really comes down to, you know, the flowering lawn. If that may not have been successful, if it had not been successful, we would have maybe tried something different and thought about it in a different way. But we're okay if some of our thoughts on green walls don't pan out and they fail. Well, you know, we'll have learned. We'll try something else.
It's an absolute leap of faith with some of these things. When I first started looking at prairie stuff, it's like I have no idea if this is going to make it or not. It could be an epic fail, but you don't know until you try it. And there's going to be some things that are going to work out and that aren't going to work out. You know, plant species or other things. But you know, you mentioned rain garden. I'm thinking about biostream beds, and this links back into interns again. Ian Simpkins, who came through NC State and was in this part of the world, he put in it was one of his ideas to put in a biostream bed at Swarthmore College when I was there. And, you know, there's room to do some of that. And that's part of the thinking with this berm project is to, instead of all that water that comes from the necessary and beyond and zips down through that part of the garden, is let's capture that water and use it for something and come up with a way to daylight it and keep it out of the drainage system, and let it dissipate through the garden. It's always going to move through. It's always going to wash out paths and plants and things like that. And let's come up with a way to form the paths in the landscape to kind of fix a problem, a sustainable kind of ecological way. And that ties into interns and students and all that kind of stuff as well.
Yeah. So everybody, it's, you know, Day of Giving. That's why you're here with us, and I really appreciate that. Hopefully we're entertaining you a little bit as well. We had to move inside because the weather got a little chillier than we thought it was going to. It was that biting cold, so we are inside for a little bit, which is always sad. Actually, as cold as it was, the last spot we were standing and talking, I had a really nice viburnum flowering right by my head that I could smell very well. We're still trying to hit 210 gifts. We're not quite there yet, so please give early, give often. We've seen a lot of our friends contributing, and we appreciate that a lot. We've been talking to a lot of our interns today and talking about interns because that is something that is being supported by gifts today, being supported some by planned gifts, some by outright gifts. We've been talking to some people who want to fund some new endowments potentially to support interns and students out here, which we can't have too many students and interns. They great energy out here. Just talking about doing some bioswales and that sort of thing. Well, one of our interns who we talked to earlier, David Hoffman, who's running Hoffman Nursery, where they grow grasses, they have really moved into doing a lot of work with like bioswales and dealing with water, not just with grasses and sedges, but even starting to look at some other plants to go into to work with the grasses they grow. So I know they've got some really innovative ideas, and be fun to get an intern from 2008 to come and join us and join our interns and talk about some of that work and how they're thinking about it from business as well as plant point of view. One of the groups of people that are critical to what we do that I brag about, you've probably heard me bragging about it in years past at our symposia with our colleagues, is that our volunteers put in 15,000 hours of labor here at the Arboretum, and that's what we record. There's an awful lot of the volunteers. I'm like, you've got to sign in and out because we want to know you're here. We want to know. And our volunteers always thank us for letting them volunteer, which is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. They are doing 15,000 hours, for those who don't know, is 7.5 full-time people, and like people who are filming us right now. And there's so many of them. And we could not do it without volunteers. It's they've always been an integral part of the Arboretum and bringing so much knowledge and experience that we don't have.
And the friendships and the social side of it are kind of huge too.
I agree. And so we've got a little video from our volunteers that we'd like to share with you. And then we're going to bring in another one of our interns, Jason Lattier, who was an intern when I first started in 2007, and has gone on to do some great things.
Hi, this is Dr. Jason Latier here at the Kane Conservatory at High Point University. I'm here to answer questions for the J.C. Rawson fundraiser. So, how did your experience at the J.C. Rawson prepare you for the next steps in your career? So, working at the J.C. Rawson gave me hands-on experiential learning that I was able to take with me to my future internships and eventually to graduate school. Being in an environment where the staff and fellow interns had a deep love of horticulture and a dedicated work ethic to the gardens, this gave me a taste of working in horticulture, and I was hooked. I knew I was in the right place and in the right field of work and study, and I have never looked back since. If you could sum up your internship experience in 5 words, what would you say? My response to that would be, it launched my horticulture career. And it truly did. I was able to get quite a lot of internships and experiences after leaving the J.C. Rawson, but that was my first real big opportunity after leaving my undergrad. And I've always been grateful to the Rawson for that opportunity. What's your favorite plant? So that's always a hard question, but I'll go with a plant that triggers for me both nostalgia and botanical interest, and that would be the longleaf pine, or Pinus palustris. So after World War II, my grandfather built a house for my grandmother just outside of Raleigh, and he planted a small grove of longleaf pines, and I've spent decades admiring those trees as they grew along with me. And then years later, as a student at NC State, I learned about their strange shrub phase as an adaptation to fire, how their burst of growth helps them get above the fire line, and I just continue to be fascinated by that plant, and it's a plant that really triggers a sense of home for me. So what was your most memorable or funniest experience? Well, when the Arboretum director was handing out a safety training guide, I tucked a brand new set of pruners under my arm when I took the sheet, and I got a really bad cut. Again, this was during a safety demonstration about proper handling of tools. So for the entire training session, I had to hide this wound from just sheer embarrassment for the rest of the session. And I was wearing a white NC State t-shirt at the time, so it really wasn't easy. But I'm happy to say that I've never made that mistake again. What is the value of an internship program, and why should donors support it? So for undergraduate students, it's hard to get hands-on learning experience in public garbage management. And the J.C. Rawson is an internationally recognized garden, and a garden with internships that carry a lot of weight on a young professional's resume. So without the J.C. Rawson internship, I don't think I ever would have gotten into a year-long internship at Longwood Gardens, which would have never led me to international internships and eventually graduate school and this great career I have in horticulture today. So I'm very grateful to the J.C. Rawson Arboretum, and I hope you decide to support it.
That was great. I always like hearing the interns, their experiences, where it's led them, and love the ones that keep in touch. Not all of them do. I don't think they believe me when they leave, and I tell them, I want to know when you go to another job, I want to hear what you're doing, because it's pretty amazing. Also amazing is the support we're getting today.
Yep, we have a lot to celebrate with Day of Giving. So I'm going to take this time to give you some updates on what's been happening. So one, I want to say thank you to an anonymous donor who has put in his estate plans for the Arboretum to be the recipient of funding for both the JCRA General Fund and the internship program. So the $150,000 that's on our leaderboard now is a generous planned gift that we would receive in the future that's going to greatly impact our program. So we want to thank that person publicly and yet anonymously at the same time. So more than $30,000 in cash funding has been raised for the internship program for this year. On top of that, when we get to 210 gifts, we're going to receive $25,000 from the board. So we're well on our way to securing more than $50,000 for the JCRA student internship program this summer. So that's something I wanted to share. And I've got some more good news, Mark.
Oh, yeah?
Let me keep going.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, some more great news to celebrate. I want to publicly thank Margie and Keith Collins. They've also made an estate gift to NC State to multiple areas that they support, one being the J.C. Rawson Arboretum. Margie loves this place. I remember them coming to Gala for many years. And so it's just nice to know that they care so much about this wonderful home for them, that they want to support us in that way. So thank you, Margie. Thank you, Keith. We also are going to celebrate a gift from Carol and Rick McNeil. Carol and Rick are helping us support the necessary at McNeil Corner. And we have some really exciting construction plans for the necessary. And so on Day of Giving today, we're going to recognize Carol and Rick for their generous support. I can keep going. I mean, there's just so many wonderful things that you all have helped us do, but help us get to 210 gifts today.
210 gifts. Yeah, we are at 145 gifts.
Okay.
I been kind of obsessively looking at my phone whenever the camera isn't looking at me, refreshing and doing those kinds of things. But it's great. I love seeing the people. I appreciate all the anonymous gifts, but I love seeing some of the people who are giving to us. Kathy Kalmowitz, our past board chair, gave a gift to support the Arboretum, and J.C. Ralston, Juniper Level Botanic Garden. Rodney Swink, another past board member who works with the College of Design, but has been a supporter of the Arboretum.
Rodney's caught on though. I've seen his name maybe 2 or 3 times on the leaderboard. So Rodney, thank you. You're helping us get to 210.
And we told people you can give more than once. That is fine. We are happy with that. I've seen, I believe I saw Kathy Hornbuckle in here, who's been a big supporter, especially for our plant exploration and those kinds of things.
Well, we called it a challenge match for a reason. We knew, and the board knew, that when we said let's receive 210 gifts, that it would be a challenge and a stretch. Our board members said, let's strive for more. Our challenge was 101 last year. Let's double it. So I'm glad that they challenged us, and we're challenging you all to join in on it.
Yeah, so really do hope you do that. But I love, we challenged our midweek regular midweek folks to join in, and we had Carol M said, I live in Charleston, South Carolina, Zone 8B. Please keep up your informative online talks. We really are trying to serve people all over. We have members in 29 states and two countries, not 2 other countries, 2 countries. I got the fact checkers out there to make sure I'm not saying it wrong. But it really is, we reach people all over. And I think that's important. And we can only do this with the support people give us. So if you think we provide value and provide impact, we really appreciate the support.
And if we haven't said thank you, not only to you all watching, but to everyone in this room, I mean, it has been a team effort to pull off today. Have you all acknowledged that yet?
We have. We even showed some behind the scenes.
There's the umbrella holding, the team effort. So thank you for your financial support, your advocacy, just showing up for the Arboretum. It means a lot.
I agree. It's amazing. And the other thing, I know you're watching the leaderboard, what goes through. I know you have seen as well the number of staff members who have contributed and been a part of this. Which is amazing.
It's one day a year. So if any of our viewers and supporters have received a lot of emails, forgive us.
Yes.
Your inboxes will go back to normal tomorrow, but it just takes everybody. So thank you.
It really does. And Alicia, you just showed me a picture. She was at kind of a
university-wide
HQ kind of area, and up on the TV on the big screen on the wall, they've been watching us all day as well. So we're keeping everybody's spirits up as best we can. The gifts that we get, the planned gifts, that $150,000 to support the Arboretum and internships as planned gifts, those are important to us all the time. We have quite a few people who support us in that way, as in their estate plans. And you know, that's money that we hope we don't see for a long, long, long time. But it is also money that is critical for our long-term to continue to operate and continue to keep supporting our programs.
And I get to work with our donors in that really meaningful, special way to help them think through it. You know, people want to make a difference. They want their legacy, their life's work to impact others. And a lot of people can find that value here at the Arboretum. So it's an honor for me and Mark as well, like to get to walk through this process with people. And if anyone's ever open to that conversation, we're here, and I think you'll find a lot of value with learning more.
Yeah, and the critical piece to those planned gifts, Tony mentioned before in his process, you know, he was going to leave his property to the Arboretum that was already in their will and not tell us. And
Tony for not doing
you know, that would have been complex. But what I really emphasize to people is it's not that we're trying to get you to commit to something with us. It's not. But if you talk to us, we can make sure that it can be anonymous, but make sure that your money really goes exactly how you want it, because that's the critical thing. Is we want to steward your money as best we can and as best you want it. So thank you, and thank you for those gifts and for them to continue to come in. One of our big most important groups of supporters is our volunteers. They are the critical people for us, both for the work and for donations and for all kinds of support, as Greg said, as for friends as well, and our members and members. It all goes back and forth. So we've got Catherine Wall, who is our membership and volunteer manager, to talk with us a little bit about membership and maybe volunteers as well.
Yeah, so, and for those of you that don't know me, I'm Arlene Calhoun. I'm the Associate Director here at the Arboretum. And Catherine and I kind of wanted to get on some of the fun today as well, in this final hour. So we would very much appreciate all those final numbers to come in during our segment, because we love the people of the Arboretum, and that's why we're here. Before we get too far into some of the volunteer and the membership things we want to share with you today, we are here to raise funds for our internship program. And oftentimes people think about hort interns, and that's where we started and those that we love. And Catherine and I are delighted because this will be the first summer that we are going to be able to actually get a communications intern. So Catherine, you want to share a little bit about some of the student work and what we've been working? We've had a couple of students to help us during the academic year, but this will be our first summer to actually get an intern.
Right. Getting to work with the students at NC State has just been one of the real joys of my job. I enjoy working with all the volunteers and all it's engaging with members, but having that student engagement and getting their energy and their take on things, because they don't always see things the same way that we do. So I love working with them, and I'm really excited that we've had an excellent crop of people that applied for this position internship. We had 47 applications from all across, not just North Carolina, that were interested in this position. And so we did some interviews, and we have a young woman who's going to start in the summer, and real excited because we've had all this student energy all year long. And then last summer around June, all her pre-scheduled social media posts ran out. And I was like, oh my gosh, I have 2 months of stuff to come up with. So they just do a great job. And so we're really excited, and we're hoping that person will be full-time and maybe can get us ahead on Arlene's and my goal, I think, always is to try to further the organization and just get a head start on things.
Yeah, and funny enough, this is a fact I think that we realized when we were interviewing our interns. I guess we knew it all along, but we hadn't really thought about it. So Amanda Patilla-Lunt is behind the scenes and sharing our videos today. Thank you, Amanda. And she is our rental and events coordinator here at the Arboretum. And so the three of us are all communications and journalism graduates. So, you know, we're all working for a public garden and we love it. And I don't think ever when we were starting our majors and starting our careers, did we ever think we'd be in public horticulture. So people that are out there, all you young folks that may not be horticulturists, they come on and join our communications team.
Yeah, there's public horticulture is, there's two sides to that. It's the horticulture, but it's the public, and the public, it's all about communicating, and you can do the best job in the world. And if you're not telling people about it, but also in finding ways to invite them in and reach different people, it doesn't matter. What's the point if it's not getting out? And so it's exciting. And I know some of the students that we've had, the student workers, are maybe thinking about, public gardens in a different way in terms of a potential career path. So that's exciting.
Yeah. Well, before we get to our plant showdown, I wanted Catherine to share some membership statistics and a few facts that she's been working hard on as we're getting all of our annual numbers together. So
yes,
what do we know?
I knew that I was going to get called on camera at 5:05. And so I'm desperately trying to get all the memberships that came in today entered in the system so I would have a number. So we have had 13 memberships that come in today just so far. And that's a pretty high number for an average. I mean, maybe the first of the month we'll get a lot, but 13 is good. And we have 3 brand new members.
That's awesome.
Today, which is excellent. And members and volunteers are always asking me, how many members do we have now, Catherine? And I would generally say, I don't know. I can look it up for you, but I don't remember these things. So I printed this out today. So I would have an answer. So as of March 22nd, we have 2,657 households that are members. And I do remember that when I started here, we were trying to get to 2,000. So we've come a long way. And then that equals 4,164 members. And I don't remember it being over 4,000 since I've been here. And I just had my 7th anniversary working here. So I really love it. I do love talking to members, and you talked about the 29 states. I get a lot of interaction with members who call me or email me, and they are from all over the place. And I had a master gardener call me yesterday from Colorado who wanted the discount code for one of the extension gardener classes online or something. And she was like, I watch your midweek programs and I watch your videos on YouTube, and I wanted to know about NC State's distance education things that they do. So it's really fun to just see this energy of gardeners from wherever they are that find us.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. Some of the out-of-state things, when I first started, some of the people that were from farther away were some of those former interns and some of the folks that had been really influenced by JC professionally. And a lot of them were members to continue getting newsletters and get that information, but also to be supportive of the organization. And now when I look at these members from other states, it is people that are really getting using our midweek programs, our parts of our auctions and plant sales and all those kinds of things. Yes.
The plant shipped to them. So
that's right.
We do have a big plant sale coming up, and I know that you're going to talk about that more, but
yeah,
it's a great thing for getting new members as well.
Agreed.
Fantastic. Well, Greg, if you want to come up and we'll start the plant showdown.
All right. We Greg and I have been talking plants all day, talking about up, down, yes, no. We got a few more. I can't remember. I started making a list of ones we could talk about. I know one that we were that I wanted to ask about is crinum. Thumb up, thumb down.
Let me preface my answer by saying I think the world of Jenks Farmer, incredible human being and plantsman. My baptism into the world of crinums was with Doug, and cleaning off those snotty shoots as they're coming up this time of the year really kind of soiled my appreciation for them. So I started out here with them. And I think as I got to see them at other gardens, this garden included way before I came here, and getting to know Jenks more. So I'm more in this range, not completely straight up, but kind of right here. So, you know, the longevity of the blooms is kind of short. And I haven't had a lot of experience with them. So take my thumb with a grain of salt.
Oh, come on. We're not here to make friends. We just want people to give money. You know, I love that you call it snotty. Those leaves come up and then they get frosted and they stick together and the leaves keep trying to grow, and you got to go in there and pull that snotty bit off. And then the ones that you grow often are, you know, what is it? I can't even remember what it's called. I always just call it floppy white. One of the most widespread ones. The flower stalk always lays on the ground. There are, of course, amazing crinum.
Absolutely.
But I'm
here. I'm here.
you know, I can talk up any of the plants that we talk up, but I'm going broad strokes. All right, Echinacea.
Yeah. I like some of the species one. What's the native Tennessean one?
Tennesseansis.
That one's fantastic. But all the different colors and iterations, and it's like you advertise for a free party and way too many people showed up, and you ran out of Fritos and dip hours ago, and there's still more people coming. There's too many of them, and they all kind of blend together, and they always end up dying in the garden. At least from my experience, they just don't last that well. But some of the individual ones seem to hold out a lot longer. The species ones I really like, and I think they do a little bit better. But I'm gonna do a solid no, thank you.
All right, I'm agreeing with you.
Okay.
Echinacea purpurea, the purple coneflower, that's an ugly plant. I'm sorry. The foliage is ugly. The little drooping petals are this kind of washed out purple. Nope. And they always die. They don't
Spectacularly die. Like you'll plant masses of them, and with great expectation, with great hope, and go into the season after they've been in the ground. Everybody else is playing nice in the perennial garden. Everybody's coming up nicely, and the Echinacea are just not there.
Yeah.
I'm very in tune to making friends. Those of you out there that are on the fence about donating, please donate irregardless. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings about them, but from a gardening experience, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I get it. They feed the birds. I'm getting sad looks over here about this. All right. How about gardenia?
My wife is not watching, and it's one of her favorite flowers. And part of it is her mother grew them, so she's very attached to them. And that's one of the beautiful things about plants and people, and the people-plant connection is, she lost her mother when she was in college, and anytime she sees one or smells one, she thinks about her mama. So that's kind of changed my perspective on them. From a horticulturalist gardener standpoint, they are just ugly plants. The plants themselves, when they're not flowering, and to honor my wife's mother, we planted one in our garden in Charlotte, but it was in a part of the garden you couldn't see. So I could go cut the flowers, I could bring them in the house. You couldn't see that droopy, ugly green plant with the sporadic blooms on it. I don't know if they make a nice looking one. Like the plant itself looks nice in the garden. The flowers are great, they have nice fragrance, but man, it's an ugly plant.
Yeah, I agree. The flowers are great, and they can be beautiful. I have seen beautiful ones, and there are some fantastic cultivars.
Sure.
I'm being reminded of some. There are people who are arguing with me behind me, Crown Jewel.
It's a good thing it's
beautiful
the end
one.
of the day.
Steady Eddie,
We can run out.
some of those. And I will say that one of the first plants I planted in my new garden was a gardenia, the gold leaf Ogon no Hana, which I
That's a nice-
absolutely
yeah,
love.
That's a nice plant.
It's one of the best growing gardenias I've had.
And the foliage is nice.
The foliage is great. But gardenias often look ratty. If it's a good gardenia, great. But often they look rough and often they need to be replaced.
It was a good Mother's Day plant in my garden because it would usually crap out and I would get a new one every Mother's Day and just replant it.
We're sorry, Phil, if you're watching. We have a big supporter of ours is a phenomenal gardenia breeder and has really bred some of the very, very best ones. And we're
his are nice.
There you go. All right. Flowering quince.
Man, you're getting all the highlights out. Harkening back to earlier in the day, our friend and ally and colleague with NC State, Dr. Tom Rainey, has made the best ones. The Storm series, is that right?
Yeah.
I remember when those first came out, he came to visit me. He gave me one of each. They're still going strong at the Arboretum in Charlotte. The absolute winners. Early blooms, do really, really well. They don't get all the horrible diseases that some of the other ones do. They're not messy. That said, the genus in general, we used to refer to it when I worked at the Scott Arboretum as the trash can plant because all the trash would blow up into them and get caught on the thorns and the very twiggy, zigzaggy branches. And we would spend a lot of time reaching in, getting ripped up by the thorns to pull out newspaper and shopping bags and cups and things. And they always inevitably got fire blight and leaf spot diseases. And it's a plant that's really succumbed to climate change for sure. The older ones just don't do very well in the garden anymore. It's also a sentimental plant. It's another one of my wife's favorites because, again, she had it in her garden growing up. And it's one of the first things that blooms in spring. So it kind of has those. You can see I'm trying to be political and I'm straddling the fence here, but I'm going to mostly this. Toms are great. The new ones, the rest of them, they're kind of messy.
All right. I will agree with you that Toms are the best. I hate flowering quince. I hate it.
There's a lot of hate being thrown here.
It is most of them. I don't like the flower color on.
Yeah.
They flower early, but so do a lot of other things. Nope. The reason Toms are the best, they got great big flowers and they don't have thorns.
That's true.
But
well behaved, size wise. Yeah. That's you're pretty clear about that.
Pretty big. No use having a plant thrown out if we agree on everything. But I like that people like whatever plants they like. I got to have a few that are not my favorites here. How about forsythia?
When I first started at the Bartlett Tree Research Lab, Mr. Bartlett said, there's two things I will not tolerate you grow. Funkia, which used to be hosta, and he just used to like to say that name, and forsythia. He always used to joke about forsythia. It is a pretty, for us plant snobs, it is a pretty contrary pedestrian plant. There's one instance of that plant that I actually like in the Delaware Valley on the backside of Winterthur Museum and Gardens in Greenville, Delaware. There was probably a half a mile hedge of these things planted that had never been pruned. And when those things were in bloom in the spring, and you're driving that country road on the backside of Winterthur Museum with this beautiful solid yellow hedge, it was pretty spectacular and show-stopping and hard to beat. But that was it. No fall color, no real winter interest. I think the deer eat it. You know, I'm going to pull my my plant snob card out for this one and say it's kind of yesterday's news. It's a plant that had its day in the sun. If you're growing it, I don't think I want to be friends with you. There's other things that are better to grow. You know, it's great if you bring it inside, but you know, and it's an early thing to bloom in the spring. But I mean, come on, there's other things to be growing.
Yeah.
You're gonna say you like it.
You know, I was thinking about it, and I don't dislike it, but I'm going to go back to I should have clarified this at the beginning, how I was thinking.
Species?
No. I'm talking about all the way back to the beginning of our plant showdown. This is my personal garden. Would I put it in there?
That's good to clarify. That gets us off the hook with people we may have made really mad and
Right.
are waiting for us when we leave today. I'm gonna go out the back door.
My wife has asked me, I guess speaking of wives, about putting forsythia in. Because they had a big hedge around their garden of it.
Everybody.
Yeah, there's no way I'd put one in. Because it's one season plant.
Right.
You know, one of JC's favorite plants, and a plant that a lot of nurserymen associate with JC, Prunus mume, the Japanese plum, ume. He loved that plant, and I'll tell you, when it's in flower, that fragrance, it's beautiful. It's got that kind of clove fragrance, which is so nice in the winter when it's flowering in January, December through February, depending on the cultivar.
Rest of the year.
But it is an ugly plant the rest of the year. It is so ugly.
It is.
Oh my gosh.
It's twiggy.
Foliage is bad.
Foliage is bad. It's gone. It's one of the first things to drop its leaves in August.
And that's a good thing.
It doesn't have very interesting bark. It's a one-hit wonder.
When people are saying it has really nice green twigs,
it does.
That's, man, you are even for a plant person who loves bark, you are reaching.
Was that on our list?
It's not, but it made me think of it when we were talking about forsythia being a one season plant.
Yeah.
Boxwood.
It's one of the very few things that has remained resistant to deer. It's one of those plants that you'll find it from coast to coast, from Maine to California. There are a ton of cultivars out there. I'm going to say, from a foundation standpoint, hedge, I like it, but it is 99% of the time used in the wrong situations. They put the wrong cultivars in the wrong spots. People over prune them, which causes all kinds of problems with them. The current line of diseases that are affecting them now, all of those included, boxwood decline, all the boxwood diseases are because of cultural things mostly. But it's a good foundation plant, tried and true. It's got a lot of history where you're from Virginia. It should be on the state seal of Virginia. There's some amazing ones at some of those states, like in the Tidewater area and things like that. There's a great nursery who we're friends with, Saunders Brothers, who does an amazing job with them. But they really pushed the cultivars and they did a whole evaluation that you were a part of. We were a part of in Charlotte. There's one called Unraveled that came. Is it one of our introductions?
It's one that we really promoted, but it actually came out of Yucadoo Nursery in Texas.
That's a fabulous plant. Really, really interesting looking. So specimens, the right fastigiate ones, the right foundation ones, there's a place for them. I just think people have used them the wrong way and done horrible things to them over the years. Yes, the people that get gas-powered, electric-powered hedge clippers go to town on them for no apparent reason.
Well, I will tell you, people have these childhood memories of plants and things like that. I don't have that many. I didn't pay any attention to plants when I was a kid. Here's my childhood memory of boxwood, and what I can tell you it's good for is it is perfectly fine to jump off of a 5-6 foot stoop and land right in the middle of.
Yeah.
Kind of bushy, it'll cushion your fall.
Sure.
To jump into it all the time.
Sure.
I'm a thumbs up on it. There are some great selections. Vardar Valley is one of the best evergreen shrubs around.
Yep.
Some great variegated ones. Here's the thing. They're understory plants.
Yeah.
They grow naturally in the shade. They are great in the woodland. They are great in the shade garden.
Yep.
They are really stressed when they're out in full blazing sun with the heat reflecting off the house, and they look kind of sickly and all that. Give them some shade. They're really elegant when you get them in the shade.
Yep.
They'll loosen up a little bit, which is healthy for them. The way people prune them properly is to kind of go in and thin them out so air circulation can get in there. They do that naturally in the shade. You don't have to worry about that.
Yep.
So yeah, in the shade, and the variegated ones really brighten.
Really pop in a shady situation. They do good in containers. They do even better in the ground. But yeah, dense shade to filtered shade. I think they're like filtered a little bit better. Don't overwater them. People just do bad things to them.
They do.
They've given them a bad reputation.
And they do grow.
Yes.
All right. One that was very much popularized by JC himself, Leyland Cypress.
Big thumbs down. Mostly because they've been overutilized. I don't think JC would be happy with that. There's a running joke around the garden folk that's the one plant that has JC rolling in his grave that he introduced was that. And I don't think so, because it's provided a good use in the landscape. It's just been overproduced, overbred, overplanted, and planted in wrong situations. You drive around Charlotte, North Carolina, and people have planted them on berms so that they're up, they're not at ground level. They're going to be in soil that dries out. They're going to be in soil that gives them limited room for their roots to grow. And as soon as we have a windstorm, a snowstorm, ice storm, they all fall over, or they splay apart and split apart. They get Ceridium canker, which is a horrible disease. Part of that is cultural. They're planted too close together. They don't get air circulation. There's actually some really, really nice cultivars. Golconda is a really nice one. Star Wars is another nice one. There's another gold one that
Harlequin.
Harlequin is one with the mottled foliage. There's two yellow ones. One escapes me right now. Is it maybe Gold Rider? Gold Rider, Golconda. Both of those are great. I've got Gold Rider in my yard in Charlotte, and it doesn't grow as fast and doesn't get as big. You don't need to fertilize them to make them grow fast. They already grow fast. We trialed a few. Hawks Ridge came out with some of the smaller versions of them that's supposed to alleviate some of those cultural diseases, and I didn't get a chance to see that trial to go into fruition. So there are some good ones, but all in all, again, it's overused. They've been planted too much in the landscape.
Yeah, they're great if you want a quick screen, and you plan on cutting them all down in a few years because you have planted something that's better and slower growing. That you're given time to go in, but no, they just too big, too fast. Now, if you disagree with any of our stuff, my hate of echinacea and those kinds of things,
email him.
Go to JLBG. Go to jcra.ncsu.edu and click on the Day of Giving link and vote with your dollars, and put a note on there that Mark is so wrong, Greg is completely right, or vice versa. Right there, we want to get to 210 gifts. We're not quite there yet. We are at 156 gifts, it looks like. So we still need several gifts. That doesn't count the ones that have come in for specifically for the JLBG endowment for us. All right. We had Tony out here. Agave, excluding agave ovatifolia.
Thumbs up. I like all of them. I wish there were more hardy ones. And I wish, the Achilles heel of them is they're hard to handle. And from a nursery standpoint, they're hard to grow. Tony's got it down to a science, as he does most things, but they don't require a lot of water. They add a whole different flavor of interest. I love the part of the world where they're native to. There's something about that type of plant that has to struggle so hard to reproduce itself, produce a flower, and die and thrive in such a hard environment. All plants in kind of that realm I tend to like. I've not had a lot of experience growing them. It's just been one of those things that just never got the time to fool around with. We had a neighbor close to us at at Bartlett that had a really good collection. He was a rabid purchaser of them from Tony and had Tony visit his garden a lot. But I like them. The ones that are in front of the Lath House, beautiful, fabulous plants.
Yeah, that's why I took out ovatifolia, because that's a gorgeous plant. And there are some that are really nice.
Yeah.
But they don't do it for me.
They can go south really quickly. And once you start cutting off pieces of them, they lose all their aesthetic integrity. I don't think I would grow them in my garden. I think I have an appreciation for them, those that do them well. But I align with you in that regard. They just, I don't need them in my personal garden. I like that they're here.
I will say, the second plant I planted at my garden, right beside my gold gardenia, that was the first plant, was agave ovatifolia, the whale tongue agave. I planted, right there together because
nice combination.
Nice combination. That's as close as I get to garden design, is that right there. I just in general, Southwestern plants, the whole dry thing.
Yeah.
Not my aesthetic.
Yeah.
I love a beautiful tree yucca, like Yucca torii or Yucca rostrata.
Yeah.
But most the yuccas are yuck.
Yeah.
Cactus, the flowers are incredible. I appreciate them in other gardens. Yeah, no, I don't want to mess with them.
They're hard to weed. They're hard to plant. I love the flower as well. I like that part of the world to visit. I had a brother that lived in Phoenix for a number of years, and we grew up in Alabama where it was hot, and he moved someplace even hotter. But
it's a dry heat.
No, not really. I like that realm. I appreciate it as a horticulturalist and a lover of plants, but it's not something. I'm glad that we have some here in place. But
Tim likes them.
Tim likes them. That's important to me. But we're not going to go all hog wild and start planting. We have a colleague that does a lot of stuff with cactuses, Sean Hogan. He could maybe turn me. We've been back in those houses where he has all those.
Oh, I've been Sean Hogan, Sistus Design Nursery, big supporter of the Arboretum, great guy.
Yep.
He has his different houses with different things in there, and every time I visit him, he says, "Hey, you want to take a look through the cactus house?" And I look in there, and this is somebody who can put more plants in one greenhouse than any sane person should. That's fine when you're walking through the house with all the, soft Asian woodland type plants.
Yeah.
I look in that house and I'm like, no, thank you. I will not go in there.
Good.
If you're good, I'll give everybody a secret. If you're going to garden with cacti, make sure you have some duct tape, because that's the only thing that reliably gets out all the little, what do you call them?
The little hairy thorn.
Hairy, I can't think of the word, but
that you can't see.
They're the worst. You know, I do have one cactus. It's one of the thornless opuntia, one called Sunshine. Somehow I always miss it in flower. It flowers because it seeds around my garden. And I always think I ought to take it out, but I never have managed to yet.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for Harvey, my new dog. He likes to pee on it. I'm gonna see a little experiment to see how long it takes to kill it.
That's a trial, I think.
His favorite plants, Opuntia Sunshine, and a variegated, solid gold leafed cistus.
I could one up you going down a path real quick. I had a Bartzilla tree peony that I paid $100 and some for. And within hours of it being in the ground, my dog had dug it up and had it on the porch, and a million pieces on the porch. And she doesn't do that kind of thing. So yeah, I feel your pain.
I've had more than one boxer that like to eat Japanese maples. So we're going to check in with Tim. If you've been watching this all day, Tim had a goal we volunteered him to have the goal to read off the names of all 8,000 plants in our collection today. He's been speed reading it. Those who know Tim know that he walks fast and he talks fast. So we're going to check in with him, see where he is on his project.
We're all the way to Q already. It's only Quercus is how far as I remember. The oaks. So here we go. Quercus variegated, Quercus disophila, Quercus undulata, Kenton blue, Quercus undulata tiny, Quercus warrii, birthday candles. Actually, it's right there. And Quercus chimney fire right there. And Quercus Nadler, better known as kindred spirit, right there. Quercus acuta, Quercus arizonica, Quercus bossieri, Quercus canbii, Quercus castanifolia, the one that has a leaf like a chestnut. Quercus cercis, Quercus crucifera, Quercus dentata pinnata fida, Quercus dolicholepsis, Quercus dolicholepsis, I can't speak that. Quercus Eric the Red, that's a hybrid apparently. Quercus figinae, Pablonia curl, Quercus figinae Iberian dwarf, Quercus figinae Spanish gold, Quercus franchetii, Quercus fusiformis, Quercus germana, Quercus gilva, Quercus glauca, Quercus Zingiber myoga dancing crane, Zingiber myoga Lucian gold. And let's stop here just for a second and smell this one. Syringa. This one has a number, you don't want to know. Okay. Zingiber myoga silver arrow, Zingiber striped edge, Zinnia grandiflora, which is up on the roof and it's perennial. It's kind of cool. Gold on blue. And Zizia aria, and finally, that's so close to the end, is now Ziziphus jujuba. So,
are we done?
So we're done.
Yay!
He did it! Congratulations, Tim!
Okay. We on? All right. All right. It has been a long day. We started at 10 o'clock. I don't know if any of y'all have been with us all day from 10 o'clock. Well, I know our dedicated volunteers and staff have been. We are still working towards getting our up to 210 gifts. We have until midnight tonight. So those of you who are night owls, I would encourage you to have a nice glass of wine with dinner, 2 glasses of wine with dinner, and maybe another nightcap, and think about giving to us. People are always so generous when they've had a drink or two.
Mark. And several people have been texting their family and friends to encourage them to give. I know I have. So just, if you've made your gift already, please text 2 or 3 other people.
We are almost 50 is all we need, 50 more gifts to get it to our goals. So help us do it. We're usually have exceeded our goal by now, guys,
But it is a stretch. And I will say there's a few different ways to look at goals. And we were just looking at one goal ourselves. And right now, if we've reached this 210 gift milestone, with your donations and with the board's gift of 25,000+, we'll receive more money than we did last year in terms of gifts. So we need this board challenge to come through. I've had some board members today say, hey, what about if we don't get it? Do we retract? No, you don't. No, don't make me have to go back to the board. No, I just want them to be really excited to see all of you guys help us get to 210 gifts.
Yeah, I agree.
And just to bring it back to, this is for our interns, and we can't say it enough, into the opportunity that we give to our interns and what they give to us in the academic year or even through the summer. So
yeah, and
support our interns. You're supporting us.
You really are. And also Juniper Level Botanic Garden, their endowment, that is support for the Arboretum. That is, money that is being built to sustain that operation for the long term, which will be important for me or whoever comes after me to have that on a great footing.
And I did get an update. So at 5 p.m., 25 people have given to the Juniper Level Botanic Garden endowments, and more than $3,000 has been raised. So that's wonderful to celebrate.
That really is something to celebrate. So we hope that that you've had maybe a little bit of a laugh today at some point. We hope that you have learned something maybe. And we hope that, what we do and the effort that my whole team here puts into this is you see that the love that goes into it for this. I get to stand in front of the camera a whole lot, and if I were to wear mirror sunglasses, what you would see is people on the other side filming and doing the tech and holding umbrellas when it rains and shivering when the temperature drops all of a sudden, and moving plants around to get to where we're potting up containers, and moving chairs and tables, and leading tours of school children so they won't be right by us, and setting up chairs for a wedding because we're so popular that you can't get a weekend wedding. Sometimes you have to do a Wednesday in March for your wedding.
Hey, they had fun today, though.
They did have fun. I don't know if our folks at home heard them, but I sure did. But all of that is we do that, and we put in the effort for this day because we do really believe in what we do. And like I always say, we are giving all of you the opportunity to support what we do. We're inviting you, and we hope everybody feels lucky that we're allowing them in.
Look, you don't know that I'm going to ask you both this, and I can answer as well, but you both work here, director and associate director, but you also made gifts today. So why do you give to the Arboretum? And not your time and your talents, but why do you give your money?
Why do I give my money? Because, I always say it when I first started here and was telling my wife about it. I said, it's about the impact that we have. And I knew that before I came here. I knew about the impact because I had been impacted. I knew so many people who had, but it's really after being here that where I talked to people who, lost a son, somebody that I had gotten to know, and they were here, and this was provided a place of peace for them. I've been here with students who get back in touch with me and tell me where they are and, how they got there, and students who say, I'm interested in public horticulture. Can I come by and talk to you a little bit about it? And I say, sure, let's talk, because I'm passionate about this. I talk to nurserymen who are making money on plants that we've helped them out with. It's that impact. And I really, it's not so that I can do my job more. That's not why I give it. It's because I see all the staff, the impact that they make on people around them, and help the Arboretum further that impact. And that's important to me. I don't do public horticulture just because I love cool plants. I do it because I think what we do is important. And so I want to support that and support everybody here who's trying to do that.
So much of what you said sounds tangible. Like when people give here, they can tangibly see like how their money's in action and making a difference. And so that stood out to me. But
yeah, I think it's probably much of the same for myself. I just celebrated 9 years with the Arboretum, and it feels like one. The time goes by so quickly, and I think a lot of that has to do with the passion and the impact that we're making as a staff, but through our volunteers and through members. When I started working, actually I started volunteering at the Arboretum, wasn't really looking for a job, but I said if I ever went back to work, that I wanted to work for an organization where I could learn as much as I could give. And I think the Arboretum has been perfect for what I was looking for and what I've been able to do, and not been able to do it without a fabulous staff and the membership that supports it. So I think for me, I have turned into a huge Arboretum fan. I was in the area for 25 years and I visited the Arboretum often, and I wasn't a member. And so when I started with the Arboretum as a membership and volunteer coordinator, I said, you know what? Why wasn't I ever a member? I am talking to people like me out there that just didn't even think about it. I didn't think about the benefits. Our worlds move so fast, that I just really am now glad that after 25 years of enjoying the Arboretum, I can now give back.
And every year when her and her husband Jim make their high level membership gift, I always thank Arlene for leading the way, leading with your actions, your vision. So, I mean, both of you do here. So
yeah,
anyways, I appreciate what you guys
I love
do.
Those connoisseur plants.
Yeah, that's okay. That too.
Well, and it's interesting you say that, though, because, that is how some people make their gifts, is through membership at various levels. And there are things like connoisseur plants.
And I've seen people today who are members make their first gift in addition to that. Today.
Right.
So I appreciate that. I think that's wonderful.
And, I give in a different way as a donation. And that's one of the wonderful things, is how many people support us in different ways. We have people who've supported us for years with outright gifts. Mm-hmm. who are not members, or who all become a member that we assume had been members for years, and vice versa, where, longtime members, make a gift on a day like today for the first time.
And when I invite someone to make a gift, especially if it's their first one, I always think to myself, that could be the first gift that they make to the Arboretum for the next 30 years. They can make a gift every year for the next 30 years. And those of you that have been giving, for the Arboretum is almost 50 years old, but for those of you that have been giving for the past 3 or 4 decades, your legacy here is really important. It's really impactful what you've been doing. So if you haven't made a gift, make a gift this year, and who knows what the next 3 or 4 decades will hold.
Yeah, it's I keep doing the whole refresh thing. I like seeing things come in and see old friends and new friends and supporters that keep popping up. We do really think we're making an impact with your dollars, and I always talk about how careful I feel like I have to be with the money that comes in. I don't mind spending the money, because that's why you're giving it, but we always want to make sure we are spending it how you want it when you give gifts for specific things, but also making sure we spend it in a way that will enable our staff to have the most impact. And that has been different at different times. Right now we're really looking at investing in staff, new staff and existing staff. That's incredibly important to us. But also investing in the garden with new areas and new things to see, and new programs with our research fields at Lake Wheeler. It's really, we touch a lot of areas and work with a lot of folks to do that.
I think one of the things too, while you were talking, I was thinking, I've been here for 9 years and we have a lot of staff that was here long before I arrived, but they're just as passionate today as when I started 9 years ago. And I think you shared too. I mean, you've been here for...
It's coming on, 16 years?
Yeah, I was thinking that.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the things, like Mark was talking about, is we're trying to grow our organization and get staff. That's one of the things that we want to hold true is the spirit of the Arboretum, the culture that we have here, that we're very approachable, we're very passionate. We want to provide something tangible for those of you that are supporting us. And I think that's one of the ways my job is so easy, is that you all let us know. You let me know good things, you let me know bad things, you let me know in between things, and it is so helpful. So we just really appreciate not only your support monetarily, but just you keeping that communication open. Even when we fail you let me know, but you're very understanding.
But they want us to be better.
You do want us to be better, but it makes our job so easy. It's a friendship, it's a community, and it's one that's growing.
Yeah, it really is. And staff really buy into that. And I always say that's one of the conversations Arlene and I have as we invest in staff and grow it, is how do we keep that connection? Because as Catherine was talking about with our growth in membership, it's not just internally, but externally. We want to make sure we keep that camaraderie, that closeness, that ability for people to feel like they're really a part of what we do and know us. And that's part of the reason we do this, is because we do feel a personal connection with all our supporters. And so we don't want to just sit in a room and do calls to our members or just send out even more emails about it. But we want to talk to you and with you and make this always a conversation that we're having about what we do and why and what we can do for you.
I do want to wrap up though, and celebrate some of the gifts and we've talked about them, we've sprinkled them throughout the day, but if it would be helpful to give like a cumulative picture of what we've accomplished today and what you all have helped us accomplish. So let me rattle off some. With a $500,000 pledge for the Juniper Level Botanic Garden Endowment, with 2 planned gifts for the J.C. Ralston Arboretum today, with a major gift investment into one of our facilities here, into one of our buildings, and then with all the donations, $10 or more that you all have helped us receive today. I know this is going to be $1 million day for the gardens at NC State, for Juniper Level Botanic Garden and for the J.C. Ralston Arboretum. And it takes quite a bit of funding. It takes a lot of funding, to keep these gardens green and growing and prosperous, so that our future generations get to enjoy this place. So $1 million is going to help us tremendously. Let's do it again next year. Let's do it again next month. No, but I just hope you all know how impactful this day, where we can all come together and celebrate philanthropy, celebrate these 2 gardens. I mean, this has been an exciting day. So
yeah,
congrats to you guys for listening and for participating. But we've done a lot together.
Yeah,
I agree. And we're the number of gifts that are coming in, and that's the big number. Obviously, I love the big numbers when we're talking about dollars, but what I really appreciate is the number of people who support us. And the university is a huge place, and I'm as I look on these leaderboards, I see well, I'm not seeing it right now, almost like 11,800 gifts to the university for Day of Giving. And we have 165 gifts. And that sounds like a big difference, but when you think about how huge this university is and how many alumni there are and how many faculty who support the areas that they work in, much like we do here, having 1% of kind of the whole thing is pretty darn amazing when you talk about the gifts, because that's there is a lot out there, and there are whole colleges that we'll raise more money and have more gifts. Yeah.
And I love when you both share how Moonlight in the Garden and then also the Arboretum in general brings in the second amount of most people to NC State besides NC State athletics.
No, the most.
Besides that.
It is, yeah.
Okay.
Moonlight in the Garden is the largest non-athletic ticketed event at NC State University. So, 11,000 tickets. And I really try and emphasize that we are the largest, the way the more people interact with the university beyond athletics. We are, and non-alumni, we are the face in some ways of the university for many, many people. And we're proud of that because we think the university does great work and supports us. And so we think we represent the university well.
Yeah. So thanks for letting me celebrate that.
Yes. Well,
with all these numbers and like who the people behind these numbers, like really making a difference. So
yeah, I sometimes feel like I'm bragging when I'm talking about some of the stuff we're doing. It's just I'm so proud of what our staff manages to do with all the resources
we
that
need more positivity
we
in the
provide.
world too, so
Got a lot of positivity here. So I believe we are officially at 6 o'clock.
But should we end or should we get to 210 gifts? No, I'm just kidding. We need to wrap it up.
We're going to wrap it up.
A big thank you
For
to
today.
our staff behind the scenes and everybody that made this happen today. Thank you for all of the folks out there who have been with us and continue to support us and give. And before I send it back over to Mark, I do want to give a thumbs up to Quince, Flowering Quince. So just had to put that out there.
Vote
I love her
with
comments.
your dollars. Vote with your dollars, just like everybody else. Yes, thank you, everybody. This is a special day for us. We do really think hard about what we want to do for all of you, and I hope it shows that as I like to say, if you're not having fun, you're not doing it right. We garden for a living and we think it's important, but it also should be fun. And we hope that that you see that and a little of our joy in what we do and how we do it, and carries through and brightens your day. And we can still take gifts up until midnight. We can still take gifts after that.
Need 45 more gifts. So all of you folks out there getting ready to sit down to dinner,
Yep.
when you're done, dessert is make a gift to our Day of Giving.
Any size, $10, $25, $2,500, whatever works for you. Right now, before we sign off, I'm gonna give you the most current numbers with planned gifts and outright gifts today to the Arboretum.
General fund.
To the Arboretum General Fund, yes. $283,561 and 165 gifts. So we do need 45 more. And I will promise all of you out there that I will make a gift before midnight, another gift before midnight, to help us out with that. But I hope that you will as well. So thank you all for staying with us all day.
See you in the garden soon.
See you in the garden. Yes.